That music is going to be tough to top, but we are going to do our best. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good middle of the night, depending on where you're joining us from. Welcome to the game of tiles. I'm Matt Canick. I'll be bringing you coverage all weekend from King's Landing, Ontario, and I am joined today by the great Will Anderson. Will, how you doing?
I'm doing phenomenal, Matt. This is an incredible event ahead of us here with a unique format that we're going to have to explain a little bit. But rest assured, it's going to be an incredible weekend of Scrabble with Grandmaster after Grandmaster coming your way, our way, everybody's way out in the chat. And I couldn't be more excited for it.
I am so stoked. When I saw the names in the CSW field at this event, my jaw hit the floor. It is so many good players, 8 players in this top bracket, the game of tiles. And geez, I have no idea who's going to win because they're all so good. You are guaranteed for some bangers, for some drama. I don't know if as many players are going to die in the game of tiles as characters have died in Game of Thrones, but the only way to know for sure is to watch all weekend and find out. Who knows what's coming. Will, who do we have in our first game?
So I believe our first game, and this says a lot that this is going to be game 1, is going to be a matchup of champions here in the form of Matthew Tunnicliffe, a former North American Scrabble champion, but even more recently has been stacking wins in huge, prestigious events on the North American circuit. He is in extremely fine form right now as the most recent winner of the Albany July 4th supercharged tournament now with that generous sponsorship from Bob Lynn. But Matthew needs little introduction, but if you're not familiar with him, just know he truly is one of the finest players in North America and by extension the world, Matt.
Yeah, he is one of my favorite players to watch. A great grasp on the words, a great grasp on the strategic nuance, but also very creative is Matthew Tunnicliffe. He is one of the favorites to win this field. But there are so many other tough players, and his first opponent is a major toughie indeed. If you've never seen Scrabble on the internet, this may be an unfamiliar face, but otherwise, how could you not know Josh Sokol, Scrabble's preeminent streamer and one of its top players as well? These two Canadians will head off face to face. Matthew Tunnicliffe's tagline for the tournament: "You know nothing, Josh Snow." We'll see if Josh knows nothing or if Josh will make some good plays in this game. But Matthew Tunnicliffe, Josh Sokol, round 1. Are you not entertained?
Yeah, pretty incredible as a matchup for round 1. You can see Matthew with the slight edge head-to-head all time, but look at the scores, Matt, nearly even, potentially indicating that the matchup is a little bit closer than that head-to-head suggests.
Yeah, and one has to consider, too, that some of those matchups came as Josh was still learning the CSW lexicon. With every passing month, Josh has learned more and more of those Collins-only words. So I'd say this is close to a coin flip of a matchup, though maybe slight advantage Tunnicliffe. Let's cut over to the board. Here we go, round 1 on Let's Play Scrabble.
Yeah, it's going to be a banger to start us off here. And again, just a little procedural note. We've got 8 players in our Game of Tiles division here. This is a whole normal tournament with divisions across the board with all different skill levels, but we're going to be focusing on this elite 8-player premier division, if you will, with grandmasters across the board. And today, on day 1, those 8 players are going to be playing a round robin. Each of them is going to play everybody else in the elite division, followed by one King of the Hill round for an 8th game of the day. The top 4 finishers will then advance into a bracket format, which we're going to be covering over the remainder of the tournament, Matt. But that is a really cool format. I feel like events like this are definitely sorely needed on the circuit, these elite level invitational events, and I'm just thrilled to be along for the ride here.
Yeah, you and me both. Matthew Tunnicliffe, Geeeisz on the first rec. You got to play G's. The question is where. And this feels as good a spot as anywhere to me. Will we have any strong opinions about turn one for Matthew Tunnicliffe?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I feel like it looked like he was trolling us a little bit by imagining that he was going to play that other E along at the end of this word for a 5-letter word, but you can only do that with the J variation. And we know that Matthew Tunnicliffe knows that full well. So the only question is where to place it from here. I would say this seems solid to me for the reason that if you place this word one square over, and maybe it'd be helpful if I drew that for you all, just imagine for a second that G's is in this spot instead. In the Collins lexicon, the Z is a little bit easier to underlap. So Josh's scores are going to be better in that positioning on average than they will be in the positioning where Matthew played it, where the good square for putting a consonant will require either more specific overlaps going across to the Z or a tricky vowel. It has to be an I or an O or a U. Can't use that A or E underneath. Can't use the E on top either. So I think I prefer this, but man, we're really splitting hairs here to start things off.
The one thing you really don't want to do if you're Tunnicliffe is spend about 3 minutes on that turn. I like the placement he's chosen as well, and I like that he didn't use more than just over a minute on that move. Josh Sokol to respond now. And there looks to be just one standout option here for him. He can score 35 points. He will keep pretty terribly, but HEEL beneath G's, making EE and ZE, looks to be a very strong play for Josh. But he's looking now at Eloge, ELOGE, same spot, 25 points instead of the 35 for heel. A better leave, but it exposes a triple word on the right side of this board. Will, are you playing heel here, or is there a reason to deviate from that?
That's a good one. I mean, he's definitely strongly thinking of Eloge. And of course, if I'm imagining where he's going to be playing that, that might open a little bit more than he should want to at this stage. But as we can see, Matthew with the Q draw, that's going to limit a little bit what he can do in response to that. I think your analysis is solid. I like just playing it a little bit tighter here. Especially while your tiles are somewhat mediocre as they are for Josh, and live to fight on the next turn.
Yeah, what is he grabbing now? Is this just EL? Surely he's not just going to play EL. He's going to play Eloge, I think. And I really don't like this option unless he's got a compelling reason to try to keep this board open. If you needed to win this game by 100, maybe you play Eloge, but I don't like this decision.
Yeah, it's a little too open, and you're also sacrificing a ton of points. But as anybody that watches Josh on Twitch knows, oh, there he goes. He's played much shorter with just HE. So contrary to what we thought, Matt, where he was maybe opening too much, he's taken the way more defensive approach here of just using only a couple tiles and leaving a board that is very difficult to score on. But Matthew with that S should be okay to navigate this.
Yeah, what an interesting decision here from Josh. He's opting to play as constricted as possible, or so he thinks. He knocks Matthew Tunnicliffe's average score next turn down to just 35 points after HE. But heel, HEEL, in addition to scoring 12 more points, limits Matthew's options even further, knocking Matthew down to 31 points per turn next move. So this doesn't feel like the strongest option from Josh. Granted, I'm sitting here with the simulator in front of me, able to iterate these things out. Josh is just a dude over the board, but that looks to be a small misplay on turn one for Josh. And here comes Matthew punishing with that S as we expected. QIS coming down for 38, and Tunnicliffe is up 66 to 23.
Yeah, without that S in hand, it was going to be tough for Matthew to do very much on that turn, which I guess is the benefit of playing HE. Not really any lucrative underlaps after that. So really the S was the saving grace, for Matthew to be able to get that Q out for a pretty good score. In fact, 38 points, exactly what he wants. And now back over to Josh with, again, it seems like, looks like he's drawn the other H. So I'm almost feeling some deja vu. This is almost the exact rack that he had on the first move, Matt.
I actually think he's going to play the two tiles HE again this turn, just playing EH, making HEHS. Feels pretty strong to me. It sets up the G for ING bingos. I like that option, but he's opting to play longer here. This is Helio, Helio coming down. 29 points. Get rid of a bunch of your tiles all at once. Set up the QIN stack possibility underneath. But yet again, Josh opting for a play from a menu of a bunch of plays that are pretty close. Now he's going to get hit by another big tile from Matthew Tunnicliffe, the X that Matthew's found this turn.
Yeah, it's interesting. Again, maybe I did manage to get that point in that if you watch Josh, you know that he is not a fan of the G as a tile. And here he is keeping it twice on the first two moves with reasonable candidate plays that would have shedded that G. So I'm sure he's anxious either to draw an I to pair with his N and G, which he's been able to do, but yuck, a little bit too heavy on that vowel imbalance on Josh's draw. So he did get one of the I's that he would have wanted, but too much of a good thing is always a threat in Scrabble, Matt.
Oh my goodness. He held GN and picked up EEIIO. Old MacDonald is not a character in Game of Thrones as far as I know, but Josh has found him here.
True. Yeah, there's definitely some farmland to be had out in that universe, but yeah, we don't know if old MacDonald is living there as well. So let's see. It looks like, is Matthew thinking about potentially keeping that X here? It's weird because the plays that you could use to bomb the X underneath Helio leave very poorly. So I'm sure Matthew is going to be thinking, can I avoid playing Rex, which does create some big hooking opportunities on the triple lane, Matt? It could be a risk he has to take, but he can't be feeling good about that right now.
I don't know. Rex is crazy. I mean, EFNN as a leave does nothing on this board, and you set up the G and P front hooks, which could come down for mammoth punishes on the other end. I actually prefer holding on to the X here. Neff sets up the X for next turn. You're setting up HE where you can stack the X underneath if Josh doesn't stack you. So this seems like a really good idea for Matthew. I think a lot of players would compulsively either play X or Rex right away in this turn. But the setup possibility, I think, makes Neff the best option here for Tunnicliffe. We'll see if he agrees.
Yeah, he was on that as an option really fast. It looks like now he's considering maybe just playing EX and just leaving that R off, which of course that adds another consonant to an imbalanced leave. That seems like it has some benefits, some upside compared to just playing Rex and getting hit with a P. It is worth noting a G is already on the board, which slightly lessens the risk of the Grex hook. But yeah, that just there's risk inherent there. And Neff is a really creative idea. You were talking pregame, Matt, about how creative of a player Matthew is. This is the sort of play that he's going to spot quickly, which it looks like he has.
Yeah, Neff, I think, is going to be what Matthew opts into. And just, I know the setup doesn't stay there all the time, but Matthew's threatening somewhere between 6 and 9 points additionally next turn after Neff compared to the other options. That's the strength of this setup. You're just going to do so much better next turn if Josh doesn't take the spot. And hey, if he does, whatever, you'll figure something out. You got some good letters on your rack. Love this decision for Matthew. And right as I say that, he pulls his hands back off the tiles and shakes his head.
It's a tough play to pull the trigger on just because by keeping that X, you really basically doom yourself, barring an extremely good draw, to not being able to play a bingo on the next turn, which that's, the upside of those high point tiles. And the X, Z, J, Q are, of course, they score a ton of points. And the downside is the reason they score a ton of points is there are not that many words with those letters in them, especially longer words. So anytime you're keeping an X, you have to know that you are tanking your odds of playing those all-important bingos on the next turn. But in this case, the defensive virtue of this plus the additional setup makes it an excellent play. I'm impressed with this one, Matt. Nice job by Tunnicliffe here.
Yeah, I don't know that there are too many players who actually navigate that turn the way he did, but this is the engine's preferred play by about 2 points over any other option, and it gets the Matt Canick thumbs up as well. a dubious honor in that one. There are going to be a number of challenging decisions over the board, but even some challenging off the board decisions as well. The top 4 players from this 8-man CSW field will advance to the championship bracket, and whoever finishes in first today gets to choose which opponent they play tomorrow in a best of 8 elimination round. So the 1 seed will not necessarily play the 4 seed. They get to choose, do I play the 2 seed, the 3 seed, or the 4 seed in a best of 8? That is something I've never heard of in a tournament before, but something that I think is fascinating. You know, if you're the 2 seed and the 1 seed opts to pick you over the 3 and the 4, well, I would take that personally. I'd make a Michael Jordan meme about it, and I would try to pop off the next day. So we'll see. There's going to be plenty of drama here at the Game of Tiles.
Yeah, that is an amazing additional bit of intrigue here, is just to see who is going to pick who once the dust settles after day 1. I feel like there could be potentially some power moves going on too, where people just pick the hardest possible opponent just to say, look, you know, I'm just that crazy that I'm going to pick this extremely tough player. Then again, everybody in the division is so tough that it is going to be a extremely difficult choice no matter what, no matter who shakes their way into that top 4. The choices are going to be excruciating for those players that move on. So yeah, it's going to be fun to see who picks who for sure. I love that little wrinkle of this tournament.
Josh Greenway pointing out to us that that suggestion was actually made by Matthew O'Connor. So thanks, Matthew, for your addition to shaking up Scrabble and giving us new varieties, new flavors of tournaments. Stuff like this, in my eyes, is always fun. What is not fun is Josh's turn, and thank goodness I don't have to analyze it, because as soon as we finally turned our attention there, Josh exchanges 3 of the vowels, exchanging EIO down to EGIN. EGIN is not going to bingo in too many spots on this board. The ING doesn't seem to fit very well, but we'll see what Josh pulls here. A big, big draw for him. ELNRRUX on Matthew Tunnicliffe's rack. He's up by 41 and going to be up by a lot more. He is able to smash the X setup he made last turn. Lux 48. Matthew up now over a bingo. And Josh looking to pull well, but he's pulled a Y into the ING. No playable bingos for Josh after the small exchange.
Yeah, Josh may have been looking at this line for 7s, where if he could draw the right consonant or, you know, something to start his word, he might be able to play something there as a 7. He's not been able to do that, even though he has easying on his rack. Doesn't fit anywhere on the board, and he's going to have to improvise here, though he still is going to have a good bingo leave after whatever he chooses here. He should be able to play his Y and probably keep that INGS combination together one way or another. And he does stand a decent chance of getting a bingo down in short order. But this has not gone the way he would have hoped to start here. And as you said, Matthew reaping the benefit of that X setup in a much more defensive manner, this area of the board, compared to had Matthew gone the Rex approach instead of Neff. There'd be a lot of volatility, but now with Lux going down, it is just way, way tighter. And Matthew with a solid lead on a very difficult board. He's got to be feeling good early on.
Indeed, he does. And Josh has another challenging turn here. I don't know the right line for him. I suspect we're going to see some time used by Josh Sokol here. Your gut instinct is to play off probably just the A and the Y, maybe just the Y. And there are different places to do that. LAY down from the L in Lux is 18 points. AY on top of G's is 21 points. But AY on top of G's is just asking to get smashed next turn by an overlapping play. So I was just about to get to this option here. In CSW, HEY takes a back S. Josh is setting himself up for success without giving much back to Matthew Tunnicliffe. I love this choice.
This is definitely a more active play for Josh to set up that S hook, as you mentioned here. There is a risk if Matthew has a particularly defensive play somehow right here that doesn't take an S, but that's really difficult. Almost any letter that you're going to be able to put right here is still going to give a hook back. So this is deceptively difficult to close for Matthew. And Josh has drawn guineas on the rack, which is going to go down unless Matthew finds an extremely creative way to block it. I'm not sure there is such a way, Matt.
No, I think he can't do anything without giving up other possibilities back. As you said, if Matthew plays something with AN or AR playing down, that's just going to get hooked instead. So Josh finally finding his way into a bingo in this game, though he still trails. He'll still trail after that bingo comes down. Matthew with the dreaded triple double ENNOORR. I don't know. I'd be looking to play as long as possible here if I'm him. A play of Nooner and Ion, Nooner, to me says, hey, I'm just going to go digging into this bag. I'm going to try to get one of those S's that is suddenly a huge tile in this game. Just get rid of all these one pointers. I don't need to bingo. That feels really, really strong to me.
I agree. It looks like he has decided on that very same play. 17 points here. You can't, turn up your nose at that. Exchanging tiles here was very unlikely to give Matthew a leave that he was that excited about. Really, the best thing that he could have kept was something like ERN, something like that, which in a vacuum, maybe that's good, but you really would prefer to have one of those S's or blanks to any of those letters. So by that token, scoring 17, burning through 6 tiles looks clearly correct. And Josh is going to respond with guineas here to cut the deficit quite a bit, but a nice draw for Matthew. It remains to be seen what he's going to do with it, but it looks like nice balanced tiles for him here.
Yeah. Guineas is going to give Matthew an 80-point bingo in addition to a 70-pointer that he can play elsewhere on the board. So Matthew is going to pull way back ahead in this game after Josh pulls close with his first bingo. We'll see a bingo, but a bingo response. Off to the races here at King's Landing, Ontario.
Yeah, so Josh probably feeling good that he's navigated this tricky early game position. He really is hoping that Matthew has one more clunky rack here that he can pull ahead. And look at that. That blank finds its way into Josh's rack. So he's probably thinking, if I could just get one more rack from the likes of which that Matthew just played Nooner, which is, again, that's what you're hoping, that your opponent can only score 17 points. One more rack like that and Josh would be in business. Instead, Prodigal through the G of guineas looks like it's going to score very, very well as a bingo and put Josh on the back foot once again.
Yeah, so Prodigal likely to come down. The only other bingo Matthew has on this turn is the 7-letter dipolar, which plays above the AG in Gs. That would string a D out in a triple line and sacrifice 10 points. There's no reason to make that play if you see this one. Matthew has found his highest scoring bingo and pulls ahead by 94 points. Josh, though, with the blank, will be looking to make something happen. I think the best way for him to do that is in the bottom right corner of this board. The 4-letter FAUT and FE sets up a back hook, the S, and while Josh doesn't have it, he's got a blank, and he needs some volatility on this board. He needs to open up some new high-scoring spots. This seems like a slam dunk play to me. Is there any reason you wouldn't make this play, Will?
No, it looks great at this score just because you have other options, potentially something like FUD in this spot, leaving ATT blank. But I really like at this score taking a little bit more of an aggressive approach. If you can catch Matthew without an S on the rack, maybe either you draw one or you draw into a bingo, making your blank an S. It's actually quite difficult to deal with that T in space if that is the move that Josh picks. Kind of hard to block. I guess the best way to block it would be just playing off of the A, but that has its own risks, of course, with exposing a triple lane for Josh's bingo. So there are ways that even that can work out decently for him. So it looks like he has those tiles set aside, Matt, thinking along the same lines.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the play here. Maybe you keep things a little more controlled with Tuft, quadruple overlap on the right side of guineas. but I just don't see how you end up winning the game long term with a play like that. You've already got to be thinking about opening this board up. It is worth noting that Prodigal does take an S, so board's not quite as closed as you might think after this play, but I think the I and the N floating in space are rather important. I think creating more lines now on this board is important given the game state and your big deficit.
Yeah, it is worth noting that there's a lot of good. So Josh is down by a score that is sort of, demanding that he play a bingo here, but there are a lot of good scoring spots on this board. This could be a really damaging scoring spot right here. Can often score well, even though if you just notice, a lot of the highest scoring letters in the Q, Z, and X are already on the board. So that takes the sting out of some of those spots just a little bit. But all of them are going to be offering pretty solid scores. Even this spot could be solid sometimes with that J, if you can play Gene or Jeet or something there. So there is a lot of scoring power on this board. It's not quite as good for bingoing, which isn't the best news for Josh at this particular score line, Matt.
Yeah, if you're Josh, you want bingo lines and not scoring opportunities. That's how you claw your way back in. Or if there are scoring opportunities, you need JQXZ to hit them. And Matthew played JQ or Z, Q, and X on his first 3 moves. So not a lot of firepower. He's going to need bingos to get back in. I think keeping bingo lines open is the MO for Josh here. I wonder if he's thinking about playing FUD or something beneath Nooner, making OF and trying to set up a back T, trying to get down to the bottom part of this board. But that ATT leave just feels too terrible to me.
That's interesting. It feels like it's going to be actually tough to get those bingos down, even though you're keeping some T's to, overlap of there. It's hard to really see that actually opening that part of the board conclusively. But I guess the thing that you can say for it is it scores decently. I think you're really looking at scores in the mid 20s here. So FUD hits that benchmark, scoring about that much. And maybe just keeping things a little bit more open on the bottom than they would be otherwise. I just don't think it's that good of an opening to prioritize, but none of the options are like slam dunk here. So I could see him considering that choice.
That could also be FUD on top of Nooner. Just if you play FAUT and Tunnicliffe does have an S, it's starting to feel like game over. He's going to play Tuft here. I wonder
Ooh,
if he's not sure of the hooks on FAUT or if he sees there's too many consonants in the pool and wants to hold a vowel. Interesting.
yeah, this is going to play right into Matthew's hands, though, with that Y hook if he wants to use it. So he should be able to play any number of things. I was already thinking a word that jumps out to me from Matthew's rack is, I'm sure I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of Aegyo, Aegyo. That would now play hooking Tufty if he wants it for a pretty solid score and closing those lanes right back down. But we'll see what Matthew elects to do. Again, he's got all these open spots on the board to think about to try to maximize his score. And meanwhile, Josh's draw a fair bit better. Not sure if he's going to be, I think he must have something ready to go down somewhere with that nice, flexible consonant vowel draw map. But it's going to be interesting to see where Matthew plays here.
Yeah, I can't see why he wouldn't take the Tufty spot, though he can score 44 with the quadruple underlap of Jaeger beneath the ONER of Nooner. YAGER is 44, holds IO, but after Josh spends all that time and then plays Tuft like this, if I've got the Y, I'm taking that spot every single time I can. And Agio seems to do exactly what you want to do. If you want to play a little bit more defense, GOARY, or Matthew's looking at GOEY here, I'd be looking to get up as high as possible to obstruct as many prodigals bingos as I possibly could. But a tough turn for Matthew. He should pounce on that Y hook, though.
Looks like he's setting up a ton of different options here. Gory, this is actually a valid play in the Collins lexicon. For a moment, he set up Ager, which is a 39-point play off of this A, which keeps RIO. I think he can do better than that as far as a leave. But yeah, I haven't seen evidence that he spotted I think it is a new word to the dictionary of AEGYO there. So sometimes those new words can escape notice. But there we go. Gory. This is a pretty solid option. Scoring a little bit less than the play we suggested, but still getting a lot of the same objectives accomplished, Matt.
Yeah, Gory does block a little bit more of the board, and whether that was a miss, like he didn't know the new word or didn't spot the new word, versus if that's just a stylistic decision, I suppose we'll have to find out after the fact with some sleuthing. Josh back on turn, incredibly, out of a really strong looking rack. He has no bingos, none at all. So if you're watching along at home trying to find one, go ahead and give up. It's not happening for Josh. He'll have to choose how many points he wants to score now, how much he wants to open the board, and how he wants to do that. He's got several strong options, all scoring upper 30s or lower 40s here, all doing different things to the board. I think the most straightforward one of those would be a talk, ATOK, through the O in Prodigal. This takes two back hooks, the S that you might expect, but also an E. So that opens up the top of the board and that fifth row on the board at the same time. This feels strong to me, Will. What do you think?
Yeah, I love this with the E hook with an E in hand for Josh if he spots this. First of all, it scores 39 points. Very, very solid. Let me get my chicken scratch off the board here. He spotted it quickly. I think he's realizing that this does everything he wants, setting up two spots that are going to be useful to him. If Matthew has an E, he's going to be either playing the E hook himself or trying to block it the best he can. But that is still going to leave this upper triple. If Josh can draw some consonants, he's drawing the J. Not sure if that's the tile he wanted to see when gunning for a bingo. But maybe it's not the worst draw in the world to get a good 1-2 punch, score well with the J, and bingo on your next turn. But time is running short a little bit for Josh. He needs that bingo in a hurry.
He's actually pulled the bingo that he was looking for. Jellied plays with a toke. That's likely to get blocked, but he does have an 8 through the A in a talk now. So Josh threatening bingos in each of the lines that he just set up. This is exactly what he wanted to do. Matthew Tunnicliffe to respond. My eyes would go straight to the Atoke, ATOKE back hook, and I'd be looking to thwart it as much as I can. The V, a great blocking tile, so I could play shorter, something like VIDE. I could play longer, something like Divine or Ivied, but I would be looking to play in that spot 100% of the time. In CSW, Ivied takes a front D hook, so maybe you don't play that. Matthew's found what his strongest equity option, which is dative through the T in Tufty, but there's no way at this score Matthew should be making this play. It takes a back S. He doesn't have an S. There's two S's and two blanks unseen. Don't open the bottom of this board unless dative way outscores any other option.
Yeah, this is purely I'm showing you that I see this, or he's thinking about it and then realizing that strategically there is no need to place that hook on the board at this juncture. And he's pivoted quite a bit to a similar scoring play of Viand for 33, and down comes Jellied. So we have ourselves a game here, especially if Matthew draws a few more vowels, Matt.
We're going to have to get blank cam up if we have it, because that blank could be an E or an L. That could be G-lead or Jellied. That is an L. Okay, Jellied. Thank you to Josh Greenway on the ground for blank cam and everything else. I was shocked that Matthew Tunnicliffe did not take out the Atoke spot, and he's got to be shaking his head now, as once I get these scores updated after that dramatic swing, he's barely got a lead at all. Some of the draw to this play of Viand, I think, was holding AEI into a pool that had a lot more consonants than vowels, but I feel like you have to block the obvious bingo line there if you're Tunnicliffe. I'm shocked that he didn't.
Yeah, it's interesting. There were options that did that, but some of the best equity options in that spot would have given back more stuff, like Divine right here, of course, giving back the triple with multiple, blanks unseen. So it probably would have taken a bit of an equity sacrifice to block that E hook. And maybe he just felt that he was giving up a little bit too much in that regard. But yeah, that spot definitely would have been huge to take away there. But saving grace for Matthew is he still has about a 20-point lead with some decent scoring tiles. He's still in good shape here, but things just got a heck of a lot closer.
Things are a lot more interesting here. Game of Tiles doing its best Game of Thrones impression. Just when you think somebody's going to run away with it, everything gets crazy. Hopefully nobody dies here, as we would see in Game of Thrones, but we will find out. A, B, C, C, E, I, T, the rack now for Tunnicliffe. His gambit of holding 3 vowels paid off dividends here as he drew B, C, C, T on his 4-tile draw. Abject scores 40 here and looks to be the slam dunk best play in my eyes.
Yeah, that looks great, man. That is so good here. It gets a lot of the clunkier tiles, undoubling the C's, using up that B from the rack and scoring extremely well, while also really using up a lot of the space on the board. You really block off this E of jellied, which could be a scary spot to leave open. So that looks fantastic if Matthew is able to spot that, which I fully expect him to do. Again, these players so good, so precise. There's a reason that these are the 8 players competing in the game of tiles here. And there we go. I think he probably just spotted this. And as soon as he did, it's time to play it because there can't really be anything better here.
Yeah, Abject is the strongest play for Tunnicliffe, but incredible that Josh Sokol has a playable 7 on this turn. I think chat has already seen it. Josh has a 5 underlap bingo on his rack right now that is going to play for 88 and pull him into the lead. And he's likely going to reach in and draw that second blank as well. Look at this pounder, 88 points. Josh Sokol leads by 29. I can't believe the swing we've just seen in this game.
That is insane, Matt. Amazing. That is an absolute stunner. I mean, for us and certainly for Matthew to imagine a bingo going down at the bottom of the board, taking such precise overlaps and not even including a blank, as you just mentioned as well. That is a stunner, a tough one for Matthew here, who's going to now need to buckle down in a big way. But as you can see, that blank does not find its way onto Josh's rack as he sets up Overawe, a move which he once played in amazing enough fashion to be featured on my YouTube channel. For those that watched that video, Josh with an incredible out bingo of Overawe, but that other W, the fly in the ointment, that blank is still lurking, Matt, for Matthew to draw.
Yeah, wow. What an interesting situation. Matthew now staring at an uphill fight in a game where he's been in commanding position since the beginning. He's got to look at that unseen pool and be terrified as well. It's quite bingo prone. Save the VWW at the end. That blank lurking, 2 S's lurking. Can't feel good here for Matthew, but we know SS blank all lurking in that bag. SS blank, 3 of the 10 tiles Josh is counting right now. Matthew's top play by equity by a long margin is IAMB at the bottom of this board, making OPA and and nub. As Will draws this on the board, you're going to see what this does for the player who's able to draw the next S. And if you're Matthew, odds are Josh has an S, and if he doesn't, he might even burn the blank to hit that spot hard. So IAM is not a play that I suspect Matthew's going to make, but it is a play that would work out in this universe. As we know, SS blank are in the bag. But if you don't play IAM here, what else do you do? Anything jumping out to you, Will?
Yeah, that play is so crazy. But in the event that Josh does not have an S or a blank, it is just lethal. There is so little that you can do about this to productively block it. The 2 H's for OPA, you could normally place an H on the board, but that is not possible here with the 2 H's already on the board. So if you could just catch Josh with the wrong stuff to deal with it, man, what a way to put incredible pressure on him here. But it is a scary, scary play to make with those 2 S's and the blank unseen. As you say, though, Matt, once you realize how scary of a play that is, you got to start looking for an alternative. And what exactly is the alternative here? Are you looking at just playing something like I don't know, just Bima right here. Is this the way to undouble your A's, use your B and M, and try to draw the blank and hit a bingo to this A or something like that? It's hard to come up with a candidate play that puts anywhere near as much pressure on Josh at least some of the time. And there Matthew is considering it, and you can look at his body language and he doesn't love it, but there's a little smile on his face because he knows how just horrible it's going to be for Josh if he doesn't have the S and blank, Matt.
But this is a situation where you can use a little bit of math and try to approximate, like, what are the odds Josh does not have SS blank on his rack? What are the odds at drawing 7 fresh tiles? None of those found their way onto his rack. And I'm not going to crunch the numbers right now as I try to talk, but I would guesstimate it's between 15 and 25%. That's probably the best shot you've got. Like, I don't see Bima winning this game too often, and he's pulling the trigger on it. Wow.
This is crazy. Let's see what Matthew draws. Is he going to draw SS blank and feel, oh my God, I might have just swindled this game back from Josh after Pounder? There's one S. Oh my God.
Oh my. That's incredible. That's incredible.
Insane. Are you not entertained?
Yeah, this is a plot twist deserving of the game of tiles. This is the madness you did not expect, where Matthew Tunnicliffe was probably 90% to win, and then Josh Sokol was 90% to win, and then Matthew Tunnicliffe back to 90+% to win. SS blank on the 4-tile draw for Matthew. He's got to feel great now.
Yeah, he's got stuff ready to hammer in that spot. Actress or something like that is going to score fantastically. And he's, even if he doesn't get that spot to play in, he's just scored 35 points. That's another wonderful part of I Am, is it just was the highest scoring play by a long shot. Of course, you're going to give back all those points and then some if Josh does have an S and a blank. But again, when he doesn't, he is under huge threat because now Matthew is ahead and all of Josh's blocks are not going to score enough. So if Josh blocks down there for very low scores, Matthew can just outscore his way to a win without cashing in the big spot. So many good things can happen from there. Of course, the tile bag needed to be just right for Matthew, but I really think that was classic Matthew Tunnicliffe. Absolutely warranted, calculated aggression when the game demanded it most.
Man, incredible stuff. 5 tiles in the bag now. Josh is looking at Wowee, Wowee, down to the E and jellied. 43 points, leaves 1 tile in the bag. Feels great, but if Matthew has a bingo at the bottom of the board, you're done. And even if he doesn't, you might still be done. A high-scoring play at the bottom of this board could just do it. Something like crits and opas is likely still going to win this game for Matthew, I think. But I just see no way that Josh can obstruct the bottom of this board.
So let me pose this to you, Matt. Is it possible that what Josh should be doing here is to fight fire with fire? Should he play something like EWW right here? Just knowing that, it's possible that maybe an S or blank are still lurking in the bag. And by doing this, you're keeping at least a somewhat semblance of a flexible leave. And if you can draw an S, you may now have massive bingos in 2 spots that cannot both be blocked. Is Josh in that dire of a position after I Am that he needs to do something like this?
I think that might just be brilliant, actually. I mean, fight fire with fire. How else could you possibly win this game? Any play at the bottom is likely going to be game over. You lose, even if it's not the bingo. So you've got to hope now you draw a bingo in response to his. Is EWW the best way to do that? I'm not sure, but setting up a second line feels like the right option here for Josh. Fire with fire.
Absolutely insane. This is game one, folks, of what promises to be an insane weekend of Scrabble here at the Game of Tiles from Kingston, Ontario. Absolutely insane game to start. If this is any indication, I'm going to be busy for weeks after this one. But yeah, Josh, I feel like we've got maybe the two most outside the box players. Well, I shouldn't say that. We got Matthew O'Connor, Adam Logan. Let's just say we have two incredibly creative players sitting at the table right now. So I could easily see Josh come up with something crazy like that here and have that maybe be his best path forward in this extremely unique position here. I'm fascinated to see what Josh does here. I'm sure you are too, Matt.
Yeah, it looks like he's thinking of fishing just the W. I guess this would be WE next to the E in abject, keeping the 6-letter AEORVW. That would bingo if he draws SS or blank out of the bag. That's 3 out of 10, 30% roughly. So that feels all right. 30% is probably the best you can do. Now, the problem with a play like this is I think even if you draw the bingo, I don't know if you win because the bingos Matthew can have on the bottom score so much.
Well, also keep in mind from Matthew's perspective, if he has a bingo that plays in both spots, oh, I guess you're stipulating that Josh is going to draw an S or a blank, which we know he cannot do. So if that were to happen, yes, then Matthew would be in a bind. But in this particular situation, let's say there was a bingo that Josh could draw. Matthew would just play his he has an A to hook this W. So he would just play his bingo here and forego playing down low if he knew that Josh simply did not have a bingo that fit in that spot and instead was gunning for this one. Matthew has that optionality of being able to pick which spot he wants to play in and know that potentially the other spot just does not work with the tiles Josh has. So in this scenario, yeah, maybe Matthew is holding the power here. But if Josh were to draw an S or a blank, now you're talking about a brutal decision for Matthew, not knowing which spot to block.
Yeah, I think the strength of fishing the W for Josh is he knows that only SS blank is going to bingo, but that will bingo in both lines guaranteed. So that's probably what's going through Josh's head here. I don't know. I don't know if WE is the right way forward. It looks to hit 3 out of 10 in a vacuum. Scrabble's not played in a vacuum. I don't know. EWW might be stronger to me, but the more tiles you can leave in the bag unseen to Matthew, the more fog of war there is, the less he can accurately plan and assess the threats. Oh, man, this is a tough turn.
Yeah, I mean, just to emphasize a couple other options that under normal conditions would certainly look pretty good. I mean, Josh could just play WAW right here. He could play the same letters right here. Normally, those would be great plays to get rid of his weakest bingo, tiles on this rack and score decently, but those just do not feel anywhere near active enough on this board with this spot lurking with SS blank unseen. I do think it's going to require Josh to go in a very, very different direction, and he's going to just play it a little straighter up here. Wowee scores 43. So I think he's just pinning his hopes on outscoring and Matthew simply not drawing anything that great on the bottom row, but his hopes are about to be dashed quickly here, Matt.
Yeah, that's going to be it in this one. The SS blank draw from Matthew Tunnicliffe after the big brain IAMB play. Now, the last challenge for Matthew is, can he find his best bingo? He can score 106 on this move.
That would be impressive. Looks like he's got another option that scores 103, if the math is correct right here, of recasts. But yeah, there is one better for the word hawks out there to try to spot. And yeah, either way, that should definitely be enough. Josh he kind of drew okay, given that he left the V on his rack, but there just is going to be nothing that allows him to come back after this 100-point blow, whatever it is that Matthew lands here.
Let me get those scores and unseen tiles updated for everybody watching at home. 1 tile in the bag from Josh's POV. Matthew, looking at this pool, sees AIIMORTV. There's nothing threatening in there. He's got the game won. Now he just needs to find the best bingo. If there's any doubt on recasts as a word at all, he can just swap the A and the blank and play racists. Same spot, same score, 103. So the last intrigue we have now is, will he find 106?
Yeah, what a game to start. I just give huge credit to both players for a number of awesome plays in this game. You could just go back to any number of plays and say, wow, that was fantastic by these players. And Josh, with a smile on his face, he is one to appreciate a good game when he sees it, even if he's on the wrong end of things here. As you can see, it looks like we got that flash update. Ben Schoenbrunn winning his first game so far, starting off on the right foot. So we're going to have those beautiful updates thanks to LPS Advanced Stats. And that is a really, really cool innovation from LPS. And while we're talking about that, Matt, we might as well give a little plug to the huge amount of effort that Let's Play Scrabble has done behind the scenes to get this set up.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible amounts of work, and I'll talk a little bit more to that in just a minute. Co-stars looks like what's coming down here from Matthew. 79 points is the best. I guess he's taken the 100% slam dunk sure win. He knows this word, but racists will play for a ton more. Josh just giggling at it.
Yeah, why? He's thinking, why not play for 30 more? But I'm not sure if that play has actually been committed. Yeah, he's committed it. So Matthew not willing to risk the game on anything he's unsure of. That makes it a closer end game, but it's still not going to be close enough.
Yeah. So the 106 was Scarths, SCARTHS, making the blank H fall behind OPA. That's really tough to spot. But yeah, great job to LPS for catching Josh and that facial reaction as Matthew left 30 points on the table, and Josh probably realized immediately. Great stuff from Josh Greenway and Josh Koff, who programmed, our new leader banners and everything else out there. And there were quite a few tech issues. The main platform that Josh Greenway and LPS used to run all of their streams suddenly and abruptly went down several weeks ago, and it is not coming back. So Josh had to pivot everything he's doing, try to set up a brand new set of software, and we are piloting it for the first time today. Incredible amount of work by Josh Greenway, but he is so committed to streaming all of his tournaments. He figured it out. Hats off to him. So far, we are running completely scot-free. I will knock on some wood real quick. And as Matthew plays out, we'll cut to overhead mic and catch the end of this one.
Oh, so much to say. Wow, what a game.
Yeah, you're right. I double crossed off my V's, so I was not supposed to bingo, but also
What a game, dude.
it's just not the right bingo.
That's insane. I had so many lives. I played so badly, but
Oh, I missed this E-hook, and I'm supposed to play there on that turn.
it's like I have Jade like, but yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm supposed to play there on that turn.
Yeah,
Just quite a bit better. Wow, I
So stupid.
stumbled across the finish line.
No. I mean, you maybe stumbled across the finish line, but I was stumbling the whole way through, so that's crazy.
Maybe even racist runs of these stuff.
No, can't. There's no way.
Also, recast is just a common word. I'm like, what if it's just not?
Yeah,
a dictionary for
so
some reason?
yeah. I was like, I thought because you were taking this one, because racist blank was in the bag. I was like, he's probably just worried about the V. This is 7 and 8. Like,
Yeah,
you might not lose.
my tracking was off. I was also like, do I have time to fix my tracking, or do I just bingo? Because yeah, I should have considered there was a stick.
This was so cool. This was so cool.
Not as cool as me drawing SS blank off of IM.
Yeah, I figured you probably didn't have.
I didn't have
More than an
anything.
S.
I was like, what what do I do?
Yeah, it was
Unless
great.
I had
That
a
was amazing.
bingo or something.
I could have fished the W, keeping over awe without the E.
God, because I was panicking trying to find bingos to the A. I found one that I wasn't 100% sure.
Okay.
I gotta check this word.
Through the A win.
On this turn, because if you block, I was like expecting to block, so I'm like, I need to block the A.
Okay.
That's-
Wow.
It's phony. Okay, good. There's actually nothing. I actually thought catgrass might be a word, but it's just
Catgrass?
matgrass.
Oh, cool.
So then, like, if you block, I can't bingo, and I think I have to try and prodigal stakes an S, so I can. I don't know if bingos fit here. I couldn't find anything here, but I can probably score well enough here after the 6.
Dude, oh my god. I played so bad though. I'm glad it was really, really
Oh,
cool. at
also
the
just
end.
actress. Oh my god, this has got to be like the 12th best play.
Okay.
I was just like panicking. I didn't see scarves either.
The problem is I saw the freaking I saw the dot.
Oh, I was showing you the dot, dude. I want you to know about the dot.
But it made me make a better play. I was gonna fish, but then it's only a 2 and whatever.
I want you to know I pulled the dot off of I am. I want you to be infuriated. What was I looking for? Like a good play if you block down there.
Amazing game.
Because if you block, you're probably just losing, right?
Yeah, I can't.
But I'm low on
There's
time.
No way. I'm low
I'm
on
low on
time.
time.
I'm low on
I need
time.
to find a good play here. And it's not a
You're fine. You have such good letters.
caster. I can't.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's even just like a bingo that fits here. It doesn't look like it.
Totally fine.
Yeah, if I just play here, that's probably I'm gonna outrun whatever garbage play you put down there. But maybe you go out 2 and it gets close.
Dude, look at this. Look at this possible play.
So was I am just like dumb luck or big brain? I don't know.
No, that was amazing. That was a great play. Going for one of these.
Yeah, I mean, oh. So you know you're not drawing the blind.
That's the
And you
problem.
need the blind.
So if you don't, if you
You
have
have
like,
hours in both spots.
yes, if you have both, if you have no vowels, for example, or one vowel and you can't bingo, and you play carts or marts or morts or whatever, I think I can sometimes outrun you in the end game if I draw the blank. But then that was the problem. It's like if you have the blank, this barely works anyway. If you have, it only works if you have no vowels, because then you might go here and just try to score, and then I outrun you. So I'm kind of dead with the blank. I think I might have actually had to do this anyway and hope for an S. Yeah, I don't know.
What did you have in your exchange?
I don't want to talk about those earlier moves. Those moves are garbage.
Because I had the X on this turn. I could have cashed it on this turn. And decided
Yeah,
to try
and
to
I
set up
totally
instead.
misread. I thought you had bingo tiles / blank, and
No.
you had no vowels. You had no O, you had no A, you had no I.
I had none of those vowels. I had 2 E's.
And so I was going to play up here, but I didn't want to give you vowels. It's really dumb. Like all of these moves were terrible. This was terrible. This was terrible. This is okay, I think, unless I missed a bingo. Okay. Wow.
Well, wow. What a first game here from Kingston, Ontario, or King's Landing, Ontario, as we'll be calling it this weekend. That was awesome. And there's going to be a lot more awesome Scrabble coming your way, but I've got a lot of processing to do. Josh and Matt both have a lot of processing to do after that one. And Will, I think you've got a little bit of fuel already for an upcoming video, yeah?
Yeah, it's been a couple weeks since I got one out. I have a couple ready to rock in short order, but I have a feeling this tournament is going to have me eating good for a while. If game 1 is any indication, so many amazing moves by both players, really complicated positions to dig into, get deep into. They were really complicated down the stretch of that game. But yeah, a great omen that was game 1 here at the Game of Tiles.
Game 2 coming your way very, very soon. As that game, both players went down under a minute on their clocks and then had quite the post-mortem. I think the plan is just to stay live, that works for me as long as I have time to top off this coffee somewhere in there. But yeah, game 2 is coming very, very shortly. I think we're just going to stay live. Josh Greenway has put together some cool dragon stuff and awesome sounds and the spookiest, most epic in-between game music, but there will be plenty more in-between game sessions where we can feature that stuff. Matt and Will are going to hang out right here in between games as we get set up. If you guys at home could do a little bit of homework and help us out, please, if you haven't yet, click the thumbs up button down at the bottom of this video. The more likes we get, the higher up YouTube's algorithm Scrabble ends up going. And y'all know this if you've ever seen a Scrabble stream. My whole MO is to get as many people out there playing Scrabble at whatever level in whatever venue possible. One thing I'm going to do today to celebrate a new feature on woogles.io is in between these games, when we do cut to session, I'll play whoever on Woogles. If you want to play games with me in between sessions, my handle on there is Matt, M-A-T-T. You pick your lexicon. I prefer NWL, but I'll play CSW. I don't really care. Just match me one of those correspondence games. That's the new feature where you have basically all day to respond. It feels more like Words with Friends, kind of pass and play type thing. Just make it void because I don't know very many words and I'd rather try void. I'll play whoever. Anybody out there in chat, shoot me a match on Woogles, and after round 2, I'll make my first move. But yeah, woogles.io, you can play all sorts of Scrabble on the internet. I've played pretty much everybody in this field on Woogles at some point. I've been playing a lot more. Some of you guys in chat have been playing me recently, so hop on Woogles, play some Scrabble. That's my whole MO, and let's get new people out there watching Scrabble. Let us know where you're watching from, too. I know time zones are crazy, so what time is it? What country are you in? You know, I want to see who's hanging out with us on Valentine's Day. Who's staying home and watching Scrabble on Valentine's Day?
As you should be.
Yeah, this guy is.
Yeah, right here, who's got 2 thumbs, also doing that, and who's, who actually is happily married. Maybe not as much after today if I don't get some Valentine's Day carved out. But yeah, hopefully everybody can remember that Woogles ID name for you, Matt. Just kidding. Matt, that's how you know you're an early adopter. But that's a really cool promotion, or not promotion, just nice little initiative to get to play a very, very strong player in Matt, by the way, for anybody that's not aware, of course. I'm often on there playing Hasty Bot in Blitz games because I have some kind of a penchant for pain, I guess. But that sets me up nicely to take part in the game of tiles. In this world, pain is just part of it. As you could hear from Josh Sokol, he was in a little bit of pain after that last game as well. But yeah, in any case, not sure if we're taking that quick break or no. I think we're going to be ready to launch into that game. Matt, if you want to get your coffee, I can keep the seat warm for a second as we introduce the next game. It's up to you.
All right. Yeah, next game, Ben Schoenbrunn, Jason Keller. Will give you all a quick intro to those players, and I will get some more coffee. I'll be right back, y'all.
All right, let's do it. I mean, crazy, right? We just saw 2 former champion players, and our first player here is going to be Ben Schoenbrunn, our basically another de facto national champion level player, as the winner of the Word Cup a couple of years back. Extremely prestigious tournament to win. He's won Crescent City Cup. He's won all kinds of stuff, and he is one of the top players in North America for sure. So Ben is going to be one of our players here. And not sure if we have our other player card ready, but it's going to be, oh, there we go. The full player card here, Jason Keller, one of the, I believe he is a previous winner of the Canadian Scrabble Classic tournament. So I'm not sure if the defending champion or just a top contender in the field. You can see, look at that most recent tournament win, a 20-1 record at Niagara Falls. Jason, definitely one of the top players in the field. In the field as well. So let's maybe take a look at that head-to-head matchup between the two. I'm sure they've played a number of times, so we'll have to get those stats working. There's no way that there's a 0-0 head-to-head between these two, but I'm guessing it is a very, very close matchup between these two excellent players. So why don't we head down to the board and let these 2 champions get started with round 2 here.
All right, round 2 from King's Landing coming your way now. Ben Schoenbrunn, Jason Keller. And I mean, looking at the quality of the players in this field, it's wild to me to think that several of these players are not going to be in contention after today. The top 4 has to exclude some of Jason or Ben or Josh Castellano or Adam Logan or the 2 players we just saw, and Josh or Matthew Tunnicliffe. Like, wow, that's utterly insane. So I just can't believe how many good players and how many are going to cut after just day 1. Ben playing first, Adellae. Ooh, a triple double on turn 1. Double A's, double E's, double L's, and a D. I think you try to play through this rack, Will. Would you play LEA? Would you play Aldea? Or would you just exchange?
Man, this is tough because when you are looking to exchange from an opening rack like this, it's because you have good bingo tiles, but you don't really have a play that makes you feel that good to put on the board here. So in this case, the only plays that Ben can even play score 6, 12, something that's not that much. And potentially give your opponent the opportunity to close the board down with that valuable information. If you just play LEA, that definitely gives Jason some information about the type of tiles that you have left over, and he can make a defensive play if one is available that really obstructs your ability to bingo, which is a little tougher to do if you simply exchange to open the game. That being said, the tiles that Ben can keep as his leave on exchanges feel a little bit marginal to me. A leave like AEDL or something like that is nicely balanced, but Matt, I'm not sure it's so strong that exchanging would be warranted. It looks like Ben may be considering playing a word here.
Yeah, I mean, and even if you're going to exchange down to ADEL, like you're going to exchange AEL, so just put them on the board for 6. I know generally if you're going to play 2 vowels like AA or AI, it's better to exchange those than to expose the floaters. But I think playing 1 consonant, I think you can just take the 6.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I think it's okay to play ALE, even if it is telling Jason, hey, I got 4 good bingo tiles. It's going to be very difficult for him to respond to that in a sufficiently defensive way. And Ben is going to play Dally here. Dal, I think probably Dally, not the robot. This is probably just Dal. For 16, that's the highest he can get, but he is sacrificing some balance in the leave, Matt.
Yeah, that's interesting. AE can go south very quickly. You generally don't want to keep 2 vowels and no consonants, but that is the highest scoring option for Ben there. He's just got to dodge vowels in the bag, but he's already found an A, an O, there's an I, and okay, that's going to be rough for him. We're on Jason now, Deeegir. He had bingo threats with certain floaters he'd get, but he did not get anything he needed. The P for pedigree, the R for greedy are both not there. And now he's going to have to settle for a non-bingo option. Another quintessential Scrabble turn. Do I keep the best leave possible in DEIR and just drop GEE for a handful of points? Or do I look to play a little bit longer? Something like edgier through the D and DAL maybe an option? Or go real long, degreed down to the D or from the D? How would you approach this turn, Will? Play shorter, play longer?
I would be trying to play shorter just because the nice tiles that Ben just played all represent very good bingo threats. And if you can make a play that doesn't obstruct all of them, for example, the play that you mentioned of just G here, this looks like a nice way to balance the rack. I guess the only real drawback of this is that it creates O and A hooks here, neither of which you have if you're Jason. Of course, the odds of drawing one of those letters are solid. And even if you don't draw one, you just have these really nice open areas of the board to play basically any 7-letter word that you will draw. And that is the way that Jason's going to go here. I don't have a strong feeling about whether to play this on the bottom or on the top of Ben's word, but maybe you can distinguish between them, Matt.
Yeah, I don't know. My gut was to play on bottom. And then when you drew it on top, I was like, no, I like that better. Now that I'm looking at it on bottom, I think I like this. AE has no back hooks at all, so the worst you could get hit with is like just a 3 underneath. Whereas if you play on top, you can get stacked like 3 or 4 times. A 5 or a 6 letter word, even a bingo could stack on top. So I think this gets you hit less hard, less often, but I do think it's sort of splitting hairs there. So GEE, this works great for Jason if you draw a bingo, and looks like he has. Yeah, despite tripling up on those R's. All right, back on Ben, AACEIOR. The gambit to hold AE seems to have blown up in his face, but CIAO and OG looks very strong, very defensive, and it looks like Ben's already grabbing those letters to play this word.
Yeah, it's interesting that a play like this, at first glance, this looks terrifying. Like just opening up what looks to be this space, but the C stops all counterplay in that area. And there's only the Y hook to OG, where if you don't have a Y, you're going to struggle to overlap going down. But it looks like Ben is going to go a different direction. I wonder what he is. He's just going to play Oka. Okay, so this is definitely an example of the, if you're going to open one scoring area, let's open 2 at once. The problem is without a Y, this one is very difficult to access. This one much, much easier to hammer. But as you say, Matt, Jason's going to play derriere to the E of Dal there in the center of the board. And we'll see what Ben draws to be able to make use of the openings he just created.
Yeah, interesting choice there from Ben for sure. Jason does not play GEE for 11 and hold a Y like ever. So Yogi is not something you're scared of. And Jason's threatening bingos often. So if you set up the spot alongside the A and Oka to play a 5 on a triple word for a big score, it's likely yours. Now Ben has to capitalize on the plan. You expected to get bingoed on, you were. Can you score the big points? And he's drawn rather poorly yet again into AEIR. He picks up AOV. Looks like the best he can do in that spot is just 29, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, that's just, it's rough because you would hope with this nice, so the leave that Ben kept, I'm not sure if I should consider it a public service, Matt, if maybe I should just draw the letters right side up for people. Is that helpful so that people can actually see the letters right side up? But I'm not sure. But he left AERI on his previous move. And if he had drawn even one more consonant, he'd probably be a huge favorite to bingo here. But with that vowel heavy leave, he really needed at least 2 consonants most of the time, and he drew 2 vowels instead. So as you suggest, it looks like he may be forced to just cover up this spot right now while he has a decent scoring play. Or he could just go back to the well potentially and play something like Ova here and continue his quest of keeping those bingo prone but vowel heavy racks. He's going with Aver. I think this is a standard option.
Yeah, Aver makes too much sense to do anything else, I think. So this is what Ben's going to do. AO, not the best leave, but easily his highest score. You just got to do it and hope you draw better this time. 61 to 91, the score early on in this one. Jason's post-bingo draw will not threaten a second bingo, but does have the X on it. And I wonder how he's going to navigate this. He can score 32 without playing the X here. He's got a double-double available through the I in derriere, which is an incredible word to have through derriere. I'm going to be myself, though. Or you can cash the X right now, stay in bingo adjacent range, VOX or COX. Both options for 26 points here for Jason. Will you play in the X or are you playing the double-double?
Well, Tyrion Lannister himself could only smile at the idea of playing Orgiast through derriere. And I do feel, though, that I might be more apt to make this play if it's set up my X in a productive way. But otherwise, I do feel like playing off the X is paramount here. There are so many good bingo tiles open on the board. You've got E's, you've got R's, you've got I's, a D, so much good stuff. Where Jason, if he can just play his X, and he'll probably also have to play off an O in the spots that you mentioned momentarily of Vox or Cox, really Jason's bingo chances with these nice bingo tiles left over are so good, and the board is so open. That is the way he should be going here. And his only question is, which spot should he be playing the O and the X? And that is an interesting question. I guess I would opt to play it here if I was holding good enough bingo tiles. In the odds of maybe you draw something where playing off the V is the best option for you. If you draw IE, maybe Vergates is the best. I'm not really sure of that, but I think I would be playing there just to leave that space of the board on both the top and the bottom as open as possible, Matt.
When I'm making these decisions, I ask myself, what can I actually draw from the V? And Vergates jumped out to me. There are actually only two-letter possibilities Jason can draw that bingo from the V. One is EI and one is AN. And this is exactly what he did not want to draw. Another R and a Z, so he won't be bingoing. It's going to be an interesting turn for Jason. But we'll focus on that in a little bit. Jason going fishing and missing. Ben now on AIMNOVW. Oh, man, the sideways MVW is brutal for us to see, but we will do our best. Ben, if you're going to turn a tile sideways, make it the O, please, and thank you. Or don't.
Here, this is my public service to you all.
Thank you.
I don't know if that's, I'm not sure if that's helpful or if it's just distracting. You guys can let me know in the chat. Yeah, we got, so people are asking a couple questions about our game of tiles theme of the stream. And I think it's a fun little change of pace. This tournament is very different in a number of ways, at least as far as the stream, with that 8-player premium division, or premier division, I should say, between many of the best players in North America. So we've just added that extra theme to have a little bit of fun with it. And the players have even designated their mottos here. So House Benji's motto is, "Will turn your world upside down," which is a reference to his tile placement strategy. And Jason's motto of House Keller, "Small plays cast large shadows," which is I like that one for him as well. So the players having some fun with it, and hope everybody out there is as well.
Yeah, his small play of G cast a very large shadow in the 80-point derriere the next turn. I'll behave myself on shadow jokes and all that. You can make them at home yourself just fine. Once again, his play of Cox, opting to play it at the top, means he now threatens Ursats, which he set up for 70 points from the
Wow.
He had played Vox, no Ursats available to him. So yet again, a small play, casting a very large shadow for House Keller. And I don't see any option for Ben that's going to take that away. I don't see any option for Ben that doesn't just make me feel very sad. He might play Wove to one of the E's in derriere. He might play View. But there's nothing good to do here for Ben.
Yeah, this is brutal because the tiles that Ben has demands that he try to balance his rack a little bit, get the V and the W off. But unfortunately, there's no way to really accomplish that without also obstructing key areas of the board that he needs to keep open at his deficit. But I would also add, maybe this goes back to his play of Aver, where we were also talking about him making shorter, more fishy plays, trying to gun a little bit harder for an immediate bingo, that the score really isn't that out of reach, even after Jason's 80-point bingo. It's still close. There's no need to overreact. There's no need to go too far on the pendulum of, I need to bingo now. It's a close game. He can remain patient. And I do think that Aver made sense on that basis. And here he can probably go ahead and make a play like View through one of these two E's and feel like, all right, it's okay. It's still early. I don't have to worry about blocking the board and feel like it's going to be closed forever. He's not down by that much, Matt.
No, he's not. He doesn't need to get crazy aggressive, at least this early on. One thing that is huge in this game, if I'm Ben, is trying to get to one of the Ys for the Yogi spot and trying to get there as soon as possible. So tile turnover might be important for him on this turn. Playing Vimina, Vimina, allows him to do that. And he's going to choose this placement of it too. If he has one back hook, it's an L. Ben setting up maximum volatility here. Wow.
Now, so the Y, as you mentioned, Matt, already a big tile to draw because any long word, especially a 6-letter word with a good tile right here, is going to hit like a truck if that Y comes into play there. But now the L, as you mentioned, is a tile that is has outsized importance here. And that's always a nice thing when you're trying to come back from a deficit, is to make these threatening spots. But yeah, it's going to be all the more important that Ben draws something like that after Ursat's nice play by Jason to score a boatload with that Z there.
Oh, and Ben needing an L or a Y desperately instead finds BFHMO on his 5-tile draw. He can still score very well. WHOF or WHOOF. Woof. It's 43 right now. Ben's got several fun options again on this turn. This is another turn that's going to be huge in terms of driving the long-term dynamics of this board. How open, how closed are we going to keep things? Very, very curious to see how Ben plays this one, but this is a turn that warrants a lot of time with a lot of fun options available.
Yeah, board is still has a lot of opportunity. Ursat's scored fantastically well for Jason there. 70 points, getting that Z in just the right spot on the triple letter score, combining with the double word score. Definitely his right play, as we discussed. But yeah, it does create a huge overlapping potential underneath. So now you've got that spot, you've got the Y, you've got the L, and don't forget, you've got bingo lanes through very good tiles at the top of the board. 3 of the best bingo tiles in the game in the D, E, and R. So this board is alive with potential right now. And I do think that a play like Woof, this takes the sting out of the Viminal hook, but it adds a big S hook to the board, Matt. So things are not really getting any different here with that volatility factor.
Yeah, keeping things wide open. But unfortunately for Ben, there was one tile Jason was desperately hoping for, and that was indeed the O that was put out in space. This is going to give Jason a bingo in response.
Nice. And Jason's bingo, yeah, look how quickly he spotted it. I was going to say his bingo knowledge is so solid, as it is for so many of the players in this event. But I do think of this as being a major strength of Jason Keller. He knows the words very, very well and finds them quickly. Doggerel here, no exception. Nicely spotted, Matt.
Nicely spotted, quickly spotted from Jason, as we've come to expect. And now he has more than doubled up on Benji, 263 to 126 early on in this one. But don't count Ben out yet. The big Y hook still in space, the big S hook on Woof. If Jason pulls neither of those, then Ben could be at a big advantage. Jason overdrawn. It looks like we've got a clock stoppage.
Oh yeah, looks like an overdraw. That just happens sometimes. It's easy to accidentally pluck an extra tile from the bag. There's nothing else to it than that. It happens to everybody. We'll just have to see if we can figure out what was the overdraw, and it can't have been that bad because Jason has drawn a dynamite rack here, Matt.
We're hearing from Josh Greenway on the ground that Ben revealed an S and put it back in the bag, but it doesn't matter. Jason's 8-tile draw was so good that I think any letter except the blank could be put back and he'd still have a bingo. An embarrassment of riches for Jason. Oh, you know what? Even if the blank got put back, he'd have securest through the R. So like either one of the R's. So, okay. Sometimes you just do whatever you want in Scrabble.
Yeah, it happens. And that's why we're playing a whole bunch of games today to decide who's going to advance. As you mentioned earlier, it's going to mean for 4 players at the end of day 1 that do not make the cut into the bracket portion. Again, we've got 8 players, elite grandmaster level players in the game of tiles division here. They're all playing a round robin plus an extra King of the Hill game today, and the top 4 of those 8 will advance into the winner's bracket. The other 4 will advance into a consolation bracket where, frankly, the games are likely to still be banger after banger, but that is our format here. So every loss today hurts a little bit more than it might otherwise, because you really want to be one of those top 4 players making it into the winner's bracket tomorrow. So, Matt, should we expect to see, it worked so well for Matthew Tunnicliffe last game, should we expect to see I Am be played at the base of the board again to try to spark a comeback here?
Yeah, I am at the bottom of the board. Forgive me if you've seen this one before. Perhaps our writers need a raise or some more creative influence, but I am at the board seems okay. You're going to lose after you make that play, like almost all of the time. So I don't know. I'd be trying to keep things open in a different way. Maybe you play something like Bapu, B-A-P-U, on the left side of the last 2 letters of Doggerel, and open some more space at the bottom of the board. I don't know. This one's feeling very hard to win now if you're Ben, though.
Yeah, certainly with the knowledge that we have in our omniscient position here as commentators, we can see that Jason is sitting on an absolutely monstrous set of tiles that's going to bingo again and potentially put this one out of reach quickly. Ben plays pub. That seems reasonable, just to get rid of his weakest bingo tiles, try to aim for a bingo at the top of the board, or maybe if you're lucky enough, get an overlap under Ursats. Jason, I'm curious. Haven't even looked. I've just assumed that he's going to have fantastic options here, but in his shoes, he's got to look all over the board to try to find the best possible play, Matt.
My eyes would go straight to the back hook on Woof. You're just going to get so many extra points if you're able to bingo there. And then it's a matter of finding a 7 that actually fits in that spot. There are 2 such 7s that work for Jason, and one scores 92 points. So he's just got to find... He's found 2 mess. This one scores 89, but it does put the blank on the double letter. So if he takes just a little bit longer, he may be able to find a stronger option. But he's already up by 110 points or so he can kind of do whatever he wants here. But Cutesy, C-U-T-E-S-I-E, I think would be the strongest bingo for Jason.
Yeah, he's pulled it back. Maybe he's thinking better of it. And of course, Ben is seeing the S start to go down, and he must know that that is a very ill omen for him here. If Jason is preparing himself to play those letters in that spot. But yeah, Cutesy, maybe the star play, 92 points on offer. To mess would be a great consolation prize at 89 points. Those are the 2 highest scoring plays for him. So Jason about to notch a big win here. As you see the Division A standings in the upper right corner of the screen, Ben did win his first round game. So even taking what appears to be a certain loss in this game, he's still going to be all right. He's 1-1 in his first 2 games. But who knows? Let's see what happens as Jason playing 2 mess for 89, Matt.
Yeah, 2 mess for 89 feels like GG in this one, but who knows if Ben is able to draw exactly the right stuff to hit the bottom of this board and then draw either a Y or a bingo to the D in derriere. There's a chance. So we'll see. I think Ben's MO is don't block any of that stuff at the bottom and keep my odds alive. I'd play Foam and FUR right now, and Ben is going to do exactly that right as I say it out loud.
And right as you say that, Jason drawing the second blank and a Y, and not only is Foamy available, but Yogi is still sitting there waiting to get crushed. And there are 7-letter bingos ending in Y with this rack for sure. So not sure. Again, this is just going to be just a kid in a candy store here for Jason, trying to figure out what is the top scoring play available.
Yeah, Jason threatens 100 points here. He can play at the bottom, making ZA and either a nility or amenity for 100, or he can take out the Yogi spot and bingo for 89. At this point, I would just take the extra points if I'm Jason. Truly an embarrassment of riches. But it wouldn't be Game of Thrones without a player getting decapitated by
Yeah, that's right. I'm not sure which character Ben is tracking to most resemble here, whether it's Ned Stark or, I mean, it's probably one of the Starks, let's be honest. Spoiler alert. I mean, are there people in the chat that want us to try to avoid Game of Thrones spoilers, Matt? I mean, is that possible in the year 2026?
Bruh, if you are still planning to watch Game of Thrones and you haven't yet, like, I don't know, what are you doing? That's kind of came and gone. You're gonna get some spoilers here today for sure. If you really truly want to spare yourself, I guess hit that mute button and just watch the players move their letters around.
Yeah, true. So yeah, it's the question of where to play this. You would think that, hooking this Y makes sense, but you get way more points here. You still get the Y on an even more lucrative space. And I do think that the Z at the bottom of the board is a way easier line for Ben to hit than this spot, which requires a terminal Y. So not only are you getting a boatload more points, you're blocking a more dangerous spot. Definitely a no-brainer as we look at it a little deeper. For Jason to play on that bottom row, he just has to feel confident in one of his two words that fit there. And again, that is a strength for Jason. So I fully expect either anility or amenity to go down at the base of the board. And this is definitely a stop, he's already dead moment right here.
Yeah, but there is no mercy in the Game of Thrones. In the Game of Thrones, you either win or you lose on spread. And Ben's going to lose
Indeed.
on spread after this one. God, he's down 260, and it's going to be more. Oh, I've already given the points for amenity.
Yeah, I think that's, that's coming. He's destined to get that nice 100-point score on the bottom. He's working his way up to it, or maybe he's having a moment of crisis in those words and doesn't want to lose a challenge here, because losing a challenge and getting bingoed on, potentially one of the few ways that Jason could lose his grip on this game. But I fully expect him to go ahead with his 100-point bingo here, whichever one he picks. So yeah, Ben's just got to shake this off. It's just one game. He's already won his first round, as I mentioned. 6 more games to go in the day to determine who's going to advance to that winner's bracket tomorrow. He'll be fine as long as he just forgets about this and puts it in the rearview mirror ASAP. And here we go. That's going to be a blank M, we think, but we'll figure that out.
All right, so amenity coming down for 100 more points. If Jason actually commits this play, he spent 6 minutes on this move. even scoring 120 with the bingo won't catch you up at this deficit. Goodness.
It's funny to have the Y, and literally the only valid Yogi play is Yui leaving JIII. Not a leave you see kept very often.
Oh man, IIIJ. Yeah, this is one of those racks you hope you draw once and only once in your entire life. Just unlikely and brutal to deal with. I don't know. Maybe you go fishing for the Q here. Maybe you exchange EIIIJ, keep UI, and try to draw a Q bingo. I have no idea.
Sure, let's draw Obloquy. Let's draw QOBL, QOOBL, and play for 1 billion points with Yogi. That's my recommendation for Ben. And if he hits that 1 in a bazillion fish, he will lose by only 200 points, probably.
Yeah, that sounds like the best thing I can think of, and the only thing that will get me interested in this game once again. Obloquy. Let's root for it all together. Let's manifest it. Or play Yui.
Yeah, or Ben will just play Je, which is fine, keeping the Y. Maybe he can draw some other crazy thing. I'm not sure the 3 I's. This is probably a multi-turn process for him to, oh, there we go. There's the B and the O that we wanted. But it's going to be a multi-turn process for him to get some of those I's off the rack, keep the Y for Yogi, and hope that somehow it seems, let's say for a second, Matt, that Jason wanted to block Yogi. It's actually pretty tough with that V of Vimina sitting there. You can't really play along that to block the spot. I guess the only way to do it would be if you somehow find a way to hook Oka. Like if you just played OS and Soka, which is one of the saddest plays of all time.
Oh my God, OS and Soka. Yeah,
or US, I guess.
Look at that unseen pool from Jason's perspective. Like, are you actually worried about anything happening? Like, could anything even happen? I'm going to punch that in Quackle right now because I think there's actually no valid bingo unseen to Jason already at this juncture.
Yeah, there's no real worry there. Oh, is there something?
There are 2 that play with a Y, and there's actually several more that play in other parts. 3 that play ending in a Y. Oh, there's a surprising number of bingos in there, actually. Wow.
Wow, really? I'm not seeing any yet, but I'm sure there's maybe stuff ending in LY. It would have to be. But yeah, I don't know. Who else can spot them in the chat?
9 different racks that could bingo on you unseen from Jason. All right, I'm terrible at my job.
That's hey, I'm right with you. I'm surprised by that for sure. And it is back to Ben. He's now has maybe slightly more palatable plays with Yogi if he wants to just play boy or something like that. I think, what do you even do if you're trying to get rid of these I's? There's not a great way to do that.
There is a great way to do that if you spot OBIIT, which is a word I've never seen before.
Ooh.
T and 2 mess up at the top. Like, cool.
Very nice. OBIT. Yeah, I'm sure I'm butchering that. But that's a nice way to do it for sure. You would leave ISY, which if you draw the L, it's definitely possible that you can, from your perspective, you could draw stonily here. Oh, I guess there you go. I just answered my question of finally seeing a word that works. Oh, look at that. Is he going to? Nice. That's amazing. That's a really good play in a completely hopeless cause here, Matt. I'm impressed.
Yeah, man. I mean, to find those things at this game state when it doesn't matter is excellent. And this has the extra added component of the definition is super appropriate for the game situation.
Yeah, you see it scrolling below the board there. That's a great one. Very appropriate, as you suggest. So Jason with the Q, he's going to have to unload. Oh, that leaves Plisky as an outplay.
Wow.
That's impressive. Does Ben know that word? I think he probably will. But look at that as an outplay. He's going to score a lot with that if he's confident in that word.
Yeah, Jason's best end game by a lot is to take away Plisky and Yogi. He needs to play OS and Soka. That is his best end game by a ton.
We were laughing at that play, Matt, but now guess what? It's the best play.
Oh my god, that's incredible. I love it. He's just going to play Chin and not make the best in game. That's a very human play. But if you know Plisky, you've got to take it away. Plisky can come down right now for 63 and out.
Come on, let's see it, Ben. This would be a great way to end a tough game for him. Oh, he's going to play Silky. All right. Or Spiky. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. That's solid. But Plisky getting that P up on the double letter score and going out, a significantly better option for him here. So let's hope he doesn't regret that from a spread perspective. Again, in the game of tiles, you either win or lose on spread, and that spread is the cumulative margin of victory that could serve as a key tiebreaker for who moves forward tomorrow, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, 8 games, and we're going to take the top 4 players. So 4-4 with spread, likely to do it. 4-4 without spread, I'm thinking not. So we'll see. Man, if Ben had played OBI, instead of Obiet, putting down the extra I, he could have threatened the out bingo of Spikely for like 120.
Wow, crazy. I did not even think about that. I feel like just playing the other I gets you enough extra points just from an equity standpoint. But if you're going for a specific bingo like Spikely and you had it identified, he could have potentially drawn it there. Wow, would have been crazy. But snoot the outplay for Jason. Maybe we'll hear from the players now if we can.
Moon, since I have seen tiles with no runes on them. I mean, I think the tiles kind of did their talking here.
Yeah,
Okay, no, I didn't miss anything. I was like looking, I had greedy or medicine R, and you put that down, and I'm like, am I missing something through the L? And then I didn't, and then that was...
I made some questionable plays, but like nothing that should result in something like this.
Like, well, no, I mean, it's just, well,
Yeah.
You know what, I thought, I mean, I didn't know it L.
Yeah, I wasn't sure of him at all.
Oh yeah, that's why. Okay, yeah, and I was gonna play Lagged, actually, and then you put that, and I was like, yeah. As
Yeah, I guess that's
many moons, and then
I just wanted to score something. Like my other option was like VROW.
Okay, good. I was gonna talk myself into something ridiculous with this, but I was like, nah, just play. But yeah, so 524 to 315. Yeah, then you know this game was ass.
Yeah. There it is.
There it is. So, okay. Yeah. Okay.
All right, gotta play a little better.
Well, I don't think. I mean,
This
I
kept
couldn't
AE.
do-
I have no idea what I'm supposed to do.
Oh,
Like, am I supposed to play AL? That looks pretty bad.
ew, that's yeah.
Like, I could exchange, but that doesn't look great either. What am I keeping? I keep I could exchange AL.
Yeah. I mean, it does actually make like, well, I could just play greed. Actually, I just play greed and just go through.
Should play like Lay.
No, it was funny because actually, if you did not, like, if somehow you had turned over the blank, I still had Securus through the R, and it was like stupid because the overdraw was just like.
I thought you were gonna draw 11 power tiles.
Well, you know about the Joel Horn story. Like the first time I was playing D1 in a multi-day, it was in Saratoga. Okay, wait, why is this not? Okay, yeah. First time I'm playing D1, and so I'm playing him, and the winner gets third. Right?
Okay.
I drew all 10 power tiles and a K. He was not. He was
Unhappy.
Yeah, he was not happy.
Well,
Yeah. But I put down, like, you put an I here, I put like NE blank blank IAE or something like that. Like it was it means, like, yeah.
I probably have to win 5 games now.
I mean, this is a very fickle. You know?
Yeah. I could have saved the last spread that game. But
Yeah.
well, that's how it goes.
That's how it goes indeed. Ben saying, I have to win 5 games now, I think, because in the game of tiles, you either win or you lose on spread. Ben losing over 200 spread points in that game, a brutal blow. But like we said, Will, someone's got to get decapitated early on in the game of tiles, and we've seen it here. Our next matchup, Will, you want to tease it before we cut to break?
Yeah, we've had 2 bangers to start. And what if I told you we're going to see 2 players we haven't seen yet? And one of them is the reigning World Scrabble champion. That would get my blood pumping. And sure enough, it's going to be Adam Logan versus Josh Castellano, another one of the top players in North America. And again, by extension, the world. So again, how could you not be entertained with these matchups coming your way? So I think we are going to take a quick break, if I'm not mistaken, Matt.
Yeah, we'll take a peek at the standings, and then I'm going to go top off my coffee. I want you all to text your mom a little Valentine's Day message. If you've got a significant other, you can send it to him or her, but, you know, show some love for the moms out there in chat. As we cut to the standings, they're not yet updated for round 2, but we see Ben Schomburn off to an early advantage. Boy, if you know anything about the game of tiles, don't take an early lead because your head's going to get cut off. Oh, all right. Adam Logan, I think, likely going to be 2-0 after that last game. He's going to be our new leader. Will his head also get cut off in round 3 by Josh Castellano? We'll find out soon. We're going to cut to a break. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble. Don't go anywhere. Well, we are on the edge of our seats, both me and Will, along with Soren, who heard Jason Keller's last player mute in the last game and had to make himself seen. We're all stoked to watch this next matchup. Will, remind us who we've got.
Yeah, it's a rare privilege that we should all be grateful for. We get to watch the current World Scrabble champion Adam Logan go into battle against Josh Castellano, a phenomenal player and a national champion in his own right. These are the types of matchups that we're getting every round at the Game of Tiles, and you are just sprouting new Huskies at every turn, Matt.
Well, we are all glued to the screen. Nobody wants to miss Adam Logan, not Colby, not Soren, not me, not you, Will, and not you, viewers at home. So before we cut to the matchup, if you haven't yet, please, please, please click that thumbs up button. It's Adam freaking Logan, the 2025 World Scrabble Championship. Okay, that was hype enough. Colby and Soren can't wait anymore. They're like, Dad, please give us Adam Logan. So I will. Adam Logan, coming your way right now. Adam Logan, Josh Castellano, let's play Scrabble. No, let's not play Scrabble. Tiles are getting put in the bag. I'm so sorry, boys. You got to wait just a smidge longer. All right, Will, I'm going to put you on the spot then. Adam Logan is our leader. It's the game of tiles. How's he going to die?
Well, yeah, I mean, you were saying, and that is definitely the way that things go in the Game of Thrones universe, the Game of Tiles universe. Gosh, Adam could be the one person who could buck that trend, who is just so friggin' good that a fast start for him does not guarantee a beheading or a horrible fate awaiting him. He is such a pleasure to watch. He is just an incredibly precise player. So few unforced errors for him when you're watching him play, but he combines that with being able to come up with those genius moves as well. Not just the lack of errors, but also that incredible calculation ability and upside of finding those plays that very, very few others in the world can do. But his opponent, Josh Castellano, definitely no slouch, has won a huge number of prestigious events in North America, and he is not going to be intimidated by anybody sitting across from him at the table. And Adam Logan, as great as he is not going to throw him off his game, Matt.
No, it's going to be awesome. Two of North America's best players. Let's go ahead and get into it. Adam Logan with the fresh haircut. Josh Castellano looking to knock off our leader for the second straight round. Here we go.
Good timing, too, with the matchup. Both of these players are lone 2-0 players, so somebody is going to emerge from this game with nary a scratch and a perfect 3-0 record, and somebody is going to take their first loss in this game as well. So an impactful one, even though it is still just round 3 of 8 on the day, Matt.
Impactful match indeed. You probably got to win 4, maybe 5 to guarantee a spot in tomorrow's winner's bracket. Only the top 4 players from the 8-man field will make it to the winner's bracket. Having 3 wins through 3 rounds makes it nice and easy. DELOPTX, the opening rec here for Adam. What are you thinking, Will?
Well, there's definitely going to be some options to fit that X onto the double letter score and connect it back to the center star to really max out your points here. There's actually several options that accomplish that goal for Adam, so he's going to have to sort through those and make his favorite choice of those. And he's going to play extolled. This is a past tense, an archaic one of the word extol. And I kind of like this, Matt, just because the other options are a lot easier to overlap for good scores than this.
Yeah, this is the defensive option for sure. Podex, Podex, scores 2 additional points, holds LT instead of a P, which is probably a slightly better leave, but like you said, Will, gives back so much in terms of overlaps, stacks on top or on bottom. So the defensive option, what we see from Adam Logan, in any game that involves defense and math and calculating more than just finding big words, is going to be advantage to the mathematician Adam Logan. So X-told 44, the option we see. IPRTTVW the opening rack here for Josh Castellano. To me, this looks like it's going to be Vrow, VROW, through the O and X told. Anything else jumping out to you early on this turn, Will?
Well, what's jumping out to me is if he does not find a way to block this T, Adam is going to find himself bingoing with I point.
Ooh.
So I feel like this again is totally our advantage as the commentators getting to see both sides. There's no reason to expect that the T is such a big difference between Adam scoring a ton and having to improvise quite a bit. In fact, in my mind, I feel like this spot, the E would be either that or the D ending in ED would be more important as bingo threats than the T. That's just how the cookie crumbles. Your suggestion, though, of Vrow would get the job done in the short term. You're blocking I point, balancing your rack. I would love to try to use a T if I could here, but I'm not sure if there's a great way to do it. Something like the very strange, I think, archaic Welsh word of tup right here is a really wild play to make opening a triple in the early going. Don't think I would want to do that, even though it has some advantages. There's Vrow, and there goes I point, Matt.
I point taken out. Wow, it's so easy to play wept there through the E and X told as well. But Josh, with perfect timing, choosing between two options that are very close, picks the one that he needs to make here to save himself from a lot of pain. 44 to 18 now after one move from each player. Adam's turn just got a whole lot harder.
Yeah, no question it did. That being said, he's got some plays that are pretty standard here. If he wants to balance his rack nicely, he can play OYE. That gets rid of his weakest bingo vowel, his weakest other bingo tile on the rack, and undoubles his E's and keeps a pretty good leave that you might hit that D of X told pretty often after a play like that. But this play, if you just look at it here, it does yield really good overlaps over top here. This could be a devastating overlap that maybe you don't want to give up. So if there's a way to lessen the sting of that or go a totally different direction, I could see Adam playing T-Poi here instead, which is a little bit tougher to just crush in response. Not sure, Matt. Do you feel like OYE is just not stylistically Adam's way here?
I mean, OYE is not a great play because the stacks on top are A, so high scoring, and B, so devastating. But especially in the context of Josh's last play, he's played 3 consonants, 2 of those high scoring. That to me implies more high scoring consonants likely left behind. So if you play OYE, you're probably going to get punched in the face very hard. We'll play a little game for those of you watching at home. OYE versus PYE in exactly the same spot. What is the difference in Josh's average score next turn? OYE versus PYE. Will, I'm going to put you on the spot first. What do you think it is?
I would say, I mean, you got to factor in that there's going to be certain racks that your opponent has that will bingo, and that's going to be the same after either of those two plays. You're really looking at non-bingo responses, and I would say it's a pretty big gap. I would say, let's say 8 points, I would say lower if you play the more defensive. And Adam is going to play a slightly more defensive option, but I'm curious to know the answer, Matt.
Well, you already know the answer. The answer is 8 points.
That I swear to God, I did not sim that. That was a total guess. Wow. I feel good about that. And clearly Adam perceiving the threat similarly.
I love asking you these questions. I mean, there's no way to know these things, right? In Scrabble, like every situation, every board is different, but the more you play, the more you analyze, the more you commentate, the more videos you make, the more you just start to get an intuitive sense. That was beautiful, Will. Yeah, 8 points, the delta. And YO, just as defensive as PYE, also an 8-point delta between YO and OYE there for Adam. Love the option, love mucking up this board. And now Josh in another tough situation, 71 to 18. After 2 turns to 1, the standard equity play is tup and yep, but that is just so bad.
Yeah, you just can't do that. I mean, there's good reason why this is a good play from a points and leave standpoint, undoubling your T's, getting rid of your U, and keeping at a very nicely balanced leave. But that is just insane from a positional standpoint. And Josh concurring, and he's deciding to play putts for 28, cashing in his S. I think it makes total sense to me, Matt, why he would be going this route here.
Yeah. Tup is just such a weak play. Once again, we're looking at defense here as Adam dropping down his bingo very, very quickly. But after putts, you're giving up 8 fewer points per turn versus Tup. So both players opting to play defense here, but sometimes a bingo like this happens. Pindery coming down for Adam Logan. It's 133 to 46.
Matt, am I hallucinating, or was there one of the craziest plays I've ever seen in my life available for Adam on that previous move? Do I have his rack wrong?
I know that word. That's a drug.
So this is potentially, we just saw Adam Logan defeat Nigel Richards in the finals of the World Championship. And there may be only one player that I think would find the best play. Pindery is the only 7 or 8 letter bingo available. But as has been spotted in the chat, 126 point double of paroxetine is available here through OXT already on the board. That is insane, Matt. I can't imagine who other than Nigel spots that.
My goodness. Paroxetine, team antidepressant, let's go. That is utterly absurd. Wow. 126. So Adam with maybe the biggest blunder we're going to see from any player all tournament on that turn, but you can't hold it against him at all.
No.
Holy goodness. I didn't even
No.
hit simulate. Will, thank you for pointing that out.
You really can't. Yeah, you just have to. This is why, incidentally, I don't let any game of Scrabble that I play go unexamined, because every so often there is something absolutely insane like that available. And meanwhile, Josh, with a really nice play with a lot of those high scoring tiles, he had the C, the B, the F, and the M on the rack, and he plays into OX on the board with Icebox. Looks like his top scoring play and probably his best one as well. Really nicely spotted there by Josh.
Yeah, wow. Nice stuff. I had to throw a picture of that into the chat, the paroxetine position. I just threw it in the Woogles Discord because, wow, that's maybe the sickest thing we're going to see all tournament.
Yeah, if you can find that, then congratulations. You're probably the best Scrabble player in the world. Adam is right up there in that conversation of, he's probably either number 2 or number 3 with honorable mention to David Eldar. I really feel like right now those are the 3 that I would put in that group. There are a number of other incredible players that next level down. But yeah, I'm only putting money on one person to find that one.
That's insane. If you tell me it's there because I am a pharmacist, I might be able to get there. But I would never even look for that. All right. Adam with a fun position here. OHM, a good defensive option, 33 points, or BioHerm, the other way to go there, BIOHERM, through the I for 36. But Adam has been playing defense all game, and he's going to opt to do it once again here. Ohm for 33. How do you feel about that, Will?
The thing I like about this, Matt, is that normally you might look at this as a little bit of a scary overlapping potential with so many vowels that go in front of CH and Collins. You can put so much there. Every vowel except the U goes in this spot. But after this play, Adam kept the B, which is one of the few tiles that can slot in hooking IO. This spot hugely favors Adam to reparallel, given that there's just not that many letters that fit in that spot, and Adam has one of them. So another option that, was called out, BioHerm right here, this is much more open of a play. So many more things can happen with bingo responses. Adam keeping things tight and making a overlapping spot that hugely benefits him. I love it, Matt.
Yeah, that's so smart. Holding bio for next turn, setting yourself up. That's just so smart, and the kind of stuff Adam Logan just does in his sleep now. Ah, love it, love it. Josh on turn, Fimoosy. This looks like it's going to be Oofy if he spots it. Oofy right here as Will's drawing it. 32 points. It's a lot.
Yeah, looks good. Does have some risk of a lot of different overlaps going across, but at this score, you can't be worried about that. What you should be worried about is keeping a nice balanced leave to potentially play a bingo, either hooking Pindaris or through that E. So on that basis, this is definitely the way to go. Nicely spotted again by Josh, who I must say, the only mistake that I could point to in this game, quote unquote, is Adams for missing paroxetine. Otherwise, it's been a beautifully played game so far.
Yeah, incredible game from both these guys. And now Adam on turn. Oofy takes 4 front hooks in Collins, including both B and R. So Adam can play Burdens and Boofy for 92. He can play Burdens and Roofy for 90. Playing Boofy and Burdens will string an S out in a triple line. So will you slide this over 2 spaces and score 90 with Roofy, right?
Yeah, for sure. There's no need to get 2 extra points only. You can take only a 2-point sacrifice to slot your S here, which is significantly better downside than putting a letter in the triple lane, especially an S, which is a very good tile. So I do expect Adam, who is such a good defensive-minded player, so good at assessing the numerical and psychological risk reward of different plays. And he's actually going to go ahead and play down low, which that is a little surprising. This does have some benefits, though. I think this might make the board more inhospitable to bingos than either of the plays hooking Oofy, Matt. It blocks the S hook on Pindaris and the E for the most part. It's much tougher to start 8-letter bingos with E's than it is to end them with ER or ED. And this right angle is something we always love to see when we're trying to control the board.
Yeah, right. So he's leaving several points on the board. Burden's at the bottom, 84 versus 92 or 90 at the top. But it does make a lot of sense for long-term board dynamics. Take away like the floating E in space, take away the big S hook, and then whoever draws the next front hook to Oofy will do whatever they want in that spot. Makes sense from Adam. Josh now DEIIMOS, no bingos available to him, no front hook to Oofy. Again, the B, the G, the R, the W, all possible there. And Adam has drawn 2 more R's, so he's going to take that spot away if Josh doesn't play there first. But this is a neat turn for Josh. I don't see anything awesome. He's got to try to open the board in some way. I don't know. Will, what are you thinking early on in this one?
Yeah, Matt, we got to point out that in this exact scenario, we were talking about burdens being a scary option just because the S in the triple lane is needless to play in that spot for only a couple extra points. And in this situation, Josh Castellano would have a triple through that of disomies. He would have tripled. So that is the exact downside risk that Adam was hoping to avoid. And moreover, Josh would still have that play available through the more careful version of burdens up there. You'd still be seeing a bingo. So this is only one iteration. You can't judge whether a play is better or worse just on one iteration. Scrabble has so many ways that almost every turn, certainly in the early and mid game, can unfold. But this is the exact type of situation that Adam was hoping to dodge by playing burdens right here. And he has dodged the executioner's axe here in that sense. Of course, Josh would still be down by a fair amount, even after getting the weaker disomies there. But this is how Adam is going to avoid his destined fate as the front runner in the game of tiles.
Wow. Yeah, Adam dodging a huge bullet there. Great point from you, Will. That's why I love doing the commentary with you. Goodness. what is Josh going to do on this turn? I think DEMOI is a nice 5 that plays beneath putts, scores 30 points, keeps IS, but it just doesn't do anything for the board long term. And you're already trailing to Adam by like 140 points. I don't think you can make that play. I don't know that you can make this one either. This scores so little. It keeps bingo prone tiles, but I think you have to try to find a way to open the board in this game state. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, I do agree that I certainly am getting that sort of itch if I'm Josh, that this is not active enough, but he's going to go ahead and be patient and hope that some combination of this really good bingo leave is going to work out for him, despite how inhospitable the board is for bingos right now. It's not totally bereft of opportunities. Of course, you do have to expect that Adam on his next play, as he does, is going to make a defensive play to cut off more options. But there's still some hope for Josh. He could hit a bingo through this E. He could hit a bingo going down from NY. It's not totally dead. Yeah, Aniseed looks like is on the rack. Not sure yet if it's going to fit anywhere. But this is a referendum on how close the board is that a lot of bingos you draw are not going to play. It's an argument in your favor, Matt, of maybe a more active play being warranted.
Yeah, this is why you don't play MOI, because even if you draw the bingo, it doesn't go anywhere. Josh has no playable bingos on this turn, and quickly this board is just completely exhausted. Against a computer, a play like MOI is going to work out a little bit more often. Against Adam Logan, no.
Yeah, I guess the nice thing now is that you do have some options that already score nicely and are now going to open the board a little more actively. So something like IDE in this spot right here is going to score very well. You could put the A on the end right here and play aid, or if you want, you can put the other E at the other side of this word here. Any of these options are way more active to open the board and try to catch Adam without a hook. If he doesn't have a hook to IDE, which odds are quite good that he does with all these A's and E's in the pool, it's almost impossible to catch him without a hook. But if you can somehow, you've just set up a spot that he will struggle hard to deal with, and a very lucrative one as well. So something down there definitely stands out at this scoreline, Matt. Not sure what variation you would pick here.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Maybe AINEE. If I'm Josh, I need to get crazy lucky. I need to open up some volatility on the board, and I need to keep scoring pressure on now. You can't afford to score just 20 or 25 again on this turn, because even if your bingo comes down, it's not enough. So I'd be looking to play a little bit longer. AINEE or IDEE are both, I think, fine. But I want to score, I want to keep my S, and I want to create a line down at the bottom.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. And I just want to point out that we just saw Adam dodge Somies with a good equity play of, Burdens for 92 would have been hit with a triple. But just want to shout Nits out in the chat that Aniseed on Josh's rack actually would have fit parallel right here. Look at these overlaps. Jar blocking this option, which Josh probably had already spotted. And if not, he would have spotted if he had had a moment's chance to survey his rack there. That play getting blocked by the play of Jar on Adam's part. So I'm not sure if Adam intended his play to be a block of plays in that direction. I think he was just looking to cut off the hooks to Oofy before Josh could draw one himself, but it had another great unintended or potentially intended consequence.
Wow, yeah. I did not realize Aniseed played until Jar came down. That's wild. Josh looking at IDE here. This does some fun things. Let me double check that ORE only has ORE only takes a back S, and MUD also only takes a back S. So Adam would need 2 S's to really take away that bottom spot. This is tough for Adam to really deal with. I like this idea.
Yeah, this is way better for Josh and a great decision on his part to not play an extra letter either on this spot or this spot. But most importantly, to not play his extra E here, just because it's too easy for Adam to have an A and be able to make a 4-tile play here that gives nothing back to Josh without playing this extra E. If you can catch Adam without an S, which is way more likely than catching him without an A, you've just set up a spot that is way tougher to deal with and is similarly lucrative. And it doesn't look like Josh has drawn anything, but that still, the play is, I think, a great one on his part of eyed there. So over to Adam, and he has to decide, can I even do anything about this newly created spot, I should say? The answer might be I can't, and I should just go about my business and make the best scoring play that I can. He can play stuff with Jarl, but he has to be careful not to open the board too much, Matt.
Yeah, Jarl and ALU is jumping out to me. ALU has one front hook, and it is a B. Both B's have been played, so a blank B would have to go in front of this word. Not a huge fan of how ALU also exposes back hooks to the OU that you set up. The only other play that really goes there is Ulna, ULNA, and that sets up double-double opportunities. And S is in Josh's range very often, and POA taking a back S. I just don't think you want to do that if you're Adam. ALU feels okay, but I wouldn't be surprised if Adam just opts to close this board down yet again, make some small play in a random quadrant of the board that nobody cares about. I don't know. This is a hard one.
This is a tough one, and this is where Adam can teach us so much. I really feel like he excels so much at positions like this, and I would hesitate to say that I know what's coming. He might make a move that's well off the beaten path here in terms of the points and leave of the play, which we call equity. If you hear us using that term, that's just our catch-all word for plays that score well and leave good tiles for next turn are said to have a very high equity. You're actually calculating a numerical value for that, but there are certain nuances of positions and board dynamics that equity just fails to capture. And sometimes on a really, really closed down board, the best equity plays are going to open things up in a way that is just not palatable. And Ulna is a perfect example of that here. Playing anything that allows a double-double to go down in Adam's position, that is one of the few ways he could lose control here. I'm wondering if he's going to find some blocky way to get in the way of this down here, but it's going to be tough just because of the specificity of these hooks. Without the S, it's tough to do much about this spot.
It looks like chat has pointed out a fun option of LEU, Moil and LEU, and that might be what Adam's looking at as he's got the LU sequestered off to the left side of this rack. LEU does not take a back S. It only takes a back D. And IDE makes me think an S is in Josh's range a lot, but the D, not so much. So that is a fun option. Though if this play does backfire, it backfires pretty hard. I think reluctantly I'd just play Alu here.
Yeah, I think it's okay to fight another turn if you've got a nice play like Alu, which again, this doesn't do much to address the new spot. It does nothing to address the new spot, and it creates some new openings, but it also scores 18, which is surprisingly good given that Adam has all 1-point tiles on a closed board, and it keeps ANRT, which is a solid leave that could potentially turn into a knockout blow of a second bingo. That is another big benefit of a play like that. And he's going to go ahead and play lean, Matt. He's going full defense here to address the spot. Makes sense to me, but yeah, definitely a lot of ways he could have gone there.
Yeah, well, lean looks a little bit wild at first, but feels very strong the longer you look at it. There's not too much that can happen. My famous adage, nothing starts with N. You're not threatening bingos from the N, although the N is the second tile. Maybe you get hit by something there. I like the idea, though, from Adam. There's one big threat. Knock it out. Alu, I think, also would have worked fine. So many A's, E's, I's, and G's, which would synergize great with that ANRT leave. But let's play some defense. Like you said, Adam can teach us so much, and Adam's line makes a ton of sense when you look at it.
Yeah, are there worst case scenarios somehow of if you get hit with an S something N bingo? I suppose, but those are so rare, and you've taken away so many more threats than you've given back with that play. So it makes a lot of sense. And there we see one of the few other letters that go in front of IO in the Collins lexicon of a go. This play looks good. He's setting up his S with Sago on the top row, Matt. Looks like a nice active play on his part.
Yes, this is exactly what you've got to do if you're Josh. Open up a new section of the board and continue making threats. Also keeping some scoring pressure on. Great play from Josh. A blank draw for him here could be huge. An SH bingo would be 100 points at the top of the board. And Adam doesn't have much he can do to obstruct it. UVA down to the A in jar is the best way I see for him to block, but I think he can't afford to do that. He's going to need to cash in nearly 40 points with that F. IFF and few, or IFF and few are, as he has set up, are 37 or 41 points respectively. Too much to pass up, right, Will?
That is killer. That is a great play. And something that's interesting is that I was thinking that for Josh, another way to go on this, a go turn would have been if you have your S and you want to really pray that you can get a big S play beforehand, is it possible to play anything in this spot, a short play that sets your S up here? And oddly, a benefit of a play like that I didn't realize is that you do block your opponent from making big F overlaps in this spot that not only score a boatload, but block your ability to make setups in that spot in the future too. So I was thinking about that. I really like a go. I don't think that that's some kind of big mistake or anything, but something in this spot could have been nice as well.
Yeah, I don't see the option that's there. You just need the back hook for JAR to make a meaningful play in that spot. And I don't think there was anything he could have done. But, you can't assume Adam has an F very often. He had to draw it on the 3-tile pull after lean, or else you would just take that spot previously. I don't know. Tough beat for Josh either way. And he doesn't draw the bingo he was looking for. Still both blanks in the bag means Josh is not done here, but he's got another tough decision to make. Gosh and Sago scores 41, but it kind of feels like throwing in the towel, taking out the best bingo line, scoring some points. You might get one more bingo down, but how are you going to win the game after that play?
Yeah, it's tough to use up that S. It's so important, but you got to remember both blanks are still lurking. So perhaps your pathway to victory can be, I got to score my 41 points to keep the game close and then try to draw one of those two blanks as quickly as possible. Ideally, I would like to draw one of the two and not both, bingo, and then draw the other one immediately. That's my pathway if I'm Josh. So obviously, we want to see from his POV, we want to see him draw those blanks, but maybe we actually don't want to see him draw both at once, Matt.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't even say this out loud on stream because it's just poor sportsmanship and you should never do this. But if Josh happens to pull both blanks here, I think mathematically the best thing for him to do would be to reach into the bag and just overdraw on purpose, try to get a blank thrown back. But look, he's done exactly what he needs. Draws one blank, not both. He's got reneged. He's got greened. Those are going to play. And Adam's going to give him a spot to play it for way more. Adam with a bad rack just scores a ton here, but unwits instead of its anagram unwist, putting the S in the most dangerous spot you could possibly draw it up. We're going to see a big bingo here.
That's interesting. I wonder if that is the rare, tiny little nuance that Adam did not consider. I feel like if he is super confident in the anagram of unwist. He plays it there to avoid placing the S in the triple lane. So that could be the tiniest nuance that we might change from his POV, but he's still up by a lot. Look at Adam's tiles, though. We really could be seeing that scenario play out, Matt, where Josh bingos and draws the other blank, and Adam is really going to be struggling with those power tiles here.
Yeah, Josh now with a big turn. We see Adam's draw gives him some life. I think if you're Josh, you actually want to bingo on the bottom of this board. You've got Engender, Engineer, or Send Green all playing through the N at the bottom. You want to take the tougher to play bingo line right now. You want to take the N, and then you want to try to bingo through the WIST in unwits next turn. So Send Green or Engineer looks to be the best line in my head from Josh. Oh, as you say, though, the Z, huge.
Yeah. Is there a way if you play Engineer instead to avoid it? Not really. This is still going to get hit with Za, but I guess can you just draw some kind of a massive bingo to the S of unwits with the second blank, and then Adam has QV on his rack? Is that the pathway now if you're Josh?
I don't know that Adam is actually cashing the Z right now. Caught to the T and unwits, saving the Z might be smarter. The worst thing that can happen if you're Adam is Josh draws another bingo, he draws that blank, and he bingos down to the S in unwit. So take that away as soon as possible, and then cash the Z. The other thing about Caught, Caught also set the spot. You're going to at least Zin and Za next turn for 44. So I think Caught first.
Wow, nice idea. You've got 2 Z spots after that play and you block, but geez, it is tough to just not pull the trigger on the 64 that you can get right now. I do agree that there is a ton working in favor of just playing Caught, both defensively and guaranteeing the future value of that S. And as we can see, not the best draw for Josh right now. It doesn't look like he is going to have much. He's missed that second blank, which is pretty key here. He really needed to draw it ASAP.
But Josh still has hope. The blank we know is not on Adam's rack. The G in Gosh gives him shots at plays like Gladiate, potentially to go out in a sneaky second line. So this game's not done quite yet. And Game of Tiles, anything can happen. The script writers have been so good to us so far. We'll see. Adam looks like he is thinking about Caught first. I think this wins the game the most often for him. The one big wart on this play, and we don't show it right now, but there are 16 unseen tiles to Adam, 9 in the bag. If you play Caught, you leave 7, which means Josh could bingo and then draw 7 fresh tiles. Could he possibly bingo bango on you? I think with the pool this bad, it's unlikely. He'll need all the good tiles to bingo once, and then he'll draw the remaining bad tiles. But like a natural Gladiate could be terrible news for you if you're Adam.
Yeah, I think probably the worst case scenario, which Caught deals with very effectively, is a bingo to the S that puts a good tile in that top row. And that is really the major danger, just because if let's say you played a natural bingo with a D here, right? Let's say you could do that. And then you drew the blank with some kind of flexible tiles. Now you might be looking at bingos in 2 spots that are completely unaddressable at once. So Caught does a lot to alleviate that outcome. And as long as Adam can dodge an immediate bingo right now, he's going to be feeling very, very good about his fortunes here.
Yeah, he threatens Zinc through the I and unwits for 47, and of course still maintains Za at the bottom of the board. He's now avoided that nightmarish situation where he ends up holding QV on his rack into what could be a kind of spicy end game. So Caught just feels like it can basically never lose unless Adam bingos, or unless Josh bingos right now.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I would also add that playing Caught has a huge upside if you're able to draw a Z play that goes all the way across. I guess you might need the blank to hit Zoya or something like that. But if you do draw it, you're looking at massive scores, the likes of which you just cannot have if you play your Z now, keeping the Q going forward. So there is some upside. Not really sure what words you're going to be hoping for that actually fit there, that you don't need a blank to play, but you could draw that second blank and score over 100.
You could indeed. So not what Adam ends up pulling, but this is just a play that works out in so many ways so often. And I wonder what we're going to see from Josh Castellano, his last attempt into this game. He's got a lot to think about. He needs a bingo, but he also needs Adam to score very poorly. He probably needs to bingo out and catch Adam with some combination of KVZ on his rack. So how many tiles does he want to play here with 7 in the bag? I would guess the answer is about 4. Maybe
Yeah.
TIL and Jarl. Is that insane or is that great?
That's pretty fun. This definitely creates something for Adam to think about. I like this as sort of warranted by the game situation type of a play. I would say, though, if I'm Josh, I'm thinking about, I know that there are a couple of eyes unseen to me, but I feel like I almost have to keep at least one eye because I really want to luck into a bingo that still fits to this S. Something ending in I, IT, IN, whatever it may be, that still plays in that spot. That's what I'm hoping for in terms of my big bomb of a bingo that actually makes this game close. Something in the other spots like this E, it's not going to be good enough. And maybe even this G is going to be good enough if Adam is getting a good amount of points on his next turn. I want to bingo out in a way that I get a ton of points to the fun wits, as unlikely as that may seem.
Yeah, holding that I is huge. You need to get crazy lucky and pull like exactly the right word that fits in exactly the right spot. Maybe you get something like, I don't know, deltoids or something that's actually possible in that bag. I don't know, TIL. The longer I look at it, like the only way you win this game is to play TIL.
Yeah, seems very reasonable to me. That looks good. It feels horrible to make that play again because, as we are suggesting about the game of tiles, you win or you either win or lose on spread. And that is a play that Till in this spot is definitely a play that causes you to win maybe a tiny fraction of the time, but when you lose by more. When Adam gets a bingo in this spot, maybe he gets a triple, maybe he bombs his Z up there. You're going to lose by more a lot of the time with a play like that. And Josh is playing it a little more conservative with a lit. I'm not sure if this necessarily represents throwing up the white flag. I think he still has some possibilities of drawing a big out bingo here. So it's not like he's just given up. He's just playing a bit more cautiously than we just recommended, Matt.
Yeah, I just don't see how this actually wins the game. Even if you draw the bingo, like Adam's got different options now. He can play 2 tiles and not empty the bag, so you don't bingo out. I don't know that a lit ever wins, but maybe Till is like throwing all caution to the wind. Like you said, you win or you lose on spread. A lit definitely salvages some spread. And Adam is going to reach into the bag, draw 2 tiles. The blank is the last tile in the bag, which is incredible. Josh is drawn into oddity, which does not play. He's going to, I don't know if he'll fish 1 or if he'll just play long, and he'll be very surprised to see that very last tile is the blank.
Yeah, whenever that's possible. If I'm with your, so Josh only has 1 minute and 40 seconds to go through what could be very complicated to try to figure out, do I have some kind of a crazy thing that I can play? If the blank is the final tile in the bag, is there some setup? Is there some amazing option that I have? I do think that the score gap is just too big for it to actually matter. But in these situations, if you're Josh, you're imagining, well, what happens if the blank is the last tile in the bag? Is there any shenanigan I can pull? Is there any crazy stratagem that I can concoct here? And not a lot of time for him to think, but that's the mindset that he's likely to have.
Yeah, just at this score without a triple open, it ain't there. And I wouldn't even try to get cute. There are a number of players in this time crunch who will just plunk an E or a U somewhere on the board. But against Adam Logan, that ain't going to work.
Yeah, I mean, are we looking at him just sort of trying to get to the end of the game faster and play like Dotties? Just try to play Dotties right here with Chi and just go out as quickly as possible and then get the good news that the blank is the last tile in the bag. I think he'll try something. I don't know. Not exactly sure what.
I don't think he'll try anything. There's not enough time. All right, he's putting the U down.
Yeah, he can draw Lettiest. If he gets the blank or the L, he will be able to play words ending in IEST right here that Adam will have to deal with. But Adam is way too savvy to simply allow stuff like that to go. Oh, and there we go. So that blank. So here's the real question is Adam going to be able to block? Is there some other spot that gives Josh a bingo that needs to be blocked? Or will Adam be able to simply block it all in one go?
He's got to block a number of things, anti-weed or tide wave through the W, as well as Lettiest through the L. There is a play that does everything he needs, but he's got to block the W and the S at the same time. And there it is, Will. KAI is what Adam needs to do to stop Josh from bingoing out. This is his best end game by 54 points.
Yeah, he's going to spot. I mean, this is the Adam Logan difference right here is I think he's going to, there it is. Look at that. Yep. The tile's set aside. That's just the difference between him and the mere mortals like us that are watching. He's spotting it quick. He doesn't have an engine. He has nothing to help him other than his considerable brain power. And he's found it in short order. And Josh is going to have to find another non-bingo play to finish off this end game. Tough one. Nicely, great play by Adam. What can you say?
Yeah, I mean, you expect nothing less than this from the defending World Scrabble champion, and Adam Logan showing exactly why he is Adam Logan once again here. That play is going to bring Adam up to 494, and because Josh is now unable to bingo out, Adam's going to break 500 in this one. So not a decapitation, but an emphatic victory for Adam Logan.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a big one for him to set his closest rival in the standings back, not just with a win, but with a big win that cripples his spread. You can see Josh with the 2-0 plus 79. He's going to lose by way more than that in this game. So it's very, very likely that not only will Josh slip out of the second place position right now, but he will fall further than that as 2-1 players with better spread behind him are angling for his position there. So Adam, I guess it's fair to say in this incredibly stacked 8-player division, the most chalk-like outcome would be Adam Logan at atop the field, but truly anything can happen with players this good, Matt.
Anything can happen indeed. I'm going to get way ahead of myself here and assume that Adam hangs on and clinches the 1 seed. For those tuning in a little bit late, we'll tease the format of this tournament once again. Whoever finishes first in this 8-man field will choose his opponent for tomorrow. The top 4 players are advancing to the winner's bracket, and the 1 seed chooses, do I play a best of 8 against number 2, number 3, or number 4? Should Adam be the 1 seed, I know who he won't choose. He won't choose Matthew Tunnicliffe. He stated after winning Worlds that his next goal was to be the best player in his own club. Adam and Matthew Tunnicliffe both play in Ottawa. Adam has nothing but mad respect for Matthew Tunnicliffe as a player. So I doubt he chooses Matt. But who else? We'll see. Jarhead.
It would be such a power move if he did pick Tunnicliffe, though, just to say, I feel like, Oberyn Martell would pick Matthew Tunnicliffe in Adam's shoes, right? He would be like, I want that guy. I want him. That would be so swaggy to do as we see the end game play itself out. I want to call out Josh made a nice play there. Jarhead, he went overtime looking for bingos that just weren't there and ended up making what looks like a very nice end game play there as the players head to the end of the game. But yeah, Matt, just trying to imagine, are there any players swaggy enough to actually pick their toughest rival instead of their perceived easiest pathway?
We'll see. A lot to happen here. Let's cut to Mike and see if we get a post-mortem in this.
324?
Yeah, 324.
And 28?
352.
Oh, whoops. 352. Jeez. That's 37. Okay.
Yeah. Final score is 352.
Yeah.
Yes. Good game. Use of the game. I should have made some other fish. I didn't really believe that the blank would be in the bag. But yeah, I probably should have maybe done something here. I don't know how much it's worth it. It's only a 1 and 8. Yeah, I don't know. I thought you'd play like Rivlin here.
That was my first idea. And then
It's
I
a
noticed
block.
studies.
Which?
Studies.
Study. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, that
So
worked.
fast. Jesus.
Do you think, did I have any bingo at the end there?
After I played card, I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't see one, obviously.
You'd have to one for me. We would know.
Yeah. Are there any Gosh extensions?
Goshawks.
Which?
Goshawks.
Goss?
Hawks.
Hawks?
AWKS.
Oh, wow, nice. I would not have found that. Did I ever have that?
No, I had the game.
Yeah.
I got the game. Never had it.
Oh, okay. Never. Oh, wow. I did not think of that. Jeez.
Neither did Johnny, but I didn't have the W and the K at the same time.
All right. Well, nice game. Oh, should I submit?
Fun doesn't touch you.
I'm being asked to point out, I don't know if anybody saw it. Apparently, paroxetine was available,
Paroxetine.
Paroxetine, I didn't know it.
which is like a 10 point.
Yeah, 10.
Like I missed that?
No, I
or-
missed that. I missed it. When I played Pindery, I had paroxetine apparently. One of my least embarrassing errors.
Oh, would that have been a bingo?
Yes.
How did you play that?
I didn't know it.
Wow, that's cool. Paroxetine, damn. The putts was a mistake then, because I set you up for the paroxetine. Damn.
One of my least embarrassing mistakes of all time.
Well, that's incredible. One of my least embarrassing mistakes of all time. Adam just shrugging his shoulders. I didn't know it. And I suspect maybe Adam Logan will be looking over his tens after this tournament. That's hilarious. Paroxetine. You saw it here. Adam Logan missing 126-point double-double. Brutal mistake. But like you said, one of the least embarrassing errors of his life. So that is 3 games here from the game of tiles in King's Landing, Ontario. I've been thoroughly entertained. How about you, Will?
Yeah, it's been incredible in the early going, and this is just 3 rounds in. We got a whole weekend of this, folks, and it's going to get better and better as we move forward into the latter stages of the tournament. Again, we got our 8 players in our game of tiles, some of the best players in the country, angling for the top 4 spots in the standings by the end of the day. 3 rounds in, 5 rounds to go until the top 4 players advance into a bracket where we're going to see those top performers in the standings picking their opponent. I want you as my opponent in the next round, which just adds such a fun level of intrigue. We'll see how that all shakes out. But one thing is for sure, Matt, the Scrabble has been phenomenal, and it's going to continue to be that good going forward.
Indeed, the Scrabble's been great. The games have been somewhat lopsided, at least the second and third one on the scoreboard, but we've had numerous fascinating positions, numerous head scratchers. I've already learned a whole lot, and all of you at home have a new SSRI that you've picked up in paroxetine. All right, hit your 10s on Aerolith. That'll come up eventually, I promise. Let's keep the standings real quick to see how things have shaken out so far. Adam Logan knocking off the 2-1 Josh Castellano. He will be the lone undefeated, but look at that. Logan at 3 players are going to be at 3-1 here in King's Landing. Oh boy. Oh boy. One of those players is going to get the axe, and Matthew Tunnicliffe at 1-2 right now, poised to make a run. I can't believe that half of this field is going to be eliminated after just one day. but that's
the brutality that you expect from Game of Tiles. If you're going to emulate Game of Thrones, then there has to be some untimely demises, and that is what we're going to see at the end of today. But the consolation bracket is arguably going to be just as competitive as the winners bracket, so definitely we'll want to keep tabs on both of those. But you can see right there, as we were talking about during the game, Matt, Josh with his spread falling to 5th place with just 1 loss, all those other players with positive spread ahead of him. So he's going to look to not just win, but try to stack some big wins over the course of the rest of the day here.
All right. The next matchup is going to be very shortly. We're not even going to cut to break. The next matchup is going to feature one player who needs a miracle. He'll be praying to the Lord of Light before this game. Jason Ubika down at 0-3 likely needs to win out, and he'll have Ben Schoenbrunn in the next game. Ben Schoenbrunn, Jason Ubika, Jason looking for a miracle, Ben looking for a big win to keep him apace the other players at 2-1. So players are bagging right now. Jason making his sacrifice to the deity of choice, perhaps the Lord of Light, perhaps the old gods of the forest, perhaps the Seven themselves. Who knows? Which god would you make a sacrifice to, Will?
Well, the Lord of Light does not seem to go well for its practitioners.
The tile gods, not any of the 7 major deities in Game of Thrones, but certainly a deity all Scrabble players are familiar with. I'm not sure if you can hear me or not. We're trying to get stream resolved ASAP, but as soon as we get these issues resolved, we will be back with Jason Ubika and Ben Schoenbrunn. I think you can hear me. I think, weird. All right, looks like we are getting things set up one at a time. Once again, thanks for hanging with us through a couple blips. Josh Greenway using Video Ninja to run everything on the stream after our old platform was taken down. So thank you to Josh. We're learning a little bit on the fly. Hopefully y'all are learning a little bit about either Game of Thrones lore or Will Anderson lore or just Scrabble in general here. Maybe some Valentine's Day lore as well. But as soon as we get the players, we will go ahead and get going on the next game.
Yeah, hopefully you guys can hear me okay. We can't see the board right now, in case that's not clear to our producer, Josh, but it's going to be a great one. And as you previewed, Matt, 0-3 for Jason Ubika, who is a phenomenal player, a very, very strong expert player, but he is the lowest seed in an absolutely brutal field here of top experts in the country. So he's going to need to come up with some upset wins, and never a better time to start than right now against Ben Schoenbrunn in the game we're about to see.
It's going to be fun. That much is for sure. Maybe we'll ask ask the players what gods they're making sacrifices to, if they're making sacrifices to any gods at all. While we get everything situated in chat, I'd love to know your weirdest, quirkiest Scrabble superstition. Do you make sacrifices to the tile gods? Do you have any weird, wacky things you do before your games or before your sessions? Do they work? How long have you been doing them? Do you have any evidence? Have you run a randomized controlled trial on them? Will, do you have any superstitions?
The closest I would say I would come is that I have a score sheet that I just write out the letters instead of using a preset score sheet, which I've tried before, but I find something in the routine of writing the letters out on my score sheet on a, sort of a more informal basis to be kind of like baseball players, jumping over the foul lines, getting onto the field. I just feel like there's some sort of, I have to do this prior to each game where it's not a real Scrabble game. So in any case, I'm curious to know everyone else's answer to that question out there, and we can cut to our board and start round 4 as soon as our players are set here.
Players are set. I'm going to get the score bug reset right now, and we'll be underway. Jason Ubika, Ben Schoenbrunn. We'll see if Jason's sacrifice to the tile gods were enough to knock off Ben. And after Ben's last appearance on stream, he might want to make a sacrifice to the tile gods as well, because it was brutal draw after brutal draw for him the last time we saw him. So Ben, Jason, underway now. I'm going to watch the chat to see what kind of interesting superstitions we get. And I'm going to watch one more thing. I'd love to see the number of likes we have on this video increase just a smidge. We're at 68 right now. I know that you want to be number 69.
Yeah, we just almost saw Woggles get drawn. Jason's last tile out of the bag was an N. Woggles.io, our beloved site for Scrabble purposes. But yeah, the N instead. We don't get our beautiful bingo for Jason to start, but he does draw an S and some decent tiles. It would be great if he could get rid of both G's here, but I think this play of Gown looks like the right option for Jason to start, Matt.
Yeah, looks right to me as well. So we're off to the races, 16-0. Advantage Jason early on in this one. AFIIPRS, the opening rack for Ben, who's going to respond to the 16-pointer, likely with even fewer points. I think we're going to see Ben just grab 2 tiles, one of his eyes, and that F, and get rid of him. But I don't know where he's going to put him. Finn down to the N, or if underneath the GO and Gown. Both look strong to me. What do you think, Will? If, Finn, or a third line?
Yeah, I think it's just if here, just because certainly if you look at the board after this positioning, it's great to have a good bingo leave with an S in it after this, just because it's going to be so difficult for Jason to do anything that jeopardizes both of your 2 spots. Of course, you want to play your S bingo here, just because playing it here opens the triple back. So ideally, you're wanting to play with Gowns and not G, but it's great to have that backup option if you're Ben. So I fully approve, Matt.
Yeah, I like this option, and it's going to force Jason to probably cash in his S. If he knows the 4-letter MENG, then he can play MENGS and Gowns, 25 points. The awkward JX leave. I don't see any plays at all that use the J or the X for Jason here in a way that makes any sense at all. He's going to exchange. How do you feel about that, Will?
Interesting. I feel like with all those nice high scoring tiles, I would have tried to put something on the board. Ben is about to play Waspier immediately, wasting no time getting that on the board. Not what Jason wants to see. But yeah, the exchange is an interesting one. I just feel like I would have been trying to find a way to put something on the board that sets up one of my power tiles in some way, shape, or form, even if it meant cashing in my S. And as you can see, Jason about to be overrun with S's here on this on his next rack. Wow,
yeah. And I think he's going to play none of them. Waspier putting the I where it does allows Jason to play Nox, Nox, 55. You got to do that, right, Will?
Yeah, true. That's crazy, just because you don't often see 3 S's on the rack at all, let alone do you see players keeping all 3 of them at this level. Players know that the S has some diminishing returns after the first one that you keep. But here, yeah, why not? Let's go ahead, bomb my X, and keep my horde of S's. Hoarding like a dragon. Well, I guess, Smog is not in Game of Thrones world. That's Lord of the Rings. But there are dragons in Game of Tiles that probably like to hoard things, Matt.
There are, yeah. Dragons always have their nice hoard of treasures and jewels and gold and donkey husbands and, oh wait, hang on, that's correct. Too many fantasy worlds.
Yeah, so we're gonna see the rare probably SSS leave here, and we'll see if Jason can actually pull any kind of a bingo or balance from that, or is he gonna need another turn to deploy some of those S's and get his rack into more of a balanced state here.
Yeah, I've preemptively given Jason the points on Knox. It just, I don't know. Sometimes you get blindness in Scrabble when you have so many S's. You get this tunnel vision on like, well, I've got to play one. Where can I play an S? But Knox has to be the play if you see it. We might be looking at steps.
I mean, Oxters, is there any possibility that getting one S off the rack is actually decent here? It's a big point sacrifice, but you keep SS compared to ESSS. Did I say the right number of S's? Whatever, 3 S's and a T. So there is some benefit to playing this. It is a big sacrifice, though. I'm not sure. Oh, boy, look at this. Maybe just a blindness to the spot. Not sure here. This seems like too much to sacrifice, Matt.
Yeah, I think he's just whiffed.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, who among us has not somehow gone blind to a relatively obvious spot, especially when you've got 3 S's and you're basically tunnel visioning on, I got to use at least one of these S's. Surely my best play uses an S, and I'm going to only consider plays that do. That's how sometimes you can miss relatively simpler spots when you tunnel vision on a certain idea or a certain spot on the board.
Yeah, the triple S's is likely what did it. You just immediately think I'm playing one of these at least. So where am I going to play it? But we'll see. That the brutal draw from Jason too is only one vowel and a bunch of consonants. This is going to be tough for him to recover from. But fortunately for him, Ben doesn't have a whole lot he can do on this turn. ACNNOOP. Pretty much any option he has opens the board, which is not something he's looking to do when he already leads. I think the least aggressive way to do that might be CAPON to the WA and Waspier. Do you like that, Will, or are you playing on the bottom instead?
That seems fine. I think this is a nice play that just sort of bides your time a little bit, maybe closes a decent sevens line while you're at it with this WA, although most of those bingos are still going to play here, but some of the time you can force a bingo to play in a lower scoring spot after you play Capon there. I just feel like it's hard to come up with a play, as you suggest, that feels really strong. And that might be the way to go. I do feel like, something like Poon is just totally unwarranted here at this score. And at almost any score, you would need to be down by quite a bit to make a play like that, even though it's a nice balance of score and leave in this position. So I like Capon. Good suggestion by you. Let's see if Ben comes around to the same opinion.
Ben did a bit of a head tilt face wrinkle after Oxes came down. He's almost certainly aware that Knox was there. He sees the O and the X on the board. So he knows Jason had it and opted not to play it. I wonder to what extent Ben is going to key in on the fact that Jason likely has multiple other S's on his rack.
That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, if you're giving, you always are thinking that way about your opponent's plays at this level. You're trying to think that's a clue. What letters they played can tell me a lot about the letters they didn't play. And yeah, if I'm Ben and I notice that Knox was not played there, I'm definitely scratching my my bald head right there. If I'm Ben.
Yeah, that's a head scratcher for sure. And Ben did not wear his signature hat today, so he's able to scratch that head without any fear of objects getting in the way. I don't know.
I think he's coming around. He's got CA in his hand. I feel like that could be an omen that he's about to play Capon here. He has those letters set suspiciously upright on his rack, which I feel like is a good sign, right?
Yeah, and here they go. Capon coming down. I like it, Ben.
Yeah, this is the most, this is the least dangerous option of any of his candidates. And it just does a good job of scoring a little bit, turning some tiles, and moving on to the next turn where maybe you have something more dynamic in your favor.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to get rid of a bunch of tiles, score some points, and not give anything new to your opponent. And I mean, that's what this turn is. Did the best he could. We're back on Jason, DEGHSST on his rack. Maybe Jason teaches us a new 5-letter word. He's got one awesome option here. Guest, GHEST. Now that is a past tense, so playing it here does not set up the back S hook, but it scores great.
Wow, I would have thought that does take. Oh, I'm thinking about gassed. I think that does in Collins take the hook if this one does not. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, that's the only negative of this. Imagine if this was not a past tense and this was some kind of a noun, this would be phenomenal to set up your S in the triple lane. But this is going to require some really good word knowledge that I was not super confident in, to play that and then know not to hook your other S on it at the end. So it scores 39 points. Love that here for Jason, as Ben sitting on Ovation, potentially ready to go down. That could be a big swing in the game if he's able to get that play down. And it seems like it's just never getting blocked, at least in that spot, Matt.
Yeah, Jason's MO at this game score is never to block up the board. So that's almost certain to come down. At least there. A guest would actually give ovations back to the S for an even larger score. So big advantage Ben early on in this one.
Yeah, so if we see Jason maybe not know or think of the guest spot, which again, that's probably the highest scoring play available, he'll probably be looking with this H right here. He's going to be thinking, do I have any play in this spot that's worth playing? And it doesn't actually look like he has anything other than the very crazy looking EDH, or I guess you might put the other S at the end of it. This feels like a non-starter. I know you're down if you're Jason and want to keep the board open, but this is too much. That's reckless to do. I feel like there has to be some other option, a little bit safer, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, there's just nowhere else for Ben to play except through that E after EDHS, so you can't do that. He's going to play Gath for 8.
So this is a nice play to set the S up, but it is at a huge point sacrifice over some of his other options here. So I'm going to guess, no pun intended, with my guest. We're talking about that word guest, but maybe this works out if he draws a triple through the O. Let's see what he draws here. Oh, endorses almost. So you almost keeping that nice leave benefited hugely from the open O, but not quite, because he does have senders across the board as well.
Wow, that was very, very close to a huge swing. And wildly, had he played EDHS, I think Ben would have been forced to bingo with Ovation at the bottom, and we'd be in a situation where 2 triples are open for Jason, which is exactly what he wants. But alas, no triples coming, though Jason will score very, very well here. Endorses through the O, 80 points. Senders or resends with Gaths, 87 points. So we'll take the 7 extra points and cash in those last 2 S's, or obstruct the triple.
Yeah, that's a great question. I just feel like it's going to be hard to tell what to do, but I feel like if I'm Jason, I have to expect that after an average play from Ben on his next turn, I'm going to still be down by quite a bit. So I actually feel like I might want to take the more specific lane right now and get the extra points as a bonus and leave everything open in this area of the board. Then play here, although this does give you some future value of, well, see, the thing is, the S's are going to be gone after this play. So this spot is going to be dead after either play. Either it's going to be dead because you play there yourself, or if you play through the O, there are no S's left for you to hope for to hit that spot. So I think I'm decided that I'm taking the more specific spot, giving me a few extra points, and leaving the parts of the board that I'm going to have a more realistic shot to use. Does that sound logical at all to you, Matt?
It does. I mean, the spot, Nit's pointing out that this word is pronounced gut. But the Guths would be dead aside from those 2 unseen blanks either way. I love what endorses does to the board long term. Where it puts the E means pretty much any 7 I draw, save an ING bingo, is going to play vertically on this board. And I string not 1, but 2 S's out at the bottom of this board. So that is about the best I could possibly ask a bingo to do. But I just think the Guth spot is going to be too hard to hit otherwise. I would play resends here, but both plays have a lot of merit, and Jason is doing exactly what he needs to do, taking a lot of time on this turn. He's also probably looking at double doubles through the eye in Ovation, which might be the play if there's one, but none of those actually exist.
He is going to go ahead and play endorses. This does have not only the benefit that you just suggested of that long-term board openness, but also I feel like you may be reducing Ben's average scores on his next turn by quite a bit, playing through the only realistically open triple. So you get some defensive benefit there too. But Jason's going to really hope for one of those 2 blanks to come out in short order to give him a 1-2 punch here that's going to get him back in the game.
Oh, man. Okay, so we'll see a big draw coming for Jason, but 2 unseen blanks, a wide open board. This is still very much anybody's game, especially with Ben on a rather awkward rack. AELT, but OUY to go with it. Jason was so close, but just one too many consonants on that draw means he's going to have an awkward turn. Ben likely going to play, I think, YOU and YEX. It's clearly his top equity option to me. But with a lead of about 50 to 60 points, the last thing you want to do is get fishy. Keep AELT, draw some more vowels or 1-pointers, and score very little next turn. Would you play U here for 22, keep the good leave, or would you be looking to go a little longer, Will?
Yeah, it's a tough decision. I just feel like, oddly, if you look at the scores that are on offer by going longer, there is an obscure, very obscure word of ethly right here, which is a total non-starter. Even though you're getting 40 points for this, placing an E in this spot is one of the worst things you can do while protecting a lead. You are going to get hit not just by bingos, but by good scoring plays a ton of the time there. So I don't like that play. So if you're going to go long, what else are you going to do? Maybe the best option I can see here is something like Toei, Matt, which this doesn't keep the best leave, but it scores 31 at a cost of leaving your U with 3 more U's to come. So if that's the best I can do for just 31 points, oh, that's a nice option. That looks pretty good. 25 points there. Well, again, that only scored 25 compared to 22 for you, which keeps a little bit of a better leave. So if I'm not taking that big of a point sacrifice, I might go for the leave prioritizing play here.
Yeah, YOU. I mean, it does set up the big YOUR back hook. So Ben hasn't committed to Yuka. He's pulling it back. But yeah, I think I would play YOU here. I don't like having that O on my rack. I'd rather play it, even though there's only 2 to come. I'd like setting up the opportunity for me to muck up the S's and endorses by making my own YOUR plays next turn. And Yuka just allows us to get to the top of this board far too easily. If I draw a V, I might be able to shut down a whole lot of this board pretty quickly if I'm Ben, unless I play Yuka, in which case it's a guarantee we're hitting the top of this board at some point. So Yuka just doesn't do what I want to do long-term for the shape of the board.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. There's going to be a lot of plays after Yuka that, as you're saying, Matt, not only score well in this spot, but create a series of threats at the top of the board. And Ben is very, very savvy with respect to those board opening type plays. I just want to point out maybe another play that's worth considering if your Ben is just playing layout right here and just turn tiles. You've got 2 blanks unseen. This play does not keep the best leave, and it does open a little bit of a parallel possibility here, but turning 6 tiles, trying to draw into a 2 blank pool seems like it could be good. And you do close this easy 7s line in the process. So let's see. All right, Toey, we mentioned this as a decent option. What I would hate is Ben draw another U after this play.
Yeah, if he can dodge that, though, he's got to feel good about this. I love how this doesn't open the board back, though the one thing that Toei kind of has as a major wart is the guts spot. You can't do anything about it now. Whoever draws an S bingo with one of those blanks is going to hit the spot. But a great draw from Ben into Alunite. We'll see what opportunity he has next turn, but likely going to bring that down alongside endorses. We're back on Jason, ALMNRTT. He has a 28-point double-double available to him on this turn. I think that's probably what he ought to do, but he's going to spend some time on this turn looking at other ways to open the board. There are some fun plays from the P in Waspier that allow him to open a lot of this board open. So Ratlin for 28, the double-double, plays from the P. I don't know. This is a really tough turn with a ton to think about. Will, you're drawing the double-double up here. Do you like this play for Jason, or are you looking to open on this turn?
Yeah, I'm just drawing a couple of the different options so we can think about them all. And of course, you could also play something like Mantra here if you wanted to try to set up yourself to play. I guess you would need... there's actually a bunch of hooks to this, not all of which are available. At least the other M would be crazy to draw there. Jason playing Tarn, using his lone vowel, keeping LMT, and clearly trying to set up an eventual blank draw that maybe he'll draw into the 2 S hooks, something flexible in either spot. But I feel like I would have played Ratlin there purely to score as well as I can and turn as many tiles towards one of those blanks as possible. So that would have been my choice. But tricky move with nothing that obviously stands out.
Yeah, that was a tricky one indeed. And it seems like no matter what he did, he was going to get bingoed on. But he threatens to bingo back. His Alunite comes down for Ben. This will make the score 300 to 160, but Jason has 1 bingo that plays on the next move. He'll need to find it to keep his chances alive, and he would love for Ben to reach in and miss both of those blanks.
I'm curious if Ben had this lined up and ready to go, or if he at least considered Autlier into the R of Tarn. I feel like there are a lot of great things to be said for Alunite. It scores a couple extra points, but I would hate to run into a Q here, for example. Yeah, it does block that easy 7s lane, but I would have at least had a moment's thought for Autlier. Not sure if Ben had Alunite ready to rock, and as soon as he saw Jason not block it, said, I'm going forward with it, or if that was an active choice.
The one thing I like about Alunite is I don't want Jason to bingo in that same spot, but shifted up by 1 tile. Like, I'd hate for a triple to get opened after Jason bingos. I'd hate for there to be a threat that I must block. So I like taking the spot, but if Jason does hit me with the Q for a big score like that, that's not going to feel great. Q is unlikely to be on Jason's rack after TARN on the previous turn, but he did turn over 4 tiles. It could happen. I would have played Alunite there, and now Jason on the test, he's got to find Motelier.
Yeah, that's it. Here it is to this R. Very, very important that he spot this now to stay in the game. You see Ben is up by 140, more or less 2 bingos. So Jason can cut that deficit immediately. And if he does not, he is going to, he has some good non-bingo plays playing with his M alongside Alunite. But those are a far cry from just getting your bingo now and potentially drawing one of the 2 blanks. We know that Ben just drew 1 on his rack, and he has Duck Jewels on his rack, potentially ready to play through this T if it doesn't get blocked. Motelier looks like it will just barely block that. I'm sure he has something else available, but uncurled or something through this end, right? But yeah, so either way, I think Ben should be able to spot something that puts the game out of reach. But from Jason's POV, got to have this bingo now.
Yeah, big test for Jason. He does have a nice non-bingo option. He can score 43 on the top left triple word square. But here he goes. Motelier found by Jason. He needed to find this bingo to keep his chances alive.
Yeah, nice spot by him. And it's going to be back to Ben. And it looks like, wow, looks like uncurled is it. So either he spots that or he's going to struggle. But Ben is a phenomenal player. I fully expect him to spot this through the end. He has great word knowledge, and even better, he has just really good natural anagramming ability and board vision. So I would be very surprised if Ben misses uncurled here to put this game. Oh, he's going to challenge just to give it an extra few points. So a little bit surprised by that, Matt, but it's not going to matter too much.
Yeah, I mean, 5-point challenge, go ahead and throw the challenge at it if there's any ambiguity. This is a Collins only word, so maybe that's where a little bit of this comes from. But yeah, 5 points. Go ahead, do it, especially if you know you've got a bingo coming back up. Ben actually has 2 different bingos that play both in the same spot, either uncurled or uncold. I suspect uncurled is what we're going to see.
Yeah, I would have some doubts over uncold being valid by comparison. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that's just me. But all right, looks like he probably was aware of this already. Down it comes. It looks like we are, well, I guess we can't know yet. I was wondering if he's going to put that L first and we would know it was uncold, but we'll wait to see which he's chosen for this. I'm going to guess an R for sure, Matt.
Yeah, there it is, the R. Thank you to Josh Greenway on the ground for challenge cam. Uncurled coming down, and I would throw 5 points at this one too. Why not? That seems like a word, but it's game over. And sure enough, Jason doing the same thing.
Yeah, makes sense. This word being good is basically a death knell to your chances in the game, so might as well make absolutely sure. Quite the egg on your face if you do not challenge and it winds up being phony. So I think the upside is strongly in favor of challenging, and just to make sure. So the 5 points, easy come, easy go for both players, challenging each of the last couple of plays here.
Good Canadian sportsmanship, too. If you're going to spot me 5 points, then I will give you 5 points right back. This isn't curling at the Olympics. We're going to see good sportsmanship from the Canadian players here. Sorry.
True. Very surprising. Yeah, I guess curling really brings out those competitive juices with people. So impressive.
And now it's an uphill climb. But if Ben does not draw that blank, then there's still a chance. And there it is. A comment occurs. That's on me. And he's got Burka to get rid of the Q, then holds the blank. All right, yikes. He's also got FIQH, burning the blank for 57 at the bottom. All right. Well, that was fun. I enjoyed this one.
Yeah. Good draw for Ben there to get that second blank, of course. And, Jason with a V and a B, 2 tiles that do not enjoy being together, like the Tyrion and Cersei Lannister of Scrabble tiles. Sorry, I apologize. Okay. He's going to play Vild. That seems fine. Nat, I can't imagine what's better.
No, yeah, you do that and then you lose the game. That's the MO now. Jason gonna drop to 0-4, but in a field this stacked, like somebody has to do it, and just not the start we were looking for. But it does seem like we've had our first death in the game of tiles. Jason Ubika effectively knocked out of tomorrow's winners bracket with this one.
Yeah, 0-4. I mean, no one could really blame anybody for going on a losing streak with the players that we're seeing in this division, who are really the cream of the crop in North America. So it's going to be very, very tough for everybody in this division. But yeah, Jason 0-4, even if he wins all 4 of his remaining games, the math is decidedly not on his side. But this is a big win for Ben. And again, he is definitely going to be trying to win by as much as he can. And I was about to say, if he can draw a bingo hooking an S right here, that would be a huge boon to him. And that is exactly what just happened at.
Yeah, Fustier, Sir Fayette, now both options for Ben. Man, he's going to drop at least 500, and that'll make it 3 rounds in a row where a player drops a 500 on his opponent here at the game of tiles. Boy, we expected a bloodbath, but this has been savage so far.
Yeah, I think that's befitting the theme for sure. We are seeing a lot of fatalities here on the stream. We did get that incredible game one, which I feel like is destined to get onto my YouTube channel. It was such an incredible game. But we're definitely going to get more close games going forward. The players are just too good, and the tiles are going to cooperate for us to see some incredible back and forth Scrabble games. I have every expectation of that.
And we're getting a banner on the stream right on cue. Adam Logan has dropped another 500 score, 580 something. You see Adam now averaging 505 points per game. My goodness, George R.R. Martin. That's brutal.
Yeah, he is the mountain at the top of the mountain right now. But even the mountain meets a terrible fate in Game of Thrones. So again, if you're trying to avoid spoilers, we apologize. But it's 2026, so hopefully you can bear with us on that front. As we see Rabid go down, I guess I don't know if this gives any new options to Ben, but I feel like the S hook already was going to be his top choice here.
Yeah, this does give weak 61 pointers to Ben, but no bingos playable from the R means we're going to see Fustier or Surfeit from Ben on this turn.
Yeah, and that's going to be a nice chunk of extra spread for him here, although there is still plenty of game. Actually, the nice thing is there's enough tiles that Ben does not have to really worry. He can just go ahead and play this and know that no matter what, Jason's not going to end the game with a bingo on his next turn, I don't believe. So, yeah, this is a nice get right game for Ben. He is 2-1, but his previous appearance on the stream was a brutal one at the hands of Jason Keller.
Yeah, just Ben couldn't do anything right, and Jason had a couple consecutive draws where, like, if I could look into the bag and pull out this precise combination of letters, that's what I would try to get. And Jason just had two of those on back-to-back turns. Maybe Ben unsure of Guth taking the back S. He's going to play Fruitier for 61 here instead, the conservative option for Ben. Who wants 500 points?
Yeah, surprising there. He didn't challenge the original play that Jason made in that spot. So clearly some level of comfort in this word. So I'm surprised to not see the S hook. Potentially it's because he didn't see the words, but I would be very, very surprised if he didn't think to play in that spot that he wouldn't see Fustier. That is something Ben is going to find 10 times out of 10. So maybe a little momentary doubt in that word and not wanting to lose a challenge. But yeah, that's another little chunk of spread punted, and you just don't know, is that going to be what decides things going into day two?
I mean, the slogan of this tournament is in the game of tiles, you either win or you lose on spread. Ben leaving 24 points on the table. If Ben ends up missing the winner's bracket by 24 points or less, that is quite the fitting slogan. But we've seen other players leave points on the table. Round one, Matthew Tunnicliffe could bingo for 103 and instead whiffed on like all of his options and bingoed for 71. So we'll see. Spread being left on the table all over the place here at Game of Thrones. Perhaps a Starbucks cup will be left on a table as well. We'll see. That's a deep cut.
Nice. So we see him come down. Jason Ubeka is him, as the kids like to say nowadays, but actually it's Ben Schoenbrunn who is him with a nice big win here in the offing, and he's drawn JZYK out of the bag. So surely he is going to come up with some kind of good scoring play on his next move.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what he opts to do, but most plays that make sense for Ben will launch him over 500 on this turn. AAEGI, the 5 unseen tiles to him. So he's going to make sure that Jason can't go out immediately. There are no possible outs that I see on this board, so he can kind of do whatever he wants. Weirdly, it looks like Dozy is the best sequence for Ben, even though it seeds big plays back. Yeah, go ahead and draw it out.
Yeah, this is crazy because this gives back GAE at a minimum back to Jason, but I guess it's just enough points that you're going to be okay with that. I'm not really sure what other options that Jason has that's remotely as high scoring with those letters, but maybe it's just a matter of there somehow are no other good spots to play off the D and Z. And then I
Jake.
guess you just follow up with Jake, and then you've got everything off the rack. That's it. So, okay, that must be why. Going out in 2 is worth incurring a 39-point counterplay. That makes sense to me, Matt.
Yeah. Just go ahead and let your opponent score big as long as you can guaranteed go out in 2. If you have a K, a J, a Z, and a Y on your rack and you can still go out in 2, I guess you just try to do that. Ben picking up some different tiles. What, KE? What is he thinking about doing with those? Jake first holding Dozy?
Possibly, though playing Dozy would be blockable with a reg if you just play GIE in this spot. So you might give up your opportunity to play your big Z play if you don't just take it now.
Well, you still get GIED and DZO for $1 million.
That's true, but potentially then you cede the ability to go out in 2 with that because you would not be using all 4 of your remaining tiles. So yeah, tricky. These end games, it's funny because, we saw an incredible end game that Nigel Richards played at the Word Cup where he finished with athleisure. And I made in a video about that where I called it the greatest end game of all time. And I feel like it is fair. The criticisms that I got in the comments of that video were, how could this be the greatest end game of all time when it didn't actually decide the outcome of the game in any way? But I feel like as Scrabble players, Matt, we kind of appreciate the end game as, yeah, it can decide the game one way or another, but also it's just like a puzzle unto itself. And even end games in completely decided games can be better or worse than one another based on the principles at play and the complexity of the solution.
Yeah, the players who take the time to solve every single end game out are in much stronger positions in those close end of game sequences. It's so easy to just play those situations fast and try to get the game over with when it's decided, but you never know. And the more end games you solve, the faster you're going to be at iterating and finding those out in 2 sequences and all those other things. So the end game is a beautiful puzzle regardless of game score. If you have the patience and brain power, you should try to grind every single one of them out. I've got a core memory from like 15 years ago where Noah Walton and I would just simulate a game until there were like 3 tiles in the bag and then try to solve every end game out for both sides anyway, regardless of the score. Just how much can you win by? Great practice. And I think to Nigel's credit, like the reason that was the greatest end game of all time is precisely because it didn't matter. But like there was so many layers to that. It didn't matter for the win. Like Nigel was going to win the game anyway. And then after Nigel plays the greatest end game we've ever seen, he clinched the tournament with 4 games to go and didn't even know that he had won.
Yeah, there's a lot to that for sure. But yeah, it looks like Ben has kind of the right idea. I feel like it's often the case in these end games where you come upon the 2-play solution to the end game, which does appear to be Dozy making hooks right here and then Jake up here. It looks like Ben is going to play Jake at the top of the board, which actually, Matt, this could, even though the computer engine may not smile upon this as the best play, it might practically be the best play if Jason does not play GIE right here. It's going to work out significantly better for Ben to play Jake first. Maybe Jason plays Allah or something under those letters, and then Ben goes out with Dozy. That's going to work out better than the quote-unquote optimal sequence.
Yeah, if you can get your opponent to make a mistake, then yeah, the right end game's not the right end game. Oh my goodness, the bloodbath continues. Jason Keller dropping 633 in his game this round. What on earth is going on? How is everybody scoring 500 or 600 points like every single game? The game of tiles is intense.
Wow, and that came against Matthew Tunnicliffe as well, who I would have put as one of the top 2 or 3 favorites in the event. I think he was already 1-2 prior to that game, so that would be a shocking result. But again, the players are too strong. There's going to be some amazing players that do not make it into the winner's bracket. And right now, if that result is accurate, which of course it is, I think that means Matthew is 1-3 with probably very, very poor spread after getting absolutely walloped by Jason Keller there. So we will definitely get a look at the standings when the dust settles here. But that's a surprise to me, Matt.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, 7 players in this field are what I would consider extremely strong players, and it's mind-boggling to me that 3 of them are going to get cut after day 1. 3 of Jason Keller, Adam Logan, Ben Schoenbrunn, Matthew Tunnicliffe, Matthew O'Connor, Josh Castellano are not going to be in the finals tomorrow. Like that's nuts. But when everybody's this good, somebody has to lose. Matthew O'Connor was 0-3 going into this round. Matthew Tunnicliffe now 1-3 at the end of this round. And first game for Matthew Tunnicliffe after lunch is against Adam Logan. So playing for your life, and now you got to play literally the world champion. Good luck, Matthew Tunnicliffe. Enjoy your lunch.
Yikes. Yeah, that's tough. So, all right, Ben going out with Dozy. So he does find a nice sequence here that actually earns him a few extra points of spread above the quote unquote optimal sequence. But yeah, nicely played by him, and another massive score. This 538 appears to be his final score in the game when all is said and done. And that's going to be like the 4th highest score that I've seen in the round, Matt.
The 4th highest score we've seen this round is 538. Is that real? That's utterly absurd.
It's at least the 3rd, because we've seen 2 600s, I thought. Didn't we see? Or
got like a
maybe
580 and a 600.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So insane. Amazing.
Insane day indeed. All right, let's cut to overhead mic. Probably no post-mortem, but we'll try.
I missed that spot.
528 and
10 is 538.
Yeah.
350.
Yep.
Hakime, thanks. Gaff doesn't take sound.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Don't. Oh, it does. Okay.
It does? Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't too concerned about it just because all the S's were already out. And
Yeah.
I didn't want to just
yeah,
like play fusty or
blanks would go there. Yeah, I was trying to decide, do I play endorses or senders?
Yeah, it's
But I figured
annoying.
that's just too easy for you to score otherwise.
Yeah, and, like, this
And
isn't
it's not
going
really that
anywhere.
much more points to play there.
And this just like isn't going anywhere. It's not bad to have
Yeah.
that around.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured that could be a blank assist bingo down the road.
Yeah.
I wasn't 100% sure if Motelier either.
Yeah, I figure it was probably good. I just like always get
For
confused.
some reason, am I thinking of Mottelier or what? Yeah.
I always get
I mean,
confused with that and
Hotelier is
something
obviously good,
else.
but
Yeah,
Motelier, I thought I might be making it up.
I liked it. I just wasn't 100%. I can't remember what I was confusing it with. It's not good, but
Well, that's it for that one. Ben Schoenbrunn dropping 538, and he's going to be either the lowest or second lowest winning score from the game of tiles. We are now 4 games in, 4 more games this afternoon, and after that, we'll take the top 4 players and sequester them into a best of 8 match, and then the top 2 from that will play a best of 7 on Monday. Spicy, spicy stuff from King's Landing, Ontario. Matt Canick and Will Anderson bringing you all the action. Lunch break is coming now. Let's take a peep at the standings. They're not quite fully updated yet, but we'll see what we've got. Adam Logan, 4-0. Jason Keller, 3-1. We know that Ben Schoenbrunn about to jump to 3-1 as well. Josh Sokol, Josh Castellano, at least one of those players will likely be 3-1 as well. Matthew O'Connor at 0-4 is shocking to me.
Yeah, it's probably the first time in everyone's life that we will ever have seen something like that. Matthew, an incredibly strong player who is probably at his peak of his all-time ability right now. He has been steadily grinding, improving his word knowledge to where it is a strength and no longer a weakness. He is a fantastic player. So that 0-4 record is more of a testament to how beastly this field is than anything else. And you can see further evidence of that with Matthew Tunnicliffe 1-3. So, hey, you know, what could easily happen here, Matt, is that Adam Logan just continues to vault ahead of the field, our World Scrabble champion, reigning from the previous 2025 event. But if Adam continues to stack wins and other players falter a little bit, like Jason, Josh, or Ben, who are now at 3-1, we could see a huge log jam in the middle of the field. And there is still time for somebody like Matthew to reel off a bunch of big wins and maybe sneak his way back into this thing.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, any of these players is alive. If you are Matthew O'Connor or Jason Ubika, you're really hoping Adam Logan just stomps everybody. He goes 8-0, and maybe even a 3-5 or a poor 4-4 could sneak you into the top 4. Adam is likely going to have a hard decision tomorrow, as he's got to pick who his opponent's going to be if he's able to hold on to the 1 seed. I don't envy being in that position, but I don't really envy being in any of these guys' positions, as you have to go down the gauntlet no matter what in order to make it in tomorrow. Such strong players here in Kingston, Ontario. We're so stoked to bring all of it to you on Let's Play Scrabble. Before we break for lunch, please, if you could, tap that thumbs up button. Let's drive the video up the algorithm for the day. Try to get more viewers in here. If you have not yet, please subscribe to the Let's Play Scrabble channel. All Josh Greenway does with this channel is stream a whole bunch of Scrabble. So if you like watching Scrabble on the internet, this is the place to do it. Will, I'm going to plug for you since you're too humble to do it yourself, but there's one more channel you really ought to subscribe to if you haven't yet. And it's right down there underneath Will, the Wanderer 15 or Will Anderson channel, which has breakdowns of all of the sickest games that happen across the Scrabble world. Will, who else do you want to plug while we're here?
Yeah, just as a quick update, I got a couple of questions. Where's the content? It's coming. I think I should have a new video out tomorrow, and there's going to be a ton of content coming from this tournament. I have to say, if that first game, that was easily enough to get on there, and I guarantee there's going to be more. So thank you very much, Matt, for shouting that out. But yeah, just want to echo LPS over here, Let's Play Scrabble, doing incredible work to bring everybody so much amazing Scrabble content. Just happy to help in our own little way with what Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor are doing over there with LPS. We got this. Let's see that sub counter go up. Nice work by producer Josh to get that on the screen. Can we see that number tick up before we go to break? And just want to tease that the matchup we're going to see back at 2:45 Eastern Time is Adam Logan versus Matthew Tunnicliffe. Matthew fighting for his life against his Ottawa clubmate, though Adam, of course, now based out of Montreal. But what a marquee matchup that is, Matt.
It is going to be so sick. My dogs are going to take a little nap, recharge, because you don't want to miss a second of the 4 games this afternoon. So lunch will end at 2:45 Eastern Time. That is in about 82 minutes. So my task to you is eat something delicious, touch some grass, thumbs up the video, and tell somebody you love them. Happy Valentine's Day. If you don't have anybody else to tell me in the chat, or tell Will in the chat, or tell Josh Greenway, who runs the Let's Play Scrabble, or tell all of us. We love you at home, all of our viewers. None of this would be possible without you tuning in. So happy Valentine's Day to you. Thanks for spending it here with me. Thanks to my better half for allowing me to do my nerdy stuff instead of, going out and spending a bunch of money on a nice steak. And Will, you probably want to say the same, yeah?
Absolutely. Yeah, I got to think about my Valentine's plans, but yeah, let us know who your preferred commentator Valentine is in the chat, and we'll be back in a little more than an hour with some incredible Scrabble from Kingston.
All right, more Scrabble coming your way on Let's Play Scrabble. We will see you in 81 minutes. Adios. Well, that dragon giving rise to some very interesting ideas in the chat. Perhaps we'll get some sweet chat GPT photoshops of a dragon and an Adam Logan and a Matthew Tunnicliffe and some sick Scrabble memes. Welcome back to the Game of Tiles. 4 games happened this morning, and boy, has it been a bloodbath so far. I'm Matt Canick, joined by Will Anderson on Let's Play Scrabble, and we got 4 more games of CSW coming your way this afternoon. Boy, Will, are you stoked or what?
Yeah, it was a crazy morning. We had one absolute banger to start the game, and then the bloodbath began with 3 games that featured one player absolutely romping over their opponents in those last 3 games of the morning. Hopefully, we get some close ones this afternoon as we see who is going to finish in those top 4 spots. I guess the spread currently not there for Josh Castellano, but it doesn't matter whether that number is. He is going to be actually, I think we knew that he was the weakest of the 3s. So if the tournament ended right now, those would be your top 4 finishers moving on: Adam Logan, Jason Keller, Ben Schoenbrunn, and Josh Castellano. But unfortunately for all 4 of those people, Matt, there are 4 games still to go this afternoon.
Yeah, 4 games, so much can happen. Josh Castellano at a net ±0 on his spread at 3-1. That's why nothing is showing up.
Fair enough. Okay.
These new widgets and bugs, compliments of Josh Koff, part of the brains behind the Let's Play Scrabble operation. And now we have learned, hey, if nothing shows up, it's not a glitch. It's a 0. All right, players are ready. Full of lunch, whatever they chose to eat up in King's Landing. I hope they got meat on a stick or perhaps some roast dragon. And now we are ready to go. This is not Jason Ubika and Ben Schoenbrunn, despite what the labels show. This is world champion Adam Logan versus Matthew Tunnicliffe, updating right on cue. Logan, Tunnicliffe, banger guaranteed coming your way. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble.
Yeah, this is a close to a must win, if not an absolute must win for Matthew, who probably is looking at not just needing to win all of his games this afternoon, but if he's going to drop a game, he better lose that one by not much and win his other 3 by massive margins. And then he's going to need some serious help from the other players. So this is basically a must win game. And very quickly comes Coco for Adam. Seems like a clear optimal play, Matt, leaving the nice ED combination behind.
Yeah, sometimes moves are pretty standard, and that is an instance of a move being quite standard. So Adam Logan, 24 points off to the races. EEEKLTU, the opening rack for Matthew Tunnicliffe. The O is going to give okay plays for him. I wonder what he'll choose. KEET. KETE, KEEL, all look like strong options here. Is one of those drawing your eye above the others, Will?
Well, it's funny that you should say that these are okay plays, hooking the K, because they really do feel kind of mediocre. These plays are just okay in this spot. I do think that with my E's left behind, if I'm Matthew, I'm probably wanting to play this underneath in case I draw a bingo ending in E. It'll have a place to play. Whereas if you play on top here, which you can play almost all of the same words, either on top or on the bottom, but that's kind of a marginal situation. And maybe you want to play on top just to deny that opportunity to Adam. Not really sure which direction I would go, but in my gut, I feel like I would want to play Keel here, leaving ETU, which I feel like may be a hair better than ELU, but I don't really have any evidence for that other than my gut. So he's got Leak lined up here. See, he might be thinking about playing Cleek off of the C of Coco. So that could be another possibility.
I think if you're going to play off a C, I'd play off the other C and play Cuke, C-U-K-E. E-E-L-T is rather synergistic, especially with A and C out there floating in space. But I would be looking to cash a few more points here between the Keat or Keel plays on top or underneath. Like, there doesn't seem to be a strong reason to make one over the other. I would just do something. And that is what Tunnicliffe is going to do here. He's just going to do something. Keel on bottom is his choice. Simulation prefers it on top by a smidge, but I didn't get a chance to run it super long. So I don't know, just splitting hairs at that point. Tunnicliffe on top by 3. Adam Logan now to respond. Unwieldy Rack, 6 consonants, but he can threaten 40 points with the double-double here. He's also got a nice 22-point play. I wonder what Adam's going to choose.
I don't know, but he's going to get hit with Eructate. I think it doesn't seem that likely. Well, actually, it does seem like this has a good chance of being blocked with Adam having such consonant overload. He's going to probably look to play through the O and block it. I'm wondering about, Keel on top potentially being a little bit better in the short term, just because maybe it's a little bit tougher with this L here. Can't play any 6s with an E in it going across. I guess you still can play with A. Okay, whatever. It's not that big a deal. So either way, Eructate does get blocked, but does Matthew have anything else through the new letters?
We will find out. So Strobed for 40 was a double-double, keeping the V. Adam opting to keep DS instead, sacrificing 18 points, but this feels right. The V is such a bad tile. DS, especially on this board, quite strong. Either of those options would have taken away Eructate, and this one does not give any bingos back to Matthew Tunnicliffe. He's now got a tricky turn. AEERTTU. Oh, these turns are so brutal. You can't score with all the one-pointers. You can't keep yourself exceptionally bingo prone. The closest you can do is probably holding AERT. And your highest scoring option that keeps AERT is TAU to the left side of obvert, but that blocks many of your floaters out in space and does the opposite of what you're looking to do with the bingo prone leave. So I have no idea what Matthew's going to do on this turn, but I do suspect we'll see several minutes tick off his clock here.
Yeah, as you suggested, Matt, these positions are so brutal when you have these low point tiles that look like they could bingo. And in fact, we're very close to doing so through that open C. Now it gets blocked and you have such a more difficult position on your hands. A lot of different ways to go here. I agree with your skepticism of TAU right here, not necessarily being thematically what Matthew is trying to do here. Keeping a balanced bingo leave, but in the process, blocking some of the best real estate on the board for bingos. But the score is so close, and I feel like Matthew can afford to make a play like that, which oddly actually scores about as well as he could get here. There's almost no plays available that score any better. Really, you're just looking at like 16-point plays like Uvia or Juve in this spot that keep 2 Ts. So if you can't do that much better than that in terms of score, could be all right to just go ahead, take your 14 points, keep a relatively balanced leave, and hope for better things next turn. Failing that, what else? What are you going to do? Play true or something? Keeping a slightly better leave, but creating a bunch of hooks that Adam could easily have. And in fact, he does have at least 2 actually on his rack.
God, yeah, this is just a brutal turn for Matthew. You'd like to open the board up with the bingo prone one-pointers you have. You'd like to create new bingo lines, but if you do something like true and open lines, you're just asking to get punched in the face. So this turn just hurts to even look at, to analyze. We might see him play EAU and keep the ERTT combination. This is a turn that I think of the 8 players in the room, we'd probably see 4 or 5 different plays made. Just testament to how close everything is, and you just kind of go with your gut here. Matt's gut says take points. He's going to score as best as he can. UVEA for 16.
Yeah, I mean, this is a sensible play. Scores a couple more points, but at a cost of leaving the 2 T's and maybe slight consonant heaviness. Okay, he's drawn all right. He's got the 2 sets of duplicates, but it basically kind of punts the can down the road a little bit with Matthew having such a difficult decision on a tricky board that's not easy to play on. He's basically said to Adam, you deal with this, and we'll check back with me next turn, and let's see if the board is any different. So Adam also has somewhat of a tricky decision to navigate this very tightly compacted and unappealing board for scoring purposes.
What Adam, I think, should do here, he's looking at bods and obverts, but this does not seem to be the right line. If your opponent hands you a closed board, keep it closed. The new UWU, UWU, plays for 21, holds BANDS on a board where the S is exceptionally strong, gives almost no new opportunity to Matthew Tunnicliffe. I love the play of UWU here for Adam Logan, should he spot it.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And that's going to get some funny comments in the chat. Hopefully we get a chorus of ooh-woos in the chat if we see Adam, our world Scrabble champion, playing this word. Truly, that just brings a smile to my face and warms my heart. I do agree wholeheartedly that it is called for here, especially with that S in hand. It does do a great job of grabbing a solid number of points and keeping your S, which if Matthew does not have an S, the board is extremely difficult to use. Whereas if you're Adam and you have one and you draw a flexible enough bingo, you have a lot of options on your next turn. So I like that choice. He does seem to strongly be considering grabbing a few extra points here and play bods. This does also have some merit, namely it scores 13 more points than UWU, but you're going to give a lot of those points right back to Matthew, either in the form of plays through the B or potentially even worse, underlaps with heavy tiles along the triple lane there. So you're going to give back a ton of those gains immediately with that play.
All right, Will, we're going to play the game again. What is Matthew's average score delta between bods and obverts and UWU? How many more points are you giving him?
Oh, this is a good game. So I think this one maybe isn't as extreme as the other, because the B, I feel like if I put bods back on the board, if this D was a vowel instead, and you could make plays, 4-letter words underneath with the pattern of vowel, consonant, I think it would be slightly worse than with this, where you are a little bit limited a lot of the time in how far you can underlap productively. And it's going to be hard to play through the B, but that being said, that is instantly the best place to score on this board. So I'll give that a solid 6-point delta on that. Maybe I should be more aggressive with that. Curious to know the answer.
Chat, you can play along as well. Nobody has answered my question thus far. Adam is going to go way off the beaten path here and play Braun, keeping DUS together. But this is another defensive option. Give very little back. I don't care if you play down from that N, Matthew. It's going to score nothing. But the big drawback to Braun is this.
Bingo's starting with a vowel. That's pretty much the only way, if you're Adam, that you ever regret a play like this. But it's such a different ball game after UWU. Instead of this going down, Matthew again is facing this constricted board. So we're seeing the potential defensive merit of that play you suggested. And admittedly, this is sort of a bad beat for Adam, but it is potentially one he could have avoided.
Yeah, the difference between bods and UWU on opponent next score was 11.5 points.
Wow, crazy. I guess that makes sense. You just get hit so much harder in that spot every time. There's nothing else other than bingos. So nice. Well, that's a godsend for Matthew, Matt.
A godsend indeed. He had another very challenging turn if entrant didn't fit, and he was just gifted the spot on a platter by Adam. Now, Braun was not a bad play, but I think UWU was just stronger, and I don't think he saw it because that's such a funny-looking word. Unless, you know, all right, I'm going to behave myself today. Adam kept DUS and immediately drew the Q out of the bag. QU is exactly what you're looking for. I wonder if this is going to be Quag through the A, setting up the S for 28, or the straightforward Shook for 44 right now. Adam pulling the trigger on Shook. These look very close to me. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, this is a little bit more safe of a play, much less downside risk. If you do play Quag here, you are definitely very strongly increasing the value of your S, Now, after such a play, you would have 2 huge spots, but at the same time, you're drawing into a leave of 4 consonants. So you could get hosed. That's one way you get hosed after a play like that. And the other is if Matthew drew an S immediately, playing Quag bails him out quite a bit. There could be plays, 5-letter plays hooking Quags that score a ton and immediately become your best play. Maybe if your rack is clunky enough, you don't even have a 6-letter word ending in S with entrance, which would score less anyway. So there are a few ways that this option works out a little bit better, but it's surely tempting to pump up the value of your S that much with Quag, Matt.
Yeah. Quag is a volatile, risky play, but I think leaving 4 consonants behind, you're likely going to need 2 vowels on your draw to have good threats after it. So Shook feels all right to me. Matthew on turn has a challenging decision now. The Z stacks on top of entrance, either ZA, ZE, or ZEA, all options. The leave on all of them leaves something to be desired, but I think just the standard ZA is too many points to pass up. You got to keep the ERRTV leave, right, Will?
Yeah, I think so. In a vacuum, you would always, think that the E is a little bit better of a bingo tile than the A. There are surprising situations where the A actually outperforms the E with a small number of consonant combinations. There are a bunch of leaves with M's in them that actually do better with the A. And I believe that ING actually does slightly better with the A than the E. No, none of those apply here. In fact, the V left over on the rack strongly prefers the E to the A. So definitely the right choice, I believe, for Matthew to just play ZA and move on. And aren't we so glad, Matt, that at least someone somewhere refers to pizza as ZA?
I don't know. I have strong opinions about it. I'm going to step on my soapbox and be an old man for a second. When I was a kid, QI and ZA were not words you could just play. There were no 2s with the Q, no 2s with the Z, and the game absolutely changed when ZA became a thing. Now ZA, Z, ZO, all in the lexicon. The Z is a mammoth of a tile, as Matthew Tunnicliffe demonstrated. Adam on turn, ADEGMRX, another wild turn where nothing seems to be very good. You'd love to cash your X for 40 or 50. It's not possible here. And I don't see a compelling way to set it up. I don't see a reason to hold on to it. So I think we're just going to see a very weak X play, something like Max underneath the EL of Keel, or Exam and ENE holding the DGR combination. No strong options here for Adam. Will, does anything jump out to you?
Well, I'm wondering, I guess my mind goes to what happens if you just play Zax. Do you have enough stuff in the pool that is good? I'm seeing a couple things. Damager, Maugred, I think. Can you spell it that way? MAUGRED. Exam looks perfectly fine to me. I would just be looking for a brief moment. Can that weird looking leave of, I guess, marged, can that actually, that's not a word I don't believe, but does that give you a surprising number of 7-letter words enough where you can just play off the X? I don't think it likely does. Sometimes the computer engine gives surprising results in situations like that.
Yeah. I think a 1-tile fish could have made some sense there, but Exam scores pretty well. Not a bad idea there from Adam either. EERRTUV. The rack now for Matthew Tunnicliffe. He is ahead by 16 points on Adam Logan, fighting for his life in this tournament. He's going to need to go probably 4-0, maybe 3-1 in this afternoon session. So good luck to him. On this turn, I don't know. I mean, he can commit to the closed board. He can play verb into the B of obvert, keep things tight, but this game really comes down to the S on keels after you make that play, and you don't have the S. You see 3 of them unseen plus 2 blanks. I don't like doing that. So maybe VERTU or this. This is crazy.
Yeah, the game comes down to the S on keels, you say, Matt. Well, now it really comes down to the S hook on this, which Matthew has caught Adam without any of those key tiles. No S's, no blanks. And if I'm Adam, this looks for all the world like a play that Matthew would surely make happily with an S in hand, and he draws S blank. Oh my gosh, the timing. We should mention that the game we saw to start the tournament was an incredible comeback win by Matthew, where he made a play needing to draw S's and blanks out of the bag, doing so in timely fashion, and then proceeding to lose his other games to find himself in this tough situation. So maybe Matthew should request to be on the stream from here on out.
Well, what I think Matthew should do is just continue to set up S's that he doesn't have, because apparently if you set up an S that you don't have, you will manifest it on your rack with a blank immediately. He's now 2 for 2 on huge S setups and drawing straight into it. Teach me your ways, Matthew Tunnicliffe. Adam Logan, DGGIORY on his rack. Yogic looks to be a strong play down to the C in Coco, but it opens the board wide up. And we've seen Adam commit to a more defensive style of play. You see his hands on his neck. He is thinking hard about this one. Are there any other plays I can make that make sense that don't open things up quite so much? DOTY through the T and obvert is a play that does that, but the GGIR leave held behind here leaves a lot to be desired. I could see a case to be made for Yogic. I could see a case to be made for Doty. I think in this situation, I might actually play Doggy and DOE and dig
Agreed.
for S.
Agreed. I totally agreed. I was about to make this suggestion because it is sort of an axiom of Scrabble that I've come to embrace. If you can't block a big setup from your opponent on one turn, that doesn't give you carte blanche to just play anywhere you want and just say, all right, well, I can't block it, so I might as well just play somewhere else. If you can't block it in one turn, why not try blocking it in 2 turns? What if Matthew did not draw a play hooking this that he feels comfortable with? Well, by playing Doggy here now, you clean up your rack nicely, and more importantly, you set up a lifeline for yourself to block that hook more conclusively next turn. So I definitely like that choice thematically here. Of course, it's going to be for naught, as Matthew has drawn an absolute monster and is going to be hitting that hook for a humongous score on his next turn. But if that were not the case, I do feel like Doggy has a lot to recommend it in this position.
Yeah, this is another situation where we should probably shut up and learn from Adam Logan. Of course, Will, you're an insanely strong player, but Adam Logan is the world champion. And these little nuanced decisions, short-term versus long-term board dynamics, assessing the threats, turning over tiles, balancing your leave, Adam's going to do this better than pretty much anybody. So we'll see. My gut says Doggy looks to be the strongest play, but whatever Adam chooses between those options is probably the best play.
Yeah, I have a ton of trust in Adam's ability to navigate these positions. And if he plays something else, there's going to be really good reasons for it, potentially some that we're not aware of. But there you go. He has these set up. I really do like the principles of this play, cleaning up the tiles that you have very nicely. The one drawback that I can see of this play is look at the eye situation, Matt. Literally not a single eye on the board already, and Doggy leaving one on the rack, drawing into 8 more in the bag. That is a serious risk of this play. If not for that, I would say this play does everything you want, but incurring that risk of drawing 4 eyes on your next rack, it's all very possible with so many to come.
Oh my God, 8 unseen eyes with just half the bag left. I hate that so much. Over under 1.5 exchanges in the remainder of this game. I'm going to put the line there. I think over is quite likely to hit, especially if Doggy comes down. We'll see. Matthew might have a terrible post-bingo draw. Adam might have a terrible draw after this. But he's backed out of Doggy. He's going to continue to look and iterate. Adam down to just 11 minutes at not even the halfway mark on this game. And finally, he will open the board. He's opting to play Yogic here.
This play might actually benefit him because if you think about the board after Matthew's eventual bingo, it's nice to maybe have a couple of tiles to play through or to set up more stuff after this. Whereas the board after Doggy and a bingo is absolutely horrendous. So it's going to benefit Adam to play a little more standardly with Yogic. And we're going to see Wetters come down here for a boatload of points and an absolute must play and a critical draw for Matthew with his tournament life at stake.
Yeah, what a draw for Matthew Tunnicliffe. Once again, exactly what he needed. We're going to figure out if that blank is an H or a T in just a second. It is an H. Weathers the play for Matthew Tunnicliffe. He pulls way ahead. 110 points is his lead. Adam has dodged the majority of those I's, finding just one DGIILMR on his rack. And I think at this point you open the board. The play of Glim and My looks really strong to me, Will. Any reason you're not making that play?
Yeah, Glim, that certainly looks like it does a lot of nice things. Adam, all of a sudden, I felt like this game was neck and neck and maybe Adam in slight control in the early going, but everything changed when Entrance was given some space to go down the board. And now he is definitely in danger of taking his first loss. So with that in mind, Glim balancing the rack, opening the board even further through this open G. Definitely all things that Adam wants at this scoreline, and he wastes very little time getting that on the board.
All right, but this is going to give Matthew two different options to score 45 at the top, YOGH and HOGH, both strong plays for him. I think I'd play the Y and keep the H here. You have a strong opinion, Will?
Yeah, I feel like that Y does feel a lot better to keep when you've got an L in reserve. Just in general, those two tiles really like being alongside one another. So I feel like that leave just feels a little more flexible and maybe even a little more bingo prone than keeping the H behind. But I do also wonder if so, we're talking about plays up here. So the front runner potentially being Hog here. Just got to be thinking, if you're Matthew, is there any real reason to want to avoid putting an H here? If you put a Y up there instead, that is extremely unlikely to ever yield an 8-letter bingo by comparison to the H, which maybe if Adam draws the blank, and looks like he has. Would you look at that? So a big blank draw for Adam. But Matthew's going to play it more standardly, and I definitely approve of his choice.
An argufied triple was drawn by Adam, but blocked immediately by Matthew Tunnicliffe. Adam with the patented shirt in mouth. I wonder if that's a tell that I've got the triple or what this means from Adam. But argufied no longer there. Shirt in mouth means it's crunch time for Adam Logan. It's 184 to 318. Matthew Tunnicliffe's lead, but Adam looking to make a big statement on this turn. Argufied still plays through the G in Yogic for 72. That is his only playable bingo after the block from Tunnicliffe.
Yeah, which you can imagine if Adam saw it playable through the G, then he surely is going to quickly pivot to know that he can play it here as well. I think he's just doing a quick check to make sure I don't have anything from the H, which not only would score so much better than whatever he's going to get through the G, but would also open up future lanes to continue his comeback. Argufied is going to be great to get a bingo down, but it does use up some space on the board in a somewhat frustrating way. It doesn't really create new opportunities for him to bingo a second time, which he's likely to need. So he's going to look, maybe he's also looking for overlapping plays. But in the end, Matt, I think you're suggesting he's only got the one option.
Yeah, just the one bingo. He could consider passing on it. FLAIR through the L in Glim. 35 points. DU blank with 6 unseen eyes is asking to get punished. But if you want to forego the bingo and try to get a higher scoring one later, That's the only other reasonable play that makes sense here. I'd still pull the trigger on Argufied.
Great comment by Hop About the Bed, who says he needs to check if he has any 10s through the X. That's definitely something he needs to be looking for. If you watch the morning games, you know that paroxetine somehow escaping his notice. Very, very shameful blunder on his part. Just kidding. Probably one player in the world sees that one reliably. And here comes Argufied, nicely spotted by Adam. This is it. There's nothing better. And he's able to get off of this rack. Took a minute or two, but he has 8 more minutes to continue his comeback here. He's still in a world of hurt, though, in the game.
Yeah, still going to be a tough climb for him, but at least it is closer. 256 to 318 after that. Matthew Tunnicliffe with a very nice play, though. The obscure 5-letter P-I-O-Y-E bails him out of a terrible rack, crucially gets rid of his IY combination. That is what I'd be tunneling in on doing here with so many unseen eyes left to go. I like that play a lot. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, it's definitely worth noting that a similar play of PLOYE would normally be well worth consideration to keep the balanced IT leave. But in this situation, this late in the game, players at this level are going to be looking at the leftover tiles, or rather the remaining tiles, and Matthew's not going to make that mistake and play ploy over POI, which definitely is called for here with that I situation.
Yeah, POI looks to be really strong. If he wants to go even longer, he can play polity as a 6-letter word on top of Argufied and just block a whole bunch of stuff at once. But POI looks to be, I think, the slam dunk play here for him.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see if he elects to do that. Oh, okay. So this does appear to be a slight oversight. Matthew himself would probably, if he looks at the pool closely, he would probably realize, and in fact, we can see Adam has no eyes on his rack. So Matthew could get bad news very quickly here, Matt. We could see a disaster unspooling for him.
He's going to draw 3 eyes. Here it comes. I. N. Oh, no. No way. You got bingo? All right, whatever. Jeez.
Yeah, there it goes. So he got one, but the rest of them look very, very nice for him there, as Matt cannot contain his disgust at that draw. Yeah.
Just sometimes you feel like a small mistake deserves to get punished given the game state, but like, no, we're good. And Adam's best play is probably Goad, G-O-A-D, to the left side of ploy. It strings the G exactly where you want to string a G, especially with an N on your rack and so many I's to threaten ING bingos. But alas, with the way Matthew just drew, it's a moot point. Goad is just going to get punished.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth noting that on this board right now, Matthew does not appear to have playable bingos and is going to be reliant on Adam to open something up. Of course, the game situation strongly dictates that Adam tried to do exactly that. He's the one trailing by 100 points. But if Adam somehow finds a way to score and open the board that doesn't give Matthew back tinnies or intines or something like that, Matthew is going to be facing a tough choice with a rack that looks like it should bingo and doesn't really have the ability to do that. And there he plays Goad up top. And immediately Steining coming down, Matt.
How much time is Matthew? Oh, he's actually pulled back on it now. He started to set it down instantly, and I was like, is he going to bingo in 7 seconds or less? That's impressive, but surely he knows the word. I knew the word, and I don't even play Collins.
The fact that he started playing it instantaneously makes me feel like he is going to go back and trust his gut on this. His gut clearly told him that this is a word and you should play it instantly, and it's going to be good. I wonder if Adam's even going to give it a courtesy 5-point challenge, or probably he's just going to accept his fate gracefully here. Yeah, it doesn't look like any motion from Adam's part that there should be a challenge here. And you see it again, Matt. Adam, our current world Scrabble champion, saying in his interview that he just wants to become the best player at the Ottawa club. I know he's moved to Montreal since that time, but Matthew just bedeviling him in club and tournament play speaks very well of Matthew's incredibly high caliber.
Man, Adam Logan and Matthew Tunnicliffe is actually now my second favorite Montreal-Ottawa rivalry. If you've seen Heated Rivalry, you know my first one, or if you've read it, but I digress. Here's a fun puzzle for everybody at home to keep some intrigue. Adam can score 35. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
With this Drek, huh? That's
Yes.
crazy. I'm sure some of you eagle-eyed people in the chat are going to spot it with that clue, but I've not seen it yet. I'm going to take a look. But 35 is not going to do the trick for Adam here, down by 150 odd points. But Adam, so good at play finding with his board vision. I'm guessing there's a good chance he's going to see it, even in a lost cause.
I had to count it like 6 times. I'm like, that doesn't score 35. But it does.
Oh, there it is. It's been shouted out in the chat.
Well done.
And hinted in the chat as well. That's a nice hint by MGK28. Nice to see you. Yeah, that's the play. Elation through the L of Glim. That would be so stylish. I mean, Adam could be locked into thinking about, can I get a bingo to cut the spread loss of this game a little bit? But if he throws in the towel on that task, Elation would be a really nice feather in his cap in a losing effort.
That'd be wonderful to see. But if you're Adam, you're probably looking at the unseen pool and you're like, ooh, there is a J. If I draw that J, maybe I can bingo for 100. And maybe I can win. Is there any way I can put that together? But at this deficit on this board, I don't think there's any line that makes any sense.
Yeah, it's just so tough just because what has to be in the bag for Matthew to not have a decent scoring play somewhere that outruns, those plays, right? So I guess I would be a little worried if I don't play enough tiles. I would be somewhat concerned if I'm Adam about plays just like PI. If I leave too many tiles in the bag and I let Matthew play PI with the last S in hand, I could regret not just playing longer through that L. And there we go. Adam playing Ilya, potentially not realizing the massive scoring play that he has there. I don't know. Massive might be a stretch, 35 points. But yeah, leaving one in the bag. Maybe he'll draw something through that A and prove us wrong.
He's a misspelled Ilya Rozanov right after I make my Heated Rivalry reference, but I digress. He did the best he could, and that's about it in this one. One tile left in the bag. Matt's going to have to take his time here. It looks bingo prone-ish in that pool, so he's going to have to assess for any kind of threat. Are there any bingos that are possible that I ought to block just in case Adam has them? And indeed, there are 3 possible bingos, 2 of them out of the same rack. If the D is in the bag, from Matthew's perspective, Adam is going to bingo out no matter what, with Leptons beneath the A in Ilya, or Lapstone, where Will has drawn out Tadpoles. So D in the bag means Matthew is sunk no matter what. N in the bag means Tadpoles is a threat, but there's no second threat. Will Matthew choose to block Tadpoles? That's the last moment of intrigue in this game.
Yeah, interesting. I think he's got a ton of time left if he wants to work this out. And again, it is paramount at Matthew's tournament position. He's in 6th place. He's going to have to keep winning games to work his way up the standings, but his spread minus 335. He absolutely needs every point of spread. This is not a normal situation where, yeah, obviously you want to have a good spread tiebreaker, but there's a good chance that it just won't matter in such an interesting, unique format where having the same number of wins as one of the other players is very, very likely. Matthew's got to fight tooth and nail for every spread point.
Spread matters so much. The whole motto of the tournament is what, Will?
Oh, that's right. It's the game of tiles where you win or you lose on spread. And could Matthew be fated to suffer that same fate? I guess it would be, I wouldn't necessarily say that, Ned Stark lost on spread, though I guess his head was spread from the rest of his body. I don't know.
He lost on head.
Exactly right. So there you have it. But yeah, I'm not sure what even is a great block. I mean, it's funny because what is the block that, it might be the case that something that uses your J now, if you can manage to avoid the bingos in the bag, something like this might work out better in some end games, just scoring well and leaving yourself a little bit better timing going forward, depending on what you draw from the bag. So I think in general, you definitely want to block those bingos, but in so doing, you got to be very careful how you do it, or you're going to sacrifice a lot of end game points in the process.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't too many good blocks, like literally JA for 9. Empties the bag, it gives you a rack of 7 consonants. Adam's going to play out before you. You're going to bleed a lot of spread points, but you're never going to get hit with tadpoles. Now, that's roughly a 1 in 8 proposition, so I don't know that it's worth the sacrifice. You could also play Rhymy to the MY. That would still do the trick, but these are big, big sacrifices. And you're giving up the ability to play Roji next turn, which is probably your strongest play otherwise. I don't know. Maybe you just play Roji now, and if he bingos, he bingos.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, if you were to give Matthew, let's say, 60 fewer points on the scoreboard, now it's a totally different situation where those bingos are your ticket to a loss. So here it's purely the move to make that gives you the best chance of coming away with a bigger chunk of spread. And unless he finds a good block of those potential bingos, it could be that just playing straightforwardly works out a little bit better on average than trying to stop those low scoring bingos here. So we'll see what Matthew elects to do. I feel like he's certainly considered Fjord already, and he's looking into the pool. He's going to get great news, though, Matt, that the last tile in the bag is the S. He's probably terrified that Adam already has that letter.
Yeah, he ought to just make another massive lucrative S setup, because so far every time Matthew sets up an S that he doesn't have, it appears.
Yeah, that would be incredible if he somehow pulled that one off. I very much doubt it. In the other situations where Matthew has done that, it was 100% justified. He needed to do that in our first game of the day, playing I Am against Josh Sokol, setting up a massive S hook that he did not have, because he was in serious trouble in that game, and he isolated his win condition to the one that was even semi-realistic, which is I'm going to set up this S hook and pray that Josh doesn't have those letters already. That was brilliant on his part. Erev in this game, though, that was just seemingly by far the best equity play. There was already a big S hook on the board in Keels. So he just went ahead and made the equity play and was rewarded for it. But here it would just be a little too crazy, I think.
Yeah, no, he was definitely justified, at least in the first one. Eruv was reckless, but also strong, like easily the top play for him, and it works out a lot. It just also doesn't work out a lot. It's crazy volatile. But the first one was galaxy brained. If you didn't watch game 1, that's the one you need to go back and watch at the end of this, because it was just awesome. But I digress. Back to this one. Matthew has over 5.5 minutes still to assess all of these threats, reason through this endgame. I still think we need to get him an endorsement on the gum that he smacks all the time.
Yeah. I once was on stream chewing gum, and I was so horrified with how, I'm chewing that thing ferociously during the game. It's very distracting for the viewers. So never again will I make that mistake. As there we go. Matthew's going to play Jerd. This is kind of interesting. I don't know if Matthew is realizing that this lane here actually never really hits in a way that doesn't also give a bingo here. So you're not actually blocking any bingo outcomes. What you are doing is getting rid of the J and one of your two I's for maximum flexibility going into the end game. Maybe Roji a little bit better. But Matthew could have been saying there, Matt, I'm not 100% sure if my tracking is right, so I'm going to block the easy sevens lane with this play rather than play Roji.
Yeah, I think the same situation came up in round one when Matthew was on stream. I think he mistracked, kind of ran out of time, and then just said, whatever, it doesn't matter that much. I'm either going to win or I'm going to lose. So maybe he's mistracked this one as well. Maybe he just didn't quite iterate through everything. But Jerd seems slightly off. And if he ends up losing this tournament by 30 spread, the 25 he left on the table in game one, and then the other 5 he just left on the table here, he may be kicking himself. But it's not like the tournament's whole slogan is about losing on spread or anything.
That's true. A good thing. But he does have Fidos here. So he drawing the S, I think, is actually not going to cost him a ton, as he is sitting on at least an outplay. Adam, of course, is going to try to address that with the limited time that he has left to work out this end game. But we've seen a bunch of times in even the World Championship, Adam working out winning endgame sequences with extremely little time left on his clock. So I have every expectation he's going to make a good play under some duress here, but we'll just have to see what he'll cook up for us here. He's in great position even with this loss. It was going to be next to impossible for someone to run the table through day one, but Adam's still going to be just fine at 4-1 with solid spread going forward, only needing 1 or 2 more wins to at least sneak through to the bracket portion of the event tomorrow.
Yeah, and with the field being as strong as it is, I'd actually feel a little pressure being the 1 seed, because regardless of who 2, 3, and 4 are, they're all going to be exceptional players. You know, how do you choose between Josh Sokol, Matthew Tunnicliffe, Josh Castellano, Matthew O'Connor, Ben Schoenbrunn? Like, they're all so good. I almost don't want to be the 1 seed here. I'd love to be the one who's singled out by the 1 seed. Oh, you picked me? I took that personally, and I'm going to play lights out Scrabble today to teach you a lesson. But Adam will drop a game. He'll still, for now, be the 1 seed for tomorrow, but a lot to play out still. Adam has found his second best endgame sequence, NOTT. It looks like NETT is 5 points stronger in this situation. Looks like, yeah, Matt can just block pled, which goes down on the bottom, and I don't think Adam has a second out.
I think he has at least paled and lepid through the eye of Jerd. They just don't score very well, I would think. So it's he probably just has higher scoring outs by playing the E instead of the O right here. But the idea is solid. Block the outplay that Matthew is threatening here and go out next turn. So again, nicely spotted by Adam. He's got the theme nailed, the execution, maybe 1 play. How much points does it work out better to play net?
It ends up being 5 better because you have the outplay of idpol, IDPOL, down from the I in Stein.
Oh my God. Okay, so that would have been slightly better of an outplay had Adam played his E here. Oh my God, that's like, again, not to overuse that's the Nigel thing, but he would play net here, which we know. So this is a great play by Adam, though. Very few people would have worked that out as quickly as he did of how exactly to proceed here with a very solid end game. So nicely done by Adam. And we're headed to the end of another blowout, Matt. It seems like we've had a bunch of these so far. We are due for some absolute white knuckle bangers from here on out.
Yeah, and for those tuning in a little bit late, the format for tomorrow in the game of tiles, the top 4 players will be taken out of the field of 8, and they will play 2 different best of 8s, one versus whoever one chooses to play, and the other 2 players as well in best of 8. So I'm really hoping we get some back and forwards, tight, brutal games in those best of 8 series. Those are so fun to watch. Here comes Matt making his second best play of OIS.
What was the best? Probably something using an F.
ODS in the same spot for more
Oh,
points.
yeah, there you go. Okay, never mind. Yeah. So both players with a close but no cigar award for the end game, which is an award I am incredibly familiar with from my own games. I so often get the second or third best play and not the best. But there you have it. Matthew with a big win here. He truly needed this one against the reigning World Scrabble champion. Let's see what they have to say.
Well, that was the most awesome post-mortem I've ever heard. Literally no words at all. So I guess that's that. Thanks for putting the overhead mic on anyway, Josh. We appreciate it. Just put the letters back in the squares. That's Nigel-esque from Adam Logan, who's perhaps the closest thing we have to Nigel outside of Nigel. And he's a world champion. He's really, really, really good, and he has no phone and no real desire to post-mortem a game. So Nigel-esque from Adam Logan there. Thanks to all of you tuning in and watching us. Thanks to the 6,551 subscribers we now have on the channel. We appreciate each and every one of you for hanging out with us on Valentine's Day. Hey, watching Scrabble on the internet could be a couples activity too, right? Check it out. Let's learn some words and talk about stuff and maybe see some drama at some point. Plus, hanging out with Will Anderson on Valentine's Day, you could do worse.
Yeah, I mean, we got two dreamboats here. I'm past my prime, but when I look at Matt Canick, his beautiful hairline, his amazing dogs in the background, I think to myself, man, this is a specimen. We got to be watching Scrabble with this guy at the helm. So, I'm all right, I guess, but can we get some Matt Canick love in the chat for crying out loud? Yeah, in any case, it is Valentine's Day, but these players are not thinking about any kind of positivity or love in their hearts. They are looking to destroy the opposition in the game of tiles, exactly how it should be. We want to see blood. We want to see guts spilled over the board, metaphorically speaking, of course. And we really have seen just that in the early going, pretty much every game outside of round one. But at some point, we're going to see one of those beautiful, well-matched sword battles that you would see in the Game of Thrones. And it could be coming up next with Matthew O'Connor, his first appearance on the stream against his potential rival, according to our player information, Josh Castellano. House Castellano and House O'Connor, definitely two houses that have done battle many, many times in the recent past, Matt.
Indeed, they are. Two of the strongest American players in this field will be facing off next. We're going to cut to just a little bit of a break, but Matthew O'Connor, Josh Castellano coming your way. Say bye to Colby and Soren. They'll be back in a couple minutes. So will I. So will Will. I hate to break up your medieval Game of Thrones themed music, but the game of tiles waits for no man and no song and no chorus. We're back, Matt Canick and Will Anderson. Round 6 coming your way. Will, who do we have?
Yeah, it's going to be our first time on stream for Matthew O'Connor. We're trying to feature at least all 8 players one time in the day 1 portion of the stream while we have everybody in contention. And he is going to face Josh Castellano, who is still right in the thick of it as we look at the standings. Adam taking his first loss. We just saw it, but still at 4-1 with an excellent spread. He is in good shape. But look at that win by Matthew creeping a little bit closer. If he can go on a winning streak here, he might be able to make some noise in the next few games. But Matthew O'Connor at 1-4, he definitely cannot afford another loss. And Josh Castellano in strong position, looking to solidify it here in this upcoming game.
Yeah, a big one for both of these players, but really feels like a do or die for Matthew O'Connor and a nice to have for Josh Castellano. I think 5 wins will all but clinch an appearance in tomorrow's winners bracket if we're able to get there. So this could be the decider for Josh, and it would be a breath of fresh air to knock out someone as strong as Matthew O'Connor for him. So we'll see. O'Connor, Josh, a lot to play with, and it is coming your way right now. Let's play Scrabble.
So here we go, cutting to the board. Matthew in his customary Bills jersey, which he often wears at these big events, must confer him a little bit of luck that is not translating today. But this field is so strong that no jersey can be trustworthy to really deliver automatic wins in a field like this.
And if you know who wears the number 69 for the Bills, you have probably talked to Matthew O'Connor about this jersey before, because otherwise that is a deep, deep dive. All right, AEILNTZ, the opening rag for Matthew O'Connor. He's got multiple plays that put the Z on the double letter square to start this game off. Zeatin, Zonte, or Zelant, the 3 options for Matthew. Do you have any preference between those, Will?
Yeah, I mean, those are all very, very close.
Oh, an E. Sorry. I'm sorry. Everything I said was wrong. There's an E.
Oh, okay. Well, and that does make the decision a lot tougher. Yeah, that E looking like an N upside down. And look at this. Matthew just going to play Z here right in the center of the board. Is he thinking about putting the A on as well, which would balance his rack a little bit better at a cost of giving Josh even stronger overlapping plays? And there it is. That's the play. Just ZE in the center of the board. This leaves really strong. And of the plays that you can actually make here, it might yield the least in overlaps.
Yeah, this looks pretty good for Matt. You just don't want to do exactly that. You don't want to draw 2 vowels into 3 vowels and 2 consonants, but he may be able to survive this. Josh now on turn. This is going to be an interesting turn for him. Nothing is great. A lot of stuff is pretty good. My engine is showing at least 10 options all within 2 points of one another by quick evaluation. So mostly a how do I want to shape the board? When I get these decisions, I want to shape the board as nastily as possible, and my eye would be drawn to Clag and to ZEA. But I could see a ton of different lines here. What would your thinking be on this turn, Will?
Yeah, definitely looking at overlapping here. I would be thinking, man, there's so many weird words in Collins. Is Clagman a word? And yeah, I would say no, that's insane. That's definitely not. I do want to point out an interesting thing about Matthew's play. Even the vowel heavy leaves might draw into some good stuff with the IZE extension. Like you can just draw a D and get idealized a lot of the time. Of course, if you draw 2 vowels, you're obviously by definition not drawing that D. So maybe that's not that good of a point. But in any case, back to Josh's turn, I would definitely be just trying to overlap the best I can. Something like calm seems fine. You keep the G, but at least you keep an N to go with it, with the I's all to come. Seems all right to me, but there are a lot of ways he could go. Clang as well. So not sure which of those he's going to pick, but those seem kind of close together in valuation to me.
Ooh, Clang looks really good here, making ZA and EN. Just gives very, very little back to your opponent unless your opponent has an S to make Clangs. I like that.
Yeah, so that would be going down right here. The C out in space makes it impossible to access the triple, which is often a big drawback with plays like this that overlap too far up the board. You're going to be giving back really Clang not have that issue. Pretty much the only thing you're worried about after Clang that you wouldn't already be worried about is just having a double-double through the C, which is not all that likely. So he's going to play, all right, calm underneath here. That seems okay. Does this sacrifice, how many points does this sacrifice compared to overlaps?
Clang is 25, Calm is 24, so roughly equivalent on the scoreboard. And this does some of the same things. It makes it hard for your opponent to do very much without an S in tow. But I would have taken away the opportunity to stack alongside the Z. With ZA, ZO, and ZE all as possibilities, you're still going to stack down into that M pretty often if you're Matthew. I would have taken away that option. But, you know, you do what you want to do in that situation, so equivalent to one another.
Yeah, definitely a lot of extremely close plays and a lot of different ways that you can play this. I would be thinking a lot if I'm Josh, what can I read into Matthew's opening play? What kind of racks does he have? I'm not sure I would be guessing this type of rack. I feel like with that Z, the Z is a letter that often likes to hoover up vowels. There are a lot of lower words, lower length words that have a lot of vowels in them with the Z. And the fact that Matthew didn't play any of those might lead me to think that he has more consonants than he actually has. But I don't know, maybe that's not correct because a lot of the consonants you would have, you would play instead of playing ZE. You would play Zen, you would play Zep, you would play Zed a lot of the time if you were dealing with consonant issues. So I guess, I'm not 100% sure what I would conclude from this. Do you have any insight into that, Matt?
It's tough to make a strong read after ZE as an opening turn. I'd say definitely bingo prone and fairly balanced on the back end. Could I say definitively 3 vowels, 2 consonants versus 2 vowels, 3 consonants? I don't think so. I think a blank rather unlikely, and the consonants you are keeping are good ones, like probably 1-pointers that are bingo prone, but not sure what exactly you can read off of that. Though I guess the one thing you want to read if your opponent's in bingo range, don't give too many floaters for bingo opportunities, and Calm does exactly that. True. Matthew on turn now, AAEIILT after the AI draw. Will we just see him play those 2 tiles, MA and AI? Opens things wide open for both vertical and horizontal bingos next turn for him. And many of the bingos he'll draw end in like ATE or stuff. That'll also play with ZE after that. But that's 8 points and gives you kind of a bingo or die leave. Are you playing AI here, Will, or are you looking to do something that scores a little better?
Oh my gosh. So just AI here is just so not Matthew's style, but Matthew he is willing to compromise on normally his pursuit of defensive board positions when his tiles dictate it. And they might be good enough here to justify something like this. He keeps a couple of hooks, actually a bunch of hooks with Aya on his rack. But just as much as he would be keeping hooks, he can assume that Josh is going to have a bunch of his own after this. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, the alternative to this, are you looking at playing Aya here? This has its own huge drawbacks in the form of opening up a triple to your opponent on a completely dead board. It does score 16 points, which is solid. You're getting those points for the Z. Adds up quite a bit. I think I would be more apt to see Matthew literally just play Alma here than play something like that. Even with the leave being quite imbalanced, the leave would be EIIT. But I think he would play this over Aya. And I think he's probably thinking about something like this. Do I play this or do I play AI? Or exchanging. You could exchange. Again, we saw this principle come up previously. If the board is that terrible, you could just punt on it if your rack isn't very good and defer this decision to your opponent.
I don't think exchanging is right. I think maybe AMI is better than the exchange, but I might be playing AIZLE here. I don't know exactly what Josh has after Calm, but I think he's exhausted most of his high scoring consonants. So I don't think I'm going to get hit too hard after AIZLE. Matt's opting to play Laic here, and this doesn't give too much back either. I don't hate this idea.
Yeah, this is a nice way of grabbing a few points, undoubling both of your A's and I's, but opening extremely little back to Josh. This I is going to be extremely tough to hit with a 6-letter word. Not very many of them ending in I compared to other letters that you could put there. So yeah, seems reasonable. Definitely, the suggestion of exchanging was not to say that it's best here, but that it's always an option in positions like this. But yeah, Matthew, no surprise, making a nice defensive play and drawing some consonants. Not sure what he'll do with them yet, but tough. This is part of the value of Laic. Tough situation here for Josh to navigate.
Yeah, this is another tricky one in a game that's given us a lot of tricky positions so far. Venge and ZE sets up the front A, and because of the placement of that V, you're not going to get hit back on the triple. So that is where my eye goes early on in this turn. Gave, Gave, in the same spot gives a little bit more back, but keeps a little bit more synergistically. I don't know. I think I would have already played Venge in this situation. What say you, Will?
Yeah, Venge. I mean, that was an interesting thing we were pointing out about the play of Clang when Josh played Calm. But the nice thing about Venge, very similar principle. If you're going to play that right here, you are not giving back access to the triple thanks to that V. And you are setting up a great hook for your A if you're able to draw into something like that. It looks like Vega could be a slight alternative that Josh is considering right here. That would give up even less in the fact, given that it has no hooks. The way Venge, you could run into Matthew. He did just play an A. So it's potentially the case that whenever you see your opponent play a vowel and play a small number of tiles, you can definitely imagine they had duplicates of that tile more often than usual. So Josh may be thinking, well, Venge would normally be my play, but I'm a little worried that Matthew has some good tiles that include an A in the leave, Matt.
Yeah, you got to imagine an A is in range pretty often. So Vega way stronger than Gave in this situation. And Venge may be something you want to hold back on as well. You don't want to cede the Avenge front hook if you think your opponent has an A most of the time, even if you set up your A 100% of the time. This is a tough one. Everything has warts.
Looks like Vang is now, yeah, this is actually really solid by Josh. I like this a lot. His tiles aren't great. He's just leaning into the defensiveness of this position and continuing to close things up until he can draw an S, a blank, something that will give him more reason to be aggressive. This scores nicely, 23 points. That's nothing to sneeze at on such a closed board. And again, offers just nothing back at all to Matthew. So I like it, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to play a closed game in the trenches, you don't want to do it against Matthew O'Connor. He is so good at adjusting in these situations, but you also don't want to recklessly open the board for no reason. Vang cedes 8 fewer points to your opponent compared to Venge on that previous turn. So keep it tight, play some defense, make Matthew make some sacrifices, and Matthew will score pretty well, but at the expense of his leave. Poem comes down AITT. Not very tasty, the lead for Matthew. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, this is a defense off right here. As Josh, this is sort of a test, as you suggested, Matt, of Josh's nerves and of his willingness to combat Matthew on a board of his liking. I definitely love to see Josh not backing down and saying, all right, the game is nowhere near out of hand. Of course, whoever gets the first bingo down is almost by necessity going to open the board up quite widely again. So it's not as if it's going to be that easy for Matthew to draw into a bingo and just shut the board down after that. There should be some opportunity to keep things open if you lose the race to get the first bingo down. So I want to see him, steel his nerves against this super, super closed board. But now look at that, man, these high scoring tiles, the V, the W, the B, and the C, none of which play that effectively on this very tight board. So it's going to be a tough one here. Do you cash your S here? If you even decide to do that, what would you even play? There's like nothing to even play.
I think you play V's, VEES, making PE and Zoes. It's 27. BCW is not a great leave at all, but the only option your opponent's going to have after V's comes down is to play through the V. And if those plays happen, you're likely getting the value you need in space to stack and score next turn. So V's, assume your opponent plays something like Favela through the V, and then you're going to be able to stack through whatever vowels put to the right of the V next turn. Play EW or play, something like that.
That is hilarious. And you just know if that's the play that I wonder if Matthew is just going to play like FA here, or if that's not sufficiently closed for his liking. And we're just going to get the ugliest, but simultaneously most beautiful Scrabble board of all time.
I love these games. So I'm rooting for it, but I could actually see a case to be made for Josh to just exchange right now. The S has a lot of value with poems and calms available. Maybe you do nothing. Maybe you exchange down to CES. Yeah, there he's going. 27 points, but he's opting to score 0, and it makes sense.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. I think that was a different way to go, certainly, than playing V's there, but certainly a justifiable pathway. As Matthew very quickly playing Tafia, and that's going to score, surprisingly well, given the overlaps there. And it doesn't offer anything back in terms of a bingo lane. It does offer some parallels here, but Matthew is probably going to be okay with that. So Matthew O'Connor getting exactly the sort of board that he loves through no real fault of Josh Castellano, who I think has played quite well so far. But yeah, this is a very different tone of game than any that we've seen to this point.
Yeah, this is different. Who says you can't play defense in CSW? You absolutely can, and we're seeing it here. Josh would have loved to draw a bingo after getting some floaters on the exchange, but he has done no such thing. I think Seed, CEDE, is like the slam dunk option for him on this turn. You can't put the S at the end for additional points. A Seed feels very strong to me. Anything else jump out to you, Will?
This looks solid, but you got to worry if you're Josh that if Matthew has a hook to AD, certainly the Z already being on the board, you don't have to worry about that. But another D or an O, you can get hit with overlaps here. And that may be exactly what is about to happen. If I'm Matthew and I see Josh play Seed, I am thrilled to play something like Nowie or Towie in response, making very marginal bingo lines back accessible to Josh. I'm pretty sure something like that's going to go down quick. That being said, no qualms or quibbles with Seed on my part here, Matt.
Yeah, you've just got to do it and hope your opponent doesn't have the Mammoth Punish on the side, but the Mammoth Punish is there, the W, the Y, the O, all necessary to make this happen, but all there on Matthew's rack. So Towie, Nowie, or Townie for 40 or 42 points, likely going to come down for Matthew pretty quick.
Yeah, and the thing that's so frustrating if you're Josh is let's say Matthew plays something, putting a Y in this spot, and let's say you draw a bingo ending in S, right? That's the most logical place for you to draw a bingo ending in S. But if it starts with a vowel, where is it even going to play? Like you can't, or rather, if it starts with a consonant, if it starts with a vowel, it's going to play here. But if it starts with a consonant, you could easily have unplayable 7-letter words on your rack, despite that nice ENS combination. So we will see. I think it's not going to take Matthew super long to figure out which is his favorite play alongside here. But I can say that with certainty that it's very likely to be a 4-letter word and not a 5.
Yeah. You play.
Ooh, okay. So I'm wrong. I wonder what's the rationale for playing this over Towie?
2 points. Could be
Couple
all there
points.
is to it.
Sure. Fair enough. I just feel like positionally, if Josh has a bingo here, it's going to score more because it's now going to hit the double. You keep a little more balance on your rack, at least one consonant. Maybe the consonant isn't that valuable to you. Oh, man, look at this draw.
Oh, whoa. Okay, into IIQUOEW. And Josh Castellano with a challenging turn here. No playable bingos out of a very bingo-prone rack. Your gut instinct as a Scrabble player is to grab your I and figure out where to play it. EGINRS is such a good leave, but there's only one place to put your I. You can get 2 points for AI, and you're opening up a double-double line that you know your opponent's going to pounce on. That seems awful. There is one play for Josh here that looks quite good, but it is very hard to spot. And that play is from the PI, putting PIRNIE down, holds INGS, sets up the S with a triple line, doesn't give very much back unless Matthew has an S on his rack. That looks sick if you spot it.
That's crazy. That would be crazy. What a nice idea that is. Perny there. It scores well. I mean, on this really, really closed down board, oddly, one of the best things about that play is the score, 18 points. Then you add all the positional benefits that you just described, Matt, and it looks like a slam dunk to me.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to spot, but it looks just so good and does everything you want it to do. Outside of that play, if Josh doesn't see it, we might see AI for 2. We might see Tetri, T-E-T-R-I, from the TET, holds Singe as a leave, and Tetri does take a back S. So maybe that is another line that makes sense, but he's grabbing the I. Is he going to play it for 2?
You could play it for 2. I definitely feel like playing it for 2 against Matthew is more logical than exchanging it, which normally you would be scared to make this play because it gives back a ton, but you have to be proactive with opening the board. If you're Josh, you know that your opponent is one of the more defensive players in the game. So you can't just, exchange your I and expect that all the bingos you are trying to draw are still going to fit after Matthew's next play. So, yeah, we could be seeing that. But, man, Perny would be a killer here. But look at the clocks, Matt. Oh, my God. There are not a lot of tiles on the board. And this has been a grueling, exhausting early going game for Josh. And his clock is in a bad way this early.
It is indeed. And the more as time ticks down, the more I think we're going to see AI for 2. And AI for 2 is such a bad play, but it is going to work so well for Josh. Matthew has nothing.
Yeah, what can he even do about this? If this is the play, just plopping an I down, he is going to catch Matthew completely off guard. And has he opted? He's opted to exchange. And I get that. AI looks so bad. Just exchanging 1. But frankly, Matthew is in a tough situation here to really address that effectively. And look at that, an S. That's a great draw, as now signers will definitely go down. Ingress even right here. Not all the way through, but with Laix and As. So great draw for Josh. He's going to get an escape from this. But the only question is, if Matthew's able to do something productive here and Josh opens the board with a bingo, will Matthew be ready in time to pounce on that opening?
Yeah, this is interesting. Matthew can play Quina into the NA right now for 15. After the exchange 1, I've got to be asking myself, how often do you actually bingo? And if you do, how often does that bingo force you to either play poems or calms and expose a triple word square for me? And then if you are going to expose a triple word square for me, don't I want QUI on my rack to score 45 in response? Does Matthew play Owie here? Does Matthew exchange down to QUI? What a wild game.
Yeah, that's insane. I feel like he would be more apt to just play WOE than to exchange here. I think he would be okay grabbing a few points, even though, yeah, you're leaving, QUI. QUI wouldn't be so bad, but the extra I really hurts. But I think Owie, a lot of players would play that. I might play that, but Matthew is not going to play that because it just gives up this advantage that he's spent so many turns working to achieve. I don't think that playing Woe up there with Tet gives up the strength of his position just yet.
Wow, this is a fascinating one. There's so much you could consider doing. Nothing feels great. He's going to play Owie.
Wow. He's going to go ahead and do it. This is definitely, a surprise, but I think it's one that his rack is kind of dictating that he do. And I'm impressed with him doing that because I do feel like he likes to pursue defensive boards, but his tiles were just such a handicap there for any of the more defensive plays that he could make. And he's been able to pivot away from that. And let's see if he's rewarded with a more flexible rack. Wow.
Oh, yeah, nice pull. A Quarren, potentially, depending on where that E gets put out for him. I don't think he's going to get it. I don't like putting the S hook on Owie's out there. I like forcing Josh to draw a bingo that would give me a triple opportunity. And now you've got to have him pegged on an S almost all of the time. You've just given him an S hook where he can bingo for the same score, but give you a lot less back. I don't know. Challenging game, back and forwards. Josh now ahead by 12. Matthew able to respond with the QU combination, but what is he going to choose?
Yeah, it's a shame also for Matthew seeing a bunch of those letters that he would have loved in the open, the E for Iquaran, but also the S for Narquois, which is another crazy looking word. But yeah, neither of those available. And now Josh with the lead. And let's see what he draws. Both blanks are still awaiting him in the bag. And very quickly, we see that first one. Wow, great timing. Something like Lambert is at least going to fit alongside Ingress if it doesn't get blocked.
Yeah, a really nice pull. I think a Tremble still fits through the E and Ingress. So he's threatening bingos no matter what. I don't think Matthew can block everything, though a Tremble would be a terrifying bingo to have to play here. Matthew looking at probably Quino, Quino, beneath the IN and Ingress. That feels best to me.
Yeah, seems fine. Totally different position unfolding itself here in just 2 turns. It shows you how quickly these games can turn on a dime. Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, it seemed like the play of Owie computer simulation likes that play, so that is a big mark in its favor. But I just wonder, after exchange 1, is there a different way to go from that move there? But Matthew thinks incredibly deeply about these plays as he plays Quino there. I think we like that one for him. And back over to Josh with that blank. Will he see a Tremble? Is there something better, Matt?
Yeah, he's got 2 bingos. A Tremble still plays through the E, 61 points, and slots an E in the 4th spot of a triple. He does have 1 playable 7 on this turn now that Quino has come down. It's not Lambert. I think he spotted it. Timbrel, Timbral. Well spotted by Josh.
Nice. Good spot. This is an adjective as well. Timbrel with EL is a noun, but this is not going to take an S hook, so he can be happy that he's just made a play that doesn't give a ton back, at least in the immediate term. So, wow, this game has just swung on a dime here. And could Josh draw the second blank or S's and something good? Absolutely, to continue his advantage. And yeah, this is going to feel rough for Matthew, who seemed to be in such firm command. But Josh fighting his way back.
Yeah, it's frustrating when you just feel the game slowly slipping out of your hands. You're not sure what you've done wrong, except your opponent getting back-to-back bingos on a board where you're not supposed to do that. We'll see, though. Still plenty of Scrabble to go, and it's only a 50-point delta between the players with Matthew on turn. Abellory, all but guarantees Matthew's going to play on the 14th row. My. So obvious, but what does he play? Oy, yo, oye. I have no idea. Yebo beneath Timbrel is 35. But all of these give a whole lot back to your opponent. I think OY probably strongest here.
Yeah, he's thinking about AY. Not sure if he has a specific reason why to play the A. Do you see it, Matt?
Well, it wouldn't be underneath Timbrel. It would actually be WAY, I think, for 27.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So he's going to be looking in a totally different spot that's much less crazy. So just playing here, setting up the Y in the triple lane with an L in reserve, that seems way less insane than opening the board. And there's, Matthew's not going to overreact to the last couple of plays. There isn't really any huge reason to panic just yet. He still has good bingo tiles. They're still blank out. He's only down by 50 minus whatever he scores on this turn. So he can be a little bit patient here, maneuvering his way forward. It's not that dire. His chances are still solid if he can pluck some of the good stuff left in the bag.
Yeah, you don't need to freak out yet if you're Matthew, but I feel like OY underneath the IM of Timbrel is actually reasonable safe. IO has two back hooks, an S and an N. I see two S's and two N's unseen, but I don't think the S actually warrants a play there too often unless Josh actually has a bingo. You don't have to worry about MYC, but he's opting to play way here, keeping an O with 3 more to go and getting rid of an A with just 2 A's left. I do think the Y in space with an L on his rack is going to be nice long-term for him. That was interesting.
Yeah, that's intriguing to think about. Yeah, is it good to play Yo here to induce plays to this triple and keep your able leave in order to draw into a bingo with note? That's almost always going to fit. Could be the way to go. Josh, nice H hook of Laic. I was thinking about that when Laic was originally played, but I kind of forgot about it. Josh did not forget about it, and it's going to benefit him here.
Yeah, wow, well spotted from Josh so quickly, too. That's exactly what he needed, and he's up now 57 over Matthew O'Connor. BDEELOR on this board is not going to lead to a bingo for Matthew. OBE looks to be the standard equity play. It slots very nicely between Ingress and Timbrel, making ROM, EBB, and SARE 28 points. DELR the leave. Looks all right to me at first glance, but I wonder if Matthew wants to try to open the board up a little bit more. He says, no, I've got the hooks to not. I've got the Y and way. That's enough for me, and I agree.
Yeah, this is a great play, a patient play on his part. You also, I just want to point out, if he draws one of the 2 A's, which is going to happen at some point, a nigh is a word too, Matt, in Collins. So This could be a big deal. Oh, look at that draw. Whoa.
Wow.
Peddlery. Can you spell that with 2 D's? Either way, paddler and a nigh. Wow, we could be seeing some fireworks from Matthew in a hurry.
Wow, yeah, indeed. So Paddler, Paddler, and an I is going to play. No bingos to the Y here. Oh, no, Peddlery is good. Peddlery. So if Matthew knows that, his gambit has worked out immensely. Put the Y in space, hold the L, wait, crush my opponent. We'll see. Josh on turn now with an X. Your eye is probably drawn immediately to the bottom right of this board. EXON plays beneath the RAL of Timbrel, but putting SERE right there, that word takes 3 back hooks, a D, an R, and an S, and you are just asking to get smashed, especially if your opponent has an E on his rack.
Yeah, he's got the hooks to that. There's no way that Josh is going to play X on here. He's going to do something more cautious. He's got the lead. He's feeling good about how, difficult the board is to use. He's going to go ahead and take a point sacrifice and play Kex using his weakest bingo tiles. Maybe he is gunning to be the one to use this hook eventually in order to bingo down low. Seems reasonable to me, much more cautious. And now it does block Paddler and a Nye. So it's going to make maybe a more difficult find here for Matthew. Is he up to the challenge word knowledge wise here?
Word knowledge check coming. There is now just one playable bingo for Matthew, and it is Pedlery down to the Y for 98 points. And I think the longer you look at this position, if you're Matthew, even if you're 50-50 on the word, if there's nothing else worth playing, might as well just do it. Otherwise, I think he might play ADD down from the A and way for just 19 points. I don't know. Nothing else to do here. Take the shot on Pedlery if you've ever seen it before.
Okay, that's a tough one here because you just have no way of knowing if those spots are going to stay open. Admittedly, it's going to be tough for Josh to block off this open Y. Doesn't seem like there's any great way of doing that. So I feel like with that O in hand, he's very, very likely to play right here. But now Matthew is for sure going to have bingos that he can spot into that Y with that nice SA draw, Matt.
What a draw from Matthew makes this a game, but Josh has a bingo on this turn, though I don't know that we're going to see it. Josh has a 9 playable, and I'm not sure to what extent Josh has looked at 9s.
Oh, I know it. I know this one now. I would find this. Yes, I know this word now. I've been studying 9s since the beginning of 2025, and I see it. Would I see it in the game? I do not know, because just playing a 3-letter word on top of Keck seems so obvious and nice here. FOR. But yeah, for a Nent. That would be incredible to see go down here. And frankly, it could save him, because if he makes a play, 3-tile play on top of Kex and draws poorly, look at some of the whammies coming in the pool here. UUV, something like that could be devastating pick.
Throw in the J, a couple O's, and 3 R's to go with it. You're looking at a bad time a lot of the time. But for a Nent outside of Josh Castellano's range, boy, when you study the 9s, you're like, I'm never, ever going to use this. But when you see things like exactly that happen, you're like, dang, the 9 is like the one way to make this a slam dunk win. And now we've got a game instead. All right, Matthew playing Super Lay almost immediately.
Yeah, there's no real concern here about putting an S here, the C of seed blocking things off. If not for that, you would want to see something like Plastery go down just to prevent the S from being in this dangerous spot. Again, though, not a threat here. Just play anything that you feel doesn't make good overlaps for power tiles. Super Lay gets the job done, but look at that draw for Matthew. He is far from out of the woods with that awful, awful draw.
Matthew did have 6 additional points last turn. Samplery, Samplery, would have put the P on the double letter, been 95 instead of the 89. So perhaps a bit of a rush or a bit of a word knowledge mistake there from Matthew. But this game is getting spicy. Josh has found good tiles. Matthew has found bad tiles. Look at the unseen pool from Josh's perspective. That is atrocious. So you have to assume, not all of that is on Matthew's rack, and some of that might be coming my way, but this could be advantage Josh from his perspective, and definitely from our perspective up here.
Yeah, totally true. I feel like seeing this pool, of course, I would love to get the last S, but it's not all that valuable. There isn't a huge S hook available, so I wouldn't be in a big hurry to play as many tiles as possible. What I was going to say is it might be nice for him to hold the D back on this play, just so that he has another good scoring play coming down. Again, the more tiles you play, the more clunk you can draw out of the bag. So I'm not sure if it's, obviously you want those points too. You get 4 extra points, but I might have held the D back there, Matt. Not sure how you feel.
I would have at least slowed down, and I know this game's looking like it's going to come down to an end game grind, but AJI sets up QIN with the case N in tow. Maybe that's something you think about, though HAJI, maybe not. I think holding the D back makes some sense there as well. I would have spent just a little bit more time. I can't tell you what's right yet, but huge turn, and one that happened so quickly. But I can't really dissect it any more than that. In this instance, we got to move on to Matt's rec, EIOO or EIORTUU. And all of a sudden, look at that unseen pool from his perspective. There's some great stuff in there, and then just a few bad tiles. I don't know. I'm not feeling great here if I'm Matthew. How do I win this game?
Yeah, this is going to be brutal. It's too late to exchange. By rule, there are not enough tiles in the bag for exchanges to be completed at this point. You got to play through it. And an H is a great draw for Josh to be able to score something nice on his next turn. Not even 100% sure where you're going to put it. Oh, well, there is a nice spot with Teth if you want it. That's an okay score. So after Matthew struggles in all likelihood to do much here, Josh will at least have something coming back next turn. Not sure if there's other great underlaps here that could be pretty devastating if you can go far enough with them. But yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Matthew, who fought back after controlling the early going, ceding the advantage to Josh, and then retaking it with his blank bingo. But this draw, brutal for him down the stretch here of a must-win game.
Man, what do you do if you're Matthew? There are 5 tiles in the bag, so from a pacing perspective, playing 2 or 3 feels about right to maximize your odds of getting the last move in the game, going out first, getting a free turn. But if you play Ulu through the L and Timbrel, you basically have to draw the S or you lose. And you might even lose if you draw the S. I think you need to draw bingos as well. I wonder if you play Duo from the D and Jin or Udo in that spot. Like, Udo can get punished by an S a little bit. Duo doesn't actually look like it can hit very hard, like maybe HOVE, and otherwise like Vote is about the worst thing that could happen, save like Horiest, which would be horrific. I don't know. This is hard.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal. This is, I mean, you could just play like OU in the upper corner and just wait for a better opportunity to open something that at least blocks Teth if you're worried about that. That seems so passive and weak here. I just don't really know. I mean, this is the tiles that Matthew has are so weak that it's going to be really, really tough to navigate this position and find something that he likes. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not even sure that I would trust the computer engine to evaluate it, because a lot of the time it's going to have Josh making plays that open the board that he's just never going to do. So yeah, is it a situation where you got to go crazy and do a hook? Like, do you hook your E on here and pray that RS is still in the bag? Okay, he's going to play out. So yeah, I guess this is interesting to set up a lane for ER here. If you can just draw something nice in that spot or draw a 6, but I do feel like a lot of the time it's just so easy for Josh to play here and block it. And you just got to be confident that this does not take an S and you're fine.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if Josh ever has a 6, you just immediately lose after you make this play. But Josh doesn't have a 6. So
I think Heast plays, but it leaves a U, which maybe you don't want to do.
Heast.
Is that not?
Oh yeah, Heaste. Yeah, okay. If you know that, does that win most of the time?
It might not be a great play. Well, he has it set up, but man, if you draw like UV, are you in a world of trouble?
Yeah, man, you're gonna draw 2 tiles. You got to make some inferences about out and what it does or doesn't mean for Matt's rack. Does he have another T? Does he have another O? Does he have another U? I'd say he has at least 1 or 2 of those on his rack. But yeah, Heast drawing the V, you just kind of feel like you lose? You have Love from the L and Timbrel.
So he has he has Ivory to worry about, right? So there is at least one thing that demands that he play down low. The question is, you also are only up by 3 points. But I would think if I'm Josh, I'm not that worried about the score because I've got the H and the S. Those are the 2 best ways to score points remaining. So I think I would be okay with making a low scoring block, especially if it did not use either of those letters. So that being said, you can't just do something like EA here because, yeah, maybe that blocks, but then you get hit with something like Vire here, which is absolutely devastating. So you can't just do a block like that. EAS, is that worth it? Does that what do you even get hit with here after a play like this?
He's looking at TEAS, and that would hold teth and most of the time, which is pretty strong here as well. He doesn't just have to worry about Ivorier. There's also Ouvrier, Ouvrier, possible from his perspective. So I think playing at the bottom makes sense. I don't know that I would have played Heast this quickly, but that's what he's done.
Yeah. So that's a tough one. Matthew didn't even have a 6 down low anyway. So that's just a brutal game. Matthew realizing that this is going to be it for him in this game if it's a valid word. So off he goes to challenge it. It is valid. And an extra 5 points for Josh. But this game was already in the bag for Josh after this play, Matt.
Yeah, wow. I mean, if Josh reaches in and draws the V, it's different, but he has to know he's in great shape. If Matthew challenges that quickly, Matthew has to know that he's sunk.
Yeah. So a nice lead. I believe 5 extra points for Josh as well, bringing him to a 40-point lead, and Matthew is going to waste no time. There's no great need to solve this end game, although that might have been a solid play for him, in fact, to just score nicely up there, knowing that Josh, no pun intended, has out plays.
Yeah, 2 outs, ALT and out, or rent and out. So there's nothing Matthew can do. He's just done. VIE was his best end game. Josh is going to play out and win this game. And boy, we finally had a close one after several drubbings. And we finally had a game where it looks like neither player is going to make it to 400.
Yeah, wow. There have been so many 500-point scores flashing across the screen as updates and stuff like that. And this is a Matthew O'Connor special. And I feel like I just wonder, there were a bunch of decisions in this game that were really, really interesting and really close, with many options being viable. I look back to Owie as one where computer engine likes it, but I just wonder how different the game would be after Whoa instead, and all of Josh's bingos opening up the board much more so to Matthew afterwards would have been different. There we see the outplay. That leads to our final score, 400 to 365. Matt, I know you love these kind of games.
I do, man. They just twist your brain in a different kind of way, and they're fun. Let's see if Matt and Josh have a post-mortem for us.
Pedalry. I saw paddlery and I'm like, that's not a word.
Pedalry?
Yeah. Like pedlery.
Oh, peddler.
I know that. I saw like paddlery and I dismissed it. I was running out of time.
Damn.
I mean, I was gonna play a nigh and paddler.
Yeah, I wanted to block that as soon as I created it.
I had no idea what to do when I played League. I should have played like LEAM, keeping AIIT, which is a lot tighter with the lead with each one.
What'd you keep on ZE?
AEILT.
AEILT.
I don't think there's a 48. That's not. Yeah.
AEILT.
I don't think there's an exchange one.
Okay, yeah. I didn't think you had an S there. I thought you had something like inert. Yeah.
It's hard to have an S.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would do the 48 one if they use the X. Did you have Singer and an I when you exchanged?
Yeah. I have no idea if that's
I
correct.
think I just have to suck it up and do Owie, sweeping QUI. I wanted something to exist like here, but it doesn't. It doesn't exist. So.
Did I miss? Okay, I don't think I missed anything when I played C.
EIRU when I played Owl. I think I can do it. I don't know.
Oh wow, you didn't even have like the V.
I can't do anything.
You're just screwed.
I think I have a chance without just because sometimes you like go here because you have to block. Or...
Oh, I wasn't sure if ETHs. I thought that just meant easy.
Is it?
Yeah, it's just he's. Yeah, it's just he's.
EATH.
Yeah. I was pretty sure it was just an adjective. It doesn't seem. I mean, this was, you countered, like, I was going to do AE here probably if you didn't do that to set up my S.
What, for 0? With IA?
Oh shit, it's an I. Hopefully I would have figured that out. Maybe just E here.
Rome, which is also not a word. Oh, Noda.
What am I thinking of?
With Noda? But that
No, it doesn't take an S. No. I thought,
You just,
no. That's not a word.
also
It is not a word. What was I thinking? Roma? That doesn't take an S. What the hell's, hopefully I would have thought more about that. Just two phones. Jesus.
It's too bad I missed Paddlery.
That is tough.
I saw Paddlery. I'm like, no, I've been there, and I know Paddlery was 1D for sure, and I just didn't put it together. And I was running out of time, and I was like, if I play add, you're not even gonna think about blocking the Y.
I kind of wanted to.
I knew you were gonna play something with NOTT at some point if you had it, because that's the only hook that doesn't take anything.
I wanted to block the Y. Maybe like
After add, it scores 5 points.
yeah, I just can't. There's nothing productive I can do there. After you play add.
You're right. Wow. Time to win the
Difference of 35.
And that's about it for that one. Matthew O'Connor realizing the pivotal mistake, not pulling the trigger on Peddlery, and that was it in that one. But a back and forwards game, that's the kind of Scrabble we signed up for when we agreed to spend our Valentine's Day watching and commentating the game of tiles. Hopefully we have 2 more games coming your way. Again, for those unfamiliar with the format, the top 4 players in this 8-man field will move on to the winner's bracket tomorrow, where there will be two best of 8 head-to-head matchups played in an elimination style. First prize, by the way, for the game of tiles, a cool $2,500 US. That's about 3,300 Canadian dollars. King of the North, how about Rich Dude? That's the title I'm looking for here. All right, 2 more games coming your way. The next one is going to be another veritable banger. Adam Logan and Josh Sokol, 2 of Canada's finest players. How are you feeling about that, Will?
Yeah, the pride of Montreal, Josh Sokol, against the newcomer to Montreal, Adam Logan, moving there recently from Ottawa area. And could scarcely ask for another matchup as good as this. Situation is that Adam's still in good position, but Josh definitely fighting for his life here against the other upstarts in that sort of middle part of the standings, which we will show you when we have that ready. But it's going to be fantastic, and we definitely hope you stick around for this one, Adam versus Josh.
Josh Sokol fighting for his life against the defending world Scrabble champion. Colby is stoked. He's on all 4s, getting ready for this game. You get ready for this game as well. Colby can't contain his excitement. We'll see in just a couple minutes with that next matchup. righty, folks. Well, 2 games to go from day 1 of the Game of Tiles, a Let's Play Scrabble event brought to you from Kingston, Ontario, aka King's Landing, Ontario. Matt Canick, Colby, and Soren here with all the action, joined today by Will Anderson. Will, as we said before break, it's Adam Logan and Josh Sokol. So on a scale from 1 to 10, how stoked are you?
Yeah, definitely an 11 or more for this one. I do feel like this is going to be fascinating for a couple of reasons. One, Josh Sokol at 3-3 is needing a win. He's actually in 6th place in the standings, which we're going to cut to momentarily here. Oh, he's moved up to 5th, I should say. Either way, the same principle applies, which is that you need to be in the top 4 when the dust settles after 8 games today to advance into the winner's bracket tomorrow. So Josh definitely needing a win in the worst way, maybe needing a little help from some of those, some losses from those other 4-2 players to stay in this. And Adam, with a 4-0 start, has lost his last 2. And you can see Jason just a few spread points behind him. Some of these other players could potentially pass him if he takes a big loss in this game. So a lot at stake in this one, over and above the fact that it's just a treat to watch the World Scrabble champion and our foremost Scrabble streamer and 2023 North American champion do battle over the board.
Oh, it's going to be so fun. And like we've been saying all day, when you play the game of tiles, you win or you lose on spread. Spread looking to be a major, major factor in this one. Every single point matters. So we'll be glued to our seats all the way until the final tile has been played. 2 games to go. Got to be in the top 4 to stay alive tomorrow. Let's cut over to the board. Josh Sokol, Adam Logan, 2 of Montreal's finest. And they'll face off right here as I get the score bug reset.
And Josh with the first move here, and that gives him a slight edge, of course. But we're just going to see how it's going to transpire. I'm going to get set myself, and there we go. So Josh going first. Let's see what he draws. Is he going to kick off this game, this must win, in the right way? And it looks like that first blank, I'm seeing it a little bit blurred for me right now. I'm not sure if you're seeing that as well, Matt, but the blank is a good thing, but the 3 Ds and 2 Is not as good.
Triple D's on the first turn for Josh.
Ooh.
Oh boy, he's drawn into or set up Didier, which, you know, would clearly be the play if it were a word. And that's the decision Josh has to make now. We've already got hand on heads just 30 seconds into the first turn. He's going to play it. Nope, he's not.
No, he's not.
Did.
And it is valid. It is valid. Oh, man, that's a big swing. So obviously DIR blank is going to mature into a bingo a lot of the time. But it would have been nice to just kick off that game with this 72-point bingo or wherever he wanted to play it. And he clearly saw it, but just wasn't able to pull the trigger right now. So over to Adam. Tough one. Let's see what Josh draws. Yeah. Oh, well, it's a little clunky. Digraph, a couple other things. Let's see what he's able to play with those tiles. The GP combination, not the best for bingoing purposes, Matt.
No, but he may still have like peg. You think still going to fit for him. He's in good shape. AAACNNT for Adam. No bingos for him. No floater would have given him an 8 either. So we'll see what he wants to do here. But I think just Anna makes a lot of sense. ANA stacking 3 times on the right side of this play. He could also do a cute wraparound. Candida, CANDIDA, is deceptively defensive here. It's actually not a terrible option either. Will you stack him with Anna if you see Candida?
That's crazy. I would never think to play Candida here. That is just so clever. I think just seeing that Josh just played did, which is a very short play, I would be opting to play it safer here. I would want to play something like ANA to force the eventual bingos that Josh is likely to have after such a short play to open a little bit more and score a little bit less than you would after Candida, which opens a bunch of nice hooks to your opponent. So I think this is the way to go here, given Josh's play.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. Keep things closed, keep things tight, limit how much those bingos are going to score next turn. Does all the things you want to do if you're Adam. Josh is going to bingo on this turn. The question is, which will he play? And I think we're going to end up seeing draping, making DAN and ING. That's his highest scoring bingo. 73 points, does not expose a triple. There is a playable 9 here for Josh on the turn as well. I don't think it's right, but it is there if you want something to spend your time doing.
Yeah, diapering through IN. It's definitely worth looking for 9s for at least a moment here. But that being said, the G on Josh's rack makes it so likely that if you have a 9, it's going to end in ING and it's going to not quite reach the triple word score. So all of the other plays that you can make in this position are going to be maybe even a little bit higher scoring, in addition to maybe slightly better positionally to open fewer floaters or more specific floaters. So I do think we're going to see something more customary like draping. I'm not sure if probably draping is the best play, just to make sure you're not opening a triple, putting your D right here. That seems solid to me. Other options available, either score less or in the case of digraph, open up a triple with no real need to do so.
I suppose if you are going to open a triple, like might as well put a blank H in the third column. You're unlikely to get hit too hard on that one. But yeah, if you can avoid it at all, just play draping here. Josh is going to spend his time. He'd love to play something cool and flashy, either through Anna, through Did, or at least through the IN. We've got the engines up that tell us there's nothing crazy and flashy, but Josh is going to take his time. He'd hate to miss something crazy cool here, but here comes draping.
Yep, nicely spotted. This is, I think, unquestionably the right play here. It is going to allow Adam to play the cool Janana. That is, at least, maybe there's something better than that, but for starters, that's a fun play, which I think Adam is a lock to see here.
Oh yeah, no, Janana's easily the best option for Adam, and he's gonna play it pretty quick. I think no bingos available for him. Janana, 40 points, CT blank, does everything you want it to do.
Yeah, I think he's already got it lined up. He's got JNNA set in a suspicious ordering there. There we go. No need to waste time. I do often, when I'm commentating Adam, Matt, I like to say how fast of a player he is. And he does find these obvious best plays so quickly, but he's actually slowed down quite a bit from what I'm used to earlier in his career on those plays that are more nuanced, where there's not an obvious answer. He spends a lot more time than he used to. And given that he just won the World Scrabble Championship, it's clearly paid dividends for him.
Yeah. Adam used to be maybe the best blitz player in the world, and I don't know why I say used to. Like there's a chance that he still is the best blitz player out there, but he has slowed down. That's what a lot of different people familiar with his game have told me as well. Though we know when he needs to, he can crank on the jets. We saw him play a near flawless end game in like 30 seconds just a few rounds ago. So don't want to let any of that detract from Adam's prowess as a player, as he's drawn into the bingo detract. Josh, though, on turn, EEFISUV. Oh, boy. And this one's a weird one.
Yeah, tough one for Josh, but Adam's not just drawn into detract. He's drawn into detracting into the triple. So that is going to be an absolute hammer of a bingo going down. Detract, not sure if that already played somewhere, but unless that ING gets blocked or obstructed in some way, which seems very, very unlikely with some of the good plays available being stuff like, NEF. Is that what we're looking at? Are we looking at 5 here, which that might backfire even harder depending on what Adam can do through this open E. Either way, ING is not getting blocked here, and Adam could be about to play a 10 on stream, which would only be his first opportunity to do so out of 2 that we've seen on the stream so far, Matt.
Yeah, Adam is 0 for 1 on finding 10s on stream, but if you have detract and ing is on the board, that's about as straightforward a 10 as there could possibly be. That's a 10 that some of us at home, maybe even this guy in the booth, would spot over the board, not to detract from Adam's ability as a player. I've never seen a 10 played on a stream before. This would be a first for me.
Yeah, that's going to be cool. I think it just seems very likely to be played, but if we consider Josh's move here, I don't think you can tell very much at all about Adam's holdings after his previous J play for 40 points. Normally, you would look at a play like this and try to figure out how strong is he? Can I get away with a play like 5? But I do feel like this just doesn't feel smart in this situation. You can play much more carefully. My eye is drawn to just NEF right here, even though it keeps the VU combination on the rack together. Maybe you can draw something nice with it on a future turn or get a better opportunity to clean up the rack. So yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything better, but I'm also not sure if I'm being swayed, Matt, by the fact that I can see the blank on Adam's rack. Maybe I would play 5 if I didn't know that to be true.
Yeah, I think NEF is probably what I would do here as well. I just like the way it strengthens the S for next turn, but IUV together on my rack is a tough pill to swallow. So Josh opting to play Fuse. I think if I'm going to play there, I play Fuse Z. And here comes the 10. Adam wasting absolutely no time. Let's see if Josh gives us any reaction whatsoever. Detracting the highest scoring bingo for Adam by 30 points on that move.
Crazy. Nice play. I mean, as 10s go, it's always amazing to see a 10, but Adam's certainly capable of seeing the ING on the board and spotting that. And yeah, as you said, Matt, maybe some of the mere mortals among us could also spot that one, but nevertheless, it is a treat to see such a long word be played. And it is a big one. Just want to do a sanity check on the scores here.
That's me. That's my bad.
Could be, I don't know if there was there an exchange or?
No, I just missed Fuse completely. I was so excited by detracting.
Got it. Okay. So we'll get that fixed, and Adam's going to take a narrow lead, but no cause for Josh to worry too much. He's still right in the thick of the game, I believe.
Yes.
So yeah, we'll see. He got draping down first before detracting. So Adam will be narrowly ahead. But yeah, Josh going into his next turn with UV. Well, actually, he tried to not have that be the case by playing his U with Fuse and drew another one, unfortunately for him. So he has a similar issue to last turn with the UV combination to deal with. But now it's a totally different board. Look how open things are after detracting with all those. Look at that. It's just a smorgasbord of good bingo tiles out in the open. Many of the best tiles in the game for playing bingos, all in the best possible spot to maximize the bingo real estate available on this board. So all of a sudden, this became a great board for 8-letter words. And in fact, Adam is sitting on several of them on his rack, including a double-double through the A of detracting if it doesn't get blocked, among other things here.
Yeah, wow, that's incredible. Limation set up for him next turn, double-doubling through his own 10. Josh is looking at Bvue, Bevue, which is a fine play. I'd be more inclined, I think, to play Pube, Pube, from the P and draping, if I see it. Eeisv is a so-so leave, but when you add D, T, R, and C all floating out in space, I'm licking my chops. I think my odds of bingoing next turn are quite high. Engine has it about 39% for Josh to bingo after Pube. He scores quite well now, 24 points. Bingo's 40% of the time next turn. Seems like a great line to me.
Yeah, definitely looks good here. Normally, you might look at that leave. If you imagine the U and the B off of Josh's rack, you might say, well, it's got a V in it. It's got a few too many vowels as he moves the tiles on me. But with all those letters open, as you say, Matt, it gets rapidly better. Your chances of bingoing improve. And Adam's drawing 7 fresh tiles from the bag. So there we go. He makes this play. We like it. It's not the most obvious play. So well spotted by Josh to come up with that one here. But Adam is likely to win here. There we go. Double coming down.
Yeah. Embarrassment of riches for him. Merlaton, Limonite, but Limation, the double, what he plays quickly. And Josh pulling AG into his EEISV leave. He is threatening his own bingos now. He's got 84 lined up if he knows the Collins only anagram of envisage. But envisage, if nothing else, will come down for 76.
Yeah, that would be cool if he was able to spot veganize here, which would just get him a few extra points, which he needs now, down by 99 on the scoreboard. And again, this is an important game for Josh. Only, he needs this win here, or else he's going to basically need a win in his final game and a lot of help from all over the scoreboard. So this is sort of a must win for him. Maybe it's not by definition a must win. It's very close to it. So every point counts. And veganize would be the play here for him. I think he might have been holding Adam's previous play, as Adam is only just now drawing his new tiles. But it is a valid word. Limation. Nice play.
Possible. Josh does not know all of the CSW only stuff, and Limation is indeed a CSW only word, as is its anagram Miltonia. So anyway, Josh correctly accepting the play. Now will he spot the CSW only veganize, or will he back into envisage, which is a radical play for different reasons?
Yeah, definitely. Envisage, if you look at it on the board, extends right here, setting up potentially very big hooks, although the D's, D, don't have to worry about that. 2 S's still to come, which would hurt. But yeah, not quite as bad as if a whole bunch of D's were still there to be drawn. But still, we like veganize here. Adam wishing for that A of detracting to stay open, as his tiles are now begging for an A for halftone, but he should be okay with these good scoring tiles.
Yeah, FOEHN is still going to score so many points. Already plays alongside Limation, and we'll see what kind of opportunity opened up for him. Halftone would be sick, but he's in good shape either way. Josh spending a lot of time here on this turn. Will he spot veganize? He's probably seen it, but can he pull the trigger?
Yeah, I'm guessing for sure he's seen envisage. Whether he knows veganize, that one is tougher, as the more recently added, I believe, Collins only anagram of the more normal envisage. So yeah, he's got this is a classic Adam Logan game in the sense of the clocks are hugely in Adam's favor now. This is the sort of game I was used to seeing from Adam years ago, but he's had a lot of moves that were relatively clear. I think even dating back to the first move of the game, Anna seemed relatively clear with the 3 A's that Adam had, and then his J play and 2 bingos were not that challenging from a strategic perspective, as long as you're able to find the plays. And we know that Adam is one of the best play finders in the world, if not the best, short of Nigel.
I mean, he missed paroxetine, so I don't know if I can continue to toot his horn.
Fair enough.
All right, Josh with a huge turn. Veganize is just a way better play than envisage if he's able to see it. But chat also pointing out, oh, wow, he's going to challenge Limation first. So add 5 more points to Adam's score for that. Limation, the rare 91-point double.
Yeah, that's interesting. It took him a long time to make that decision. So I guess I am surprised mostly that he didn't make the choice to challenge a little bit faster. I'm going to guess now that he has challenged that we're going to see either envisage or veganize come down instantly. I'm pretty sure that he's been thinking, if this is phony, am I going to regret it? And there we go. See, instantly Josh is getting set to potentially play veganize. But you just drew breath there, Matt. Is something crazy about to happen?
He lined it up and then showed concern and then pivoted to envisage instead. Man, you get in your own head after you lose a challenge. All of a sudden, your whole world is shaken and you have no confidence. Josh baiting us, setting up Veganize, and then playing envisage. That's why I took a deep breath.
Yeah, it's crazy just because, again, he saw Didier on the first move of the game instantly as well, but wasn't able to pull the trigger on that either. And I think that part of it is the person sitting across from you when you know, I mean, certainly in a 5-point challenge game where your opponent is strongly incentivized to challenge anything they're unsure of, it's a lot harder to pull the trigger on a word that you yourself are not sure of. But yeah, part of it is you just know your opponent is Adam Logan and he's going to know the answer of is this word valid or not.
Well, the weirdest part is Diddy is defined in the lexicon as a noun, but then like Didier just shows up anyway. So I don't know what's going on with the lexicon, but whatever.
Brother.
Oh, Josh has drawn tuberoid, natural out of the bag. That's incredible. That's exactly what he needed. Adam playing hotel. Josh going to bingo again.
Isn't that a Y? Isn't that last letter a Y?
Oh, that is a Y. Sorry, my resolution is terrible.
Yeah, it's struggling for me too, but I can see that it's a Y, which changes things dramatically. If it was just a T, can he take that Y and erase it somehow and turn it into a T and get a massive bingo down here when he badly needs it? But it's an interesting play, though, of Adams of hotel instead of something like just FOH right here, which that gives you a few more points. But I think maybe there are some long-term board control issues with making this S hook that's a little more difficult to block. Not sure what Adam's thinking is behind playing hotel, which also creates an S hook. But both of the S hooks that this play creates are relatively toothless compared to other options that he could have played there. So I don't know. I thought it was interesting. I probably would have played faux mostly on autopilot there. But Adam opting to play hotel instead.
I think he just wants to knock out those back hooks on envisage or at least obstruct them as much as possible. If you play FOH and then you don't draw another S, there are two huge S spots on the board, envisages and IFS. And if Josh draws both of those, I don't even know if I'm going to win the game. So it makes some sense to me. Josh has found the nice Aribi. It plays with 5 underlaps. It plays above envisage. This is 40 points. He can also play Buyer, Buyer, in the same spot, 5 overlaps for 45 points. So will 40 points hold the Y or 45 but keep IO?
Wow, crazy. Nice overlapping plays there. And I just wonder, yeah, I guess hotel blocking the envisages hook, but I guess it is a little bit scary, isn't it? If you get a big Z play or something here, obviously bingos could still fit, but it can't fit with a terminal S, which would make me less inclined to block. But to your question, am I playing Uribe or Buyer here? That's a tough one. I guess I'm looking into the bag and I'm trying to see if I keep IO, what are the chances of duplicating? And it does look like there are a fair number of certainly O's and a handful of I's as well. So I might go for this. And that is what Josh has elected to do as well. And it's a pretty close game. If Josh draws something good, Adam has a cue that's going to be tough to play. This could be a good one here.
Yeah, we'll see. A big draw from Josh. YYXZ. Okay. This is going to be at least fun to watch. Adam with the autopilot QIN. You've got to make that play if you have it. And Josh, Epoxy YZ. This is definitely I draw this rack once in my life kind of rack as well. But huge scores available to Josh. This is a situation where you want to slow down. Zex to the left side of Limation is 49, but I don't think that's what you want to do here. YEZ and FuZ plays for 51. YEX in the same spot as 45. You've got a lot of good stuff. You want to maximize what you get out of it. Will, what's your line of thinking here?
Yeah, you got to be looking all over the board here to try to find some good stuff. Is there a way that I can set up a tile? One of my other power tiles by playing. So can I play my X and set up the Z? Can I play my Z setting up the X? And Yez is going to be the play here, leaving Poxy left over on the rack. this looks like a really nice choice for Josh here, just because I'm trying to see what is the most obvious place to play Poxy, but it does look like the X is relatively flexible here. So keeping that behind looks like a good idea.
Yeah, Yez looks to be the best line here. The Z just doesn't seem to do too much else. So get the 51 now. Josh is actually just down by 1 point as I get the scores updated there. 302 to 301. Adam on turn with an ugly rack, but he's got some high scoring plays. And he's immediately putting down Vat and Vigo. Also available on that turn was WAQF, WAQF for 38, but that does set up the big S back hook. You like Vat here, or would you have played WAQF, Will?
I think Vat looks nice just to get that V off of the rack while you have that nice overlapping possibility with it. That being said, as you suggest, WAQF looks solid, but man, I would hate to play that without an S and then get hammered here. I would maybe, if Adam had an S in reserve, now you're talking about this looking like a great way to pump up the value of it. But Adam, ever a cautious player, taking a safer approach there, which makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me as well. Josh on turn XIOPKUY. Both players have very, very odd tiles right now. Josh looking at XI and QI for 40. There's just one unseen I, and Josh has the last U. So if Josh draws an N, he could score a ton, but Adam has that last I and an N to go with it. He's going to play info immediately here.
Oh, yeah, bad beat. The odds were heavily in Josh's favor to be able to capitalize on this spot, but instead, this is definitely a huge boon to Adam, who, yeah, you keep 2 W's on the rack, but this is a godsend for him to score and close up the spot. So, nice play. I think that was a good play by Josh. He just got burnt in a kind of a worst case scenario, Matt.
Yeah, man, that's exactly what you want to do. Brilliant play. And sometimes it doesn't work out. It just happens to be one of those times. Josh, though, not dead yet. Josh can score 54 on this turn, if I'm reading his rack right, and he's going to show us exactly how.
Wow, the scores are coming down quick. I mean, Josh is making his plays quickly and accurately. Adam is making his plays also quickly and accurately, but from a position of having 19 minutes on his clock. So there could be a little bit of an element of, for Adam, not only is he ahead in the sort of tempo of the game, he's the one who's going up in score each turn, but also he's way ahead on the clock and could maybe push Josh into some time trouble here if he keeps the pressure on.
Oh, man. Adam has a really fun looking turn here. Your gut instinct out of this rack is immediately to pick up the 3 tiles WOW and put them wherever you can. And you can put them beneath the EL in hotel. You set up the S hook for wows, but you're also setting up a massive spot for Josh if he's got what he needs. I don't think you can play wow here, but nothing else seems great. And Adam could be outrun if he doesn't score enough on the next few turns. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Adam's going to spend like 6 minutes here, don't you think?
Yeah, I do. And I think what he has it lined up. And I think what he's thinking about here is, if I play this here and I keep my S, what happens? Like, is it possible that Josh can play an underlap here that devastates me? And if that happens, my leave of AELES, it combines really well with these open tiles of detracting. So I think he's trying to think to himself, is this a moment for calculated aggression? Does this make sense? Or is my position strong enough that I can be more careful here? And I do feel like, I haven't looked yet, but I do feel like the computer engine really likes these type of calculated aggressive moves, but they don't really feel human in the sense of, you know, if I'm Adam, I'm the one up by 8 points and 12 minutes on the clock. I feel like I'm in a good position here, and I could throw that all away in an instant if I play wow, get hit with a massive bingo, and don't draw well from the bag. And it's just going to hurt so much. But that's the thing. Computer engines don't hurt the way we do as human beings.
Yeah, they don't have feelings and we do, and that's what makes them great or terrible. I don't know. WoW is, the longer I look at it, the more I'm like, I don't actually see a ton that's going to play underneath. Josh would need E blank E to fit perfectly. So I think you can actually do it. But if you play WoW and then you get bingoed on the bottom, you're going to be big sad. He's going to do it.
Wow. This is, I mean, I just made an inadvertent pun because I'm just so amazed by that. And let's just see what Adam draws. And it's going to make all the difference, as Josh definitely is going to have big counterplays in that spot. But Adam could simply end the game more or less on the spot if he draws well here. The pool is pretty bingo prone as well. Let's just see what he picks. Ooh, he has a 7 of Cicella. Lacteals doesn't quite fit. It looks like, man, I'm not 100% sure what he's got here. It looks like he's drawn the 2 duplicates is kind of unideal for him.
He's got a bingo through the D.
Oh, all called. Okay, yeah, I hadn't gotten around to looking there. So he does have, and wow, that is not probably the bingo he envisaged playing, but that is going to bail him out hugely. Almost no matter what Josh draws, Josh is going to need to draw a counter bingo, which is definitely possible, I might add.
Yeah, not the craziest thing to happen, but Josh has 52 points at the bottom of the board right now, either Housey or Shouty for 52. If you see either of those options, I think you have to pull them and just hope Adam doesn't bingo on you.
Yeah, for sure. Those look great. Either one of those playing for really good scores here. And again, the tiles are pretty good from your perspective. If you're Josh, it's not impossible that even if you don't draw the last S, I think if I'm Josh, you have to know that Adam is not making this play without the last S in hand. So that is definitely a concern that you're never going to pick that from the bag to save you after playing Shouty or Housey. And he's going to go ahead and play Housey here. You're never getting that S to play with wows. So depending on, maybe he's hoping that if Adam has a play here, can you outrun that if you bingo through the E or to the D of detracting? So that's maybe what he's hoping to do here. Not quite. Doesn't look like it's good enough on that draw for Josh Sokol here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what there was. Quickly, we can look from Adam's perspective. What might Josh have as a counter bingo after Alcalde? Regrator or regrator to the R in detracting with a bunch of overlaps. Same words through the T in detracting. So it's definitely possible Josh draws another bingo out here from Adam's POV, but he's got to pull the trigger on Alcaldes, and Josh hasn't drawn what he needs.
Yeah, that bingo enough for Adam to give him a lead where it pretty much is going to be a bingo or bust here for Josh, and he shakes his head knowing that is not in the cards with this draw. So yeah, that's a tough one. Again, he had to know after WoW that Adam at least had the S and probably something balanced, and that Adam's odds of bingoing were quite good. Josh pinning his hopes on drawing a counter bingo of his own, likely hoping to hit the D, E, or T of detracting. Just didn't happen for him, and a tough loss for him to take here. It's going to hurt his chances of advancing to the winner's bracket.
He's not done yet. He'll drop to 3 and 4. 4 and 4 could just do it, but you're going to need some spread to go with it. Josh needs every point he can get out of this game, and he'll likely need a big victory in the final round. Josh not 100% done yet, barring how but we got to see how some of these other games play out on the other boards. We'll certainly look at standings before we go to round 8. I'm sure everybody will look at the standings before they sit down for round 8. It is getting spicy here.
Oh, man, it's going to be a crazy final round here with a lot of players still jockeying for one of those spots. It looks like Matthew Tunnicliffe, who was 1-3, I noticed that he won his 2 previous games. And if he wins again, he could be in position to sweep the field in the afternoon session and sneak his way into the winner's bracket, where he would live on to further torment Adam Logan. And a match between those two would be absolute must-see TV, Matt.
Yeah, Adam versus Matt. I'm kind of hoping the finals of this thing ends up being Adam versus Matt, because who wouldn't want to spend their Monday holiday of President's Day watching a best of 7 between Adam Logan and Matt Tunnicliffe? It's going to be fire. So if we can get that matchup, it would be awesome. But there's so many awesome possible matchups we're going to have, and it's all going to be right here on Let's Play Scrabble.
Shirt and mouth for Adam. I don't know how much we can tell about that. We were looking earlier that, is it a tell? I don't think it is. I think it's purely random. And Josh is going to make what appears to be his best endgame play in a losing effort, playing Marge for 24. And Adam is going to go out next turn. Maybe 0 is the play he's supposed to make here, with 16 minutes on his clock to Josh's 35 seconds. Wow. Nice effort by Adam here.
He's played the whole game in 8 minutes and change, played it nearly flawlessly, probably flawlessly, dispatched 2023's North American Scrabble champion in Josh Sokol, and punched his ticket into tomorrow's winner's bracket. Now it's all a matter of seeding for Adam Logan. We'll cut to Overhead Mike and see if we get a post-mortem this time from the 2025 World Scrabble champ.
471.
We
don't have to find any tens on stream tomorrow. We don't have to find any tens on stream tomorrow.
It's pretty easy to find.
Yeah,
those.
this is easy.
Is you guys good at this?
Yeah.
For some reason, I never seen it. I know it's good with the Z.
Yeah.
It's so bad. Why would it be good with
Yeah, all the verbs and eyes are good with eyes. Yeah, all the verbs without suffix are good with twice and colons, except maybe if you absolute ones that only eyes. Yeah, if you can eyes is fine.
I knew you had the blank, and it's so annoying. Like, they need to fix this shit. Like, they need to fix the fact that I can see the dot. It's just like it's so bad for the game.
Yeah. Because
So
be
like,
careful to put the other way up.
it's like it changes the way I play.
Yeah.
Whether for better or for worse, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't
It
change the way I
shouldn't.
play.
Yeah, exactly. Completely.
Frustrating. And I talked to Michael Tang. He's hoping to hopefully he'll have a logo on it. That way, people will see it right side up. Hopefully, but like, it's bad to have a logo on it too, because it's sort of, I don't know, probably lose focus. Yeah, I was gonna probably play 5, keep the S.
Okay.
Just like I just can't. It would have been fine, I think. But detector is all I see. Just need to focus on what I can control. And yeah, play Didier on turn 1.
Didier.
Yeah.
Didiest. If I played A-N, would you have known those?
Does it only take an A?
That's correct. In that case, I probably should have played A-N, yeah.
This is cool. I had Yex as well.
Oh, geez.
I was planning to play Pox instead of the case Y.
Yeah, well, So if this occurred,
The last, there's only one of the eye errors. Like, didn't seem too bad going for this even easy. Just like, how am I coming back with these scoring plays? It's crazy.
Yeah.
I feel like,
Yes, exactly.
yeah, well, just need to play better. All right, congrats. You made it.
Yeah. Ask you to submit the score for me.
Yeah.
That's it for that one. We'll see if it's the end of Josh Sokol in this one. Josh dropping to 3-4. Will he make the cut for the top 4 tomorrow? That remains to be seen. But Adam Logan playing a 10, actually finding a 10 this time on stream, punching his ticket to tomorrow's finals. Adam adding insult to injury, saying he mentioned possibly extending did to Didiest. And I think at that point, Josh realized, oh God, Didier is a thing, isn't it? And I missed, oh boy. Okay, well. And Josh making a great point about sportsmanship and about Scrabble in general. A lot of tiles have a dot on the bottom, but because blanks don't have a perceivable top or bottom, if you put the blank a certain orientation on your rack, you can see the dot. You know your opponent has a blank. Josh knew Adam had a blank and wasn't able to capitalize on that knowledge at all. But anyway, just little nuances of the game. That's what Josh was going on about on that aside. Will, one game to go. You have any thoughts on Josh Sokol, Adam Logan?
It was a great game. Josh with a furious comeback there. Hurts to lose with a 471 after scoring what seemed like an average of 50 points per turn for something like 4 or 5 turns there. But Adam just kept pouring on the points as well, held on to his lead, played very fast and decisively and accurately. And yeah, it certainly seems like Adam is going to be punching his ticket into the winner's bracket tomorrow. But is he in contention to be the #1 seed that picks his opponent? That's what we're going to find out right here. So I think he is, we're waiting on a few more results. Again, 7 rounds in the books right now. So we've got, I believe, a bunch of results. And this one may have been the first game to finish with Adam playing at lightning speed there. But you can see Adam is going to move up in the standings. Either, well, I guess if Jason Keller wins his game by more than Adam, Adam could still lose some position in the standings. But if Josh Castellano does not win his game, Adam will move back into first in all likelihood. So he's got great chances here, Matt, going forward.
Things got crazy interesting. We're hearing Jason Keller was defeated by Jason Ubika. So House Jason knocked off House Jason in some inter-family warfare. Jason Keller will drop to 4-3. Matthew Tunnicliffe at 4-3, Josh Sokol at 3-4, Adam Logan at 5-2. Ooh, this one is interesting. So a big Jason Keller loss, a Josh Sokol win next game could be a major shakeup. Several players are likely going to be playing for their tournament lives in this final game. We're going to wait for all of the results to come in, so we make sure we bring you the game with the most at stake. But it's shaping up to be quite spicy here. The game of tiles delivers the drama that she promised.
Yes, absolutely. Nice reference there. So yeah, the final round, I believe, is straight King of the Hill. That is the pairing system where we pair up players first versus second, third versus fourth, fifth versus sixth, 7 versus 8th, and all the way down. But of course, we only have 8 players here. So that's going to be the pairing system. So in all likelihood, we're going to take one of those games between 3-4 or 5-6, where the players are fighting for their lives. And we're going to bring you that one in just a minute. I'm super excited, Matt, to close out this day of Amazing Scrabble.
Yet one more game coming y'all's way. You can't leave in the elimination round. You've got to stick around for it. What, you got plans on the evening of Valentine's Day? Yeah, your plans are watching Scrabble with Matt Canick and Will Anderson and Soren and Colby, all hands on deck. Our final round will come your way just as soon as possible. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble. got standings ready to show you exactly how things are going to shake out. But we'll refresh you on the format of this tournament. The top 4 players advance to tomorrow's champions bracket. The bottom 4 will drop into a consolation bracket and be ineligible for the $2,500 first prize. The next game we're going to show you features seeds 5 and 6. Matthew Tunnicliffe versus Josh Sokol, and barring a tie, it looks like the winner of this game is probably going to be in, and the loser is probably going to be out, unless Ben and Jason tie or some other weird stuff happens. That's how my math looks. How does that sound, Will?
Yeah, looks absolutely right. Those 2 pivotal games, Ben Schoenbrunn versus Jason Keller and Matthew Tunnicliffe versus Josh Sokol, which, as you alluded to, we are about to watch, are very, very impactful for that bracket that's going to start tomorrow with the top 4 players. So, yeah, this is effectively a win and in game. Couldn't be more at stake to try to continue their journeys along their path to getting that $2,500 top prize. For one of these players, it's going to end right now and send them to the consolation bracket beheaded, and the other will fight on in the game of tiles.
Man, season 1 almost over, and we're going to see not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 major characters killed off already. And it's wild that it's Josh Sokol and Matthew Tunnicliffe playing in an elimination game, but that just speaks to the caliber of this field. So one of these players out of contention. How are they going to be killed off? Well, George R.R. Martin or our chat box can decide that one. But let's cut over to the board. We've got 2 players, one on the chopping block. This will be a duel to the death, Scrabble style. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble.
So here we go. Looks like Matthew with the first move in the game. How is he going to set the tone here? Josh seems to be in decent spirits. I mean, I'd be feeling good if I'm Josh. Of course, you just lost the last game on stream to Adam Logan, but you still control your own destiny. You just have to win the game in front of you, and you're still going to make that winner's bracket. So, yeah, we'll see. But, Foliate about to come down. Great start for Matthew, and Josh chuckling to himself here. Not much to be done about this one.
Oh, man. Matthew Tunnicliffe has grabbed Josh's head in his hands and is starting to squeeze. And if you've ever seen Game of Thrones, you know what happens next. We'll see if he can put more pressure on Josh's cranium with a second straight bingo. Josh applying pressure to his own cranium with the start of this draw. Oh my goodness, not how you want to start this game.
Yeah, not at all. I just want to point out while we're thinking about it, as Matthew drawing excellent tiles as well to potentially come back with another bingo, and Vadi coming down, blocking some good stuff through that O, but Matthew is going to respond with another bingo. I do want to point out, though, Matt, there are interesting extensions to Foliate. Could we potentially see any of those get played here?
Oh my goodness. I suppose only time will tell, but these are 2 of the players who would likely know some of the cool Foliate extensions. So we'll see. I see like defoliate and exfoliate. Are you telling me there are 3-letter extensions?
Absolutely. I know a couple of them, and there are more than even I knew, apparently. But yeah, there's a handful. Will the players ever draw them? And if they do, will they have the ability to pull the trigger on those extensions, which turn some weak sets of tiles into big, big scores? Time will tell. We will see. But Matthew is poised to get another bingo down in short order here, which is just terrible news for Josh. Again, a must-win game for your opponent to come back with 2 bingos. That hurts quite a bit, though Josh is so adept at coming back from these tough early game positions. I would never count him out. This is not how he wanted this game to start.
Not the start you want. You don't want the mountain to grab your head in both hands and squeeze, but Matthew continuing to squeeze. Josh could sure use a body right now. I love that. As soon as I saw that word, I knew what it meant. Never seen body before in my life, but like that has to be vodka. And sure enough, it is. The lexicon giveth. 26 to 149, the uphill climb for Josh Sokol here. EKMOOTT on his rack. Yep, you got to protect your head, Josh. Put that hood on, because otherwise your head's going to get smooshed into another oblivion.
He's squeezing his own head mountain style here. But you remember how that fight goes. Spoiler alert, close your ears if you don't want to hear Game of Thrones spoilers. But in that fight, Oberyn Martell is crushing the mountain before slipping up at the pivotal moment and getting his head exploded like a melon. Okay, how do we tell people who have closed their ears for the spoilers that they can open them again? I didn't really think about that when I asked people to close their ears. Hopefully they will eventually get tired of that posture and come back to us. But yeah, it was a big reversal. So maybe Josh is going to be the mountain in this game and come back from a deficit and be the head squeezer. Could that be the case, Matt?
It could be. Never say never in Scrabble. We already saw one wild back and forward circus game between these very two players in round one. Tunnicliffe took a commanding early lead, and Josh clawed his way back until Josh was about 90% to win, until Matthew stole it at the end. So who knows? Josh has to stay calm and just try to make the best play he can. But instead, he's giving us some content. He is going to stare into his hood for at least a little bit longer before making his next play. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works for him.
Yeah, so as far as what is he supposed to do in this tough situation with two sets of duplicates and a K, one thing that you could do if you really want to play crazy is to play Koto right here, which unduplicates both of your tiles and sets up a massive W hook in addition to the S hook, of course. But if you're able to draw that W before Matthew, you could absolutely hammer this spot subsequently. Could that be the type of crazy, volatile play that he needs to make here? In fact, it would catch Matthew a little bit off guard.
Yeah, I like that. That's a fun idea. Maybe a little bit too aggro, but maybe not. I don't know. At this deficit, just kind of try something. Mook or Moko in the same spot, a similar option, but you're holding on to double T's, which could set you up for trouble in the future. I like Koto. Makes a lot of sense to me. If it blows up in your face, well, sometimes the mountain just crushes your cranium like a melon.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I think I like about it is maybe less so in this situation. What I would love is if Matthew had just made a short play that indicated almost for sure that he does not have the W. Instead, Matthew just bingoed. So his tiles are fully random. He could easily have the W. You have no evidence to suggest that Matthew is, for example, keeping low point tiles, low scoring tiles that don't include a W. So Matthew's odds are every bit as good as a computer engine would expect. That is fully random here to have the W, but Josh goes ahead and does it. We like it. And look at that draw. Oh my God. Crazy.
Okay. Well, perhaps Josh could whip out the slightly unethical intentional overdraw to get one of those blanks put back and try to draw it later. But I think, just playing Twasum blank W would be just fine with Koto at the bottom of this board. Man, okay, things are interesting here. Matthew doesn't really have anything to take away the bottom of the board save BITO. Or is that bait? Okay, BAIT. Does this give Josh a crazy play?
Wow, look at that. It's risky, especially with two blanks on the rack. Is it possible? Josh is going to spend a lot of time here looking for that potential that could be there. Matthew trying to block, and it looks like he's made a good block trying to get in the way of that potential W hook as well as the S. Josh now has some searching on his hands here.
Oh, man, I've got the engine, so I can go ahead and spoil this one. But I think you guys watching at home would know I'd be popping off right now if Josh did have a triple through the T. There is nothing there. Josh's best bingo score is 83. And I'm starting to wonder if I'm Josh, do I take 83 right now, exhaust both of the blanks? I'm still trailing 40 and a turn on a board that's pretty tight. Or do I try to open something absolutely wild right now Am I able to play like from the T and Thielens and open another triple line? Is it absolutely crazy to play something like mated to the D and Vadi? Or do I just play automate down from the A?
Yeah, that would be wild. I think there is a ton to consider here. So first of all, Josh is going to have to think long and hard about, do I have a triple, because that is the game-changing play that he needs. As you suggested, Matt, the fact that we're not going crazy here in the booth suggests that there isn't one. And in fact, the engine confirms that. So what to do now? Automate. So you suggested potentially a play opening another triple and try to get as much volatility as possible. But I would argue at this point, with Matthew just taking a small score, you are really close to right back in the game, either playing automate, or you could play something like optimate or Matelos in this spot through the T and continue to try to, maybe you draw a TW play. There's definitely plenty of words starting with TW going across. You got foliate extensions you can try. If you know that, for example, bifoliate is a word that might allow you to pull the trigger on uni or trifoliate, both of which are valid. So Josh is going to go with optimate, which leaves this spot open to continue his comeback. I like this choice on his part to continue to try to draw a W and leave a lot more options to come back.
All right, it's going to be a bit of a word knowledge check. What hooks does optimate take? But with so many options for Josh, he's going to play a word whose hooks he knows for sure. And perhaps that's why he's pulled back right now on optimate. Josh has the option to do something really sick and give us some content. He can make the blanks both Z's and play Mozzetta, Mozzetta for 82. That would be sick.
That would be incredible. So yeah, any of these plays through the T, I believe, score 82, and you only get one extra point playing automate here, getting the M on the double letter score. So I definitely, if I'm Josh, I want to embrace being an agent of chaos. I want to be, who is the appropriate character from the Game of Thrones universe? Like Euron Greyjoy, who sucks? No, I don't think that's appropriate. Somebody else we should consider, but somebody that is at their peak level of chaos. That's what Josh needs to be here.
Ramsey Bolton, perhaps?
Perfect. Yes, I love that suggestion. Perfect. He needs to embrace his inner Ramsey. And let's be careful about that, because Ramsey does some pretty objectionable actions in the show.
Yeah, it depends on your moral code, but I think 99% of people, would object to at least some of that. I might go with hemostat here. I just think that it's a lot easier to overlap the first couple letters of hemostat, so you keep sevens on top of the front of this word. More of a possibility, but this is fine too. This is, I think, what you want to do if you're Josh. So optimate coming down.
It could be ostimate as well. So we probably need a blank check.
Yeah, we'll need that
at some point, because it is ostomate in fact. So that changes not too much, but just could be relevant. You never know.
Yeah, we'll see. Ostomate takes just a back S. It means a person with an ostomy. And Matthew is quickly going to play QIN, which I think is just very, very straightforward for him there.
Yeah, looks good. And Josh with a good bingo-ish draw. Not sure if he can quite fit. Oh my God, he has failings. It fits, Matt.
Oh, wow. Okay. Holy goodness. Josh is going to be ahead in a game where it looked like he was dead. As soon as he put that hood on and embraced his Ramsey, he went off.
It fits. This is not the most obvious spot, but Josh is so good at stuff like this. There's just no way he's going to miss this, is there?
I don't think so. I would be shocked. And man, if Josh actually comes back and wins this game, I might have a new nickname for Matthew Tunnicliffe. Reek.
Oh my God. That is so savage, dude. Reek, calling any Scrabble player Reek as a Game of Thrones reference is absolutely brutal. But oh man, there it is. Failings spotted. This is kind of crazy. Josh is on the warpath here, coming back, and the board is still full of the board is still dark and full of terrors.
Josh puts the hood on and says, "Winter is coming." For you, Matthew Tunnicliffe. But Matthew's still very much in this game. He can score as much as 44 on this turn if he finds biotype. But I don't think that's the play. Even through the IO at the bottom of this board, it just gives so much back. POLEY or top chin also opens the board. But hey, now that you're not winning anymore, like go ahead and open the board up. That scores pretty well. Biotype, poly, or would you keep it even smaller here, Will?
Yeah, biotype is so tempting because it scores so well right here, just getting the Y on the triple. But man, you just give back all those gains so quickly by opening such an easy scoring spot to use. I just feel like unless there isn't anything close to that in terms of points and leave, you definitely got to go for something else other than that here. And I think you should be able to do that here. I would think something somewhere. Where that is, I don't know. It is, I guess, nice also to block that W before Josh gets to it. But yeah, not sure where I would go with this one. Biotype just seems too crazy. It feels like a perfect play for you to give another one of those quiz questions, Matt.
All right, well, here's the quiz question. How much more does Josh score after biotype versus poly?
Poly, yeah. I mean, it's got to be like poly is so solid just right here. Doesn't give anything back. All of the options that are available after this play are so specific, like the foliate extensions. It could be the case that the computer is finding all of those extensions, whereas our players might miss them. But I'm going to say, God, that's got to be a 10-point gap between those.
And Will spot on yet again. It's about 9.5 points, the difference between poly and biotype. So I don't know. Biotype does score 5 more, but it gives 5 more or 10 more back. Poly is winning a sim by about 5 points on those grounds.
Why did Matthew play chin there instead of here? I'm just going back a little bit, trying to make sense of that choice. It seemed maybe just as a scoring spot, you don't want to make this, but there's so many other more salient spots on the board. It feels like I didn't even notice that when he played it.
Yeah, I don't know, but here comes biotype. Wow, he's found it and decided to play it. Okay, cool.
Wow. Is that the top simming play? I mean, I mean, it scores 44 and you're just hoping to catch Josh off guard. It turns out that he doesn't really have great tiles to hit this spot hard at all, at least to my eye.
Yeah, no, biotype was simming 5 points below a couple other options, including poly and just BOY at the top of the board. But, you know, it's flashy and cool. And maybe you have a read on Josh or something like that. Josh unable to do almost anything about it. Josh can cash one of his S's on Ostomates right now and play Kerns, CURNS, blow this board wide open. But Matthew now has made back-to-back kind of strange plays, QIN and then biotype. Surely he's got some kind of plan, but hopefully that plan isn't getting cold reek at the end of this game.
Yeah, that is definitely a truly awful fate for any Scrabble player. But yeah, this is going to be potentially insane. Are we going to see Josh play Kerns, as you suggested, right here, just to try to turn some tiles and, you know, fight onto another turn? But if you just can't block this spot, it's so terrifying. But look at that. Matthew does not have great tiles to hammer the spot himself. And maybe he can look into this pool and see, it looks to my initial glance that it's very vowel heavy, Matt.
Yeah, no, that pool is looking wild. 5 A's, 8 E's in there, a bunch of U's as well. Perhaps we'll get an uwu sighting yet again in this game. I don't know what Josh does if he doesn't play Kerns. Sev through the E and biotype is like defensive, but almost neurotically so. You're still down, you're closing the board. Maybe you go a little bit longer like this.
I mean, this is way safer defensively to cover up that spot. So if Josh was thinking about Kearns up here, hooking Ostamate, I feel like this is a reasonable sacrifice. You're not even scoring that many fewer points, and you are almost certainly reducing Matthew's average scores quite a bit after that choice. And again, you're probably going to draw vowels from the bag. Not that Josh has taken that memo at all, drawing G, G, H, and only one vowel from a pool that had so many available. But yeah, this definitely complicates Matthew's turn quite a bit.
Yeah, Matthew now has a tough decision to make. He can score or he can keep bingo prone tiles, but on a board without much opportunity to bingo, you're basically forced using either the G or S in failings or starting a word with the S in cures. I wouldn't be looking to keep bingo prone tiles here. RADOME is 30 points. It does throw a lot of tiles out in space when you're defending a narrow lead, but I think it's just so much better than any other option that you have to do it. Do you agree, Will?
Yeah, I do. I mean, this is too tight of a game. As much as we're saying that there are a bunch of vowels left, there are still the X, the Z, the J. There are some really high scoring letters left, and you just can't afford to take too low of a score here with more of a fishing play like Oat or something like that. Would you play Oat for 13? Yeah, you can hit a lot of bingos after that, but the board isn't awesome for bingos. There are a couple decent spots like this S, at least prior to Radome, but I wouldn't over prioritize keeping a good bingo leave here. And I like scoring a bunch of points. And let's see what Matthew draws. Rallier. That looks okay. Ralliers, I believe, is valid into the S of failings.
Yep.
So that could be a big, big bingo to get down. Wow. Crazy game underway here.
Yeah, I wonder what Josh is going to do, but I don't think there's any candidate play that would obstruct Rallier. So Tunnicliffe threatening bingos here. Josh has different lines out of this situation. He can score 38 at the bottom of this board. Vets and Kotos holds GGHN, which is pretty brutal, but 38 points is 38 points. I don't know. Otherwise, he's going to play Veg and Nog for 19, hold GHNS, which is far more palatable, but it's a 19-point sacrifice. What do you think, Will?
There's a lot to sacrifice for sure. Man, it's really tough in Josh's shoes right now because the paths that you can take are so divergent. He's going to go ahead and play Veg, which I do like. I think this is an acknowledgement of how vowel heavy the bag is from his perspective, that keeping NGHS, if he can snag an I and one more vowel, he could be looking at counter bingoing after Matthew's potential bingo here. We'll see what he draws. I do like that choice, but ZDP, where are the vowels? Are we about to see Matthew draw 7 of them out of the bag?
Certainly possible. I'm going to guess 6 vowels and a W, but we will see. Ralliers comes down for 70. Tunnicliffe ahead 343 to 259, but not done yet. We'll see. Matthew's going to need a good draw in a yucky pool to continue threatening in this game. DGHNPSZ. You know what Josh's big mistake is? He took the hood off. Things were working great when he had the hood on, and then he took it off, and it's all gone to hell for him. And Matthew's drawing a bunch of consonants? What's going on?
Yeah, maybe am I just wrong? Maybe the bag wasn't that vowel heavy. It just looked like there were a lot of A's and E's for a moment there. So maybe I overreacted to that, but yeah.
No. It's 16 vowels and 10 consonants.
Okay, so I'm not crazy. All right, nice. So yeah, wow. There's vowels coming for somebody. So Josh, unfortunately, he doesn't really have the luxury of staying patient anymore because he could just, if it were like 50 points spread between them. He could stay patient, continue to take good scoring plays, and hold on to his consonants, knowing that those vowels are coming and that he has consonants to pair with them nicely. But here, I think he is much more in need of a bingo in a hurry. Not 100% sure what he's supposed to do to get that bingo down. Does he play just the simple adds right here, which looks terrible for board shape, but at least you still have this R at the top of the board, which could remain open for a while. Maybe you get super lucky and draw something into this N, or down here. Oh, maybe you play adds and draw sphinges.
Sphinges.
If you draw IE, it's the plural of sphinx, Matt. That's a pretty common draw.
I was looking at shapings, which is valid in columns only, but you need AI. Sphinges with an E draw is huge. I like the play of ADZ already. It protects the R at the top of the board. It preserves the S at the bottom of this board. And now that it actually hits on a 2-tile draw, that's pretty reasonable, as you said. ADZ looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, that is crazy. I mean, don't also discount that you have some other marginal lines available. Also, you do still have unifoliate. Ooh, what did I do with this circle? I'm not sure how I did that. But unifoliate is possible still for a nice score with bad tiles. So you could get a bingo down, come back with that, and still find a way to be in this. That being said, Matthew drawing JX, that is going to be tough because you can play one and then the other over a 2-turn sequence. So Josh really needing a miraculous draw in a hurry. Maybe the way to do that is, again, to play DZ off of the A of Radome and just pray to draw EI or whatever else you can that fits down there.
He's looking at Zag, a similar play, doesn't quite protect the R as much, but keeps a little bit better. Oh, no, this is the one I was hoping he wouldn't make because I don't know how you win the game after this.
Is there certainly the Z has a couple of spots on the board that look good. You can definitely plop it down right here with an A draw, a couple other options for it. But yeah, Fang, this is a good play to rid yourself of as many consonants as possible. Yeah, you do have a bunch of Z. You have Z plays in a number of spots, in fact. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out from here. But I agree, Matt. It just feels like you just closed off a lot of the real estate you need with this play.
Yeah, I think at a different game score, you can play Fang. With the lead, you want to play Fang, but at this score, that just doesn't seem right. Like, did I do the scores wrong again or something? It's confusing to me, but alas, that's what Josh chose. Matthew now with a fun turn. He's got CALX through the L in Ralliers, and that sets up JA and JA next turn. He can also play JA and JA now, preserving Calcs, but I think this is the better line for him. He agrees.
Yeah, this looks great. As you say, the J still retains a nice spot there. The Z also retains a nice spot there. If Josh wants to just plop the Z down and try to draw into Sounders, which if you get an E from the bag, it seems pretty solid. Just plop that Z down and hope for the best. Hope that Matthew cannot block down low. Seems pretty reasonable here to me.
Yeah, Matthew just kind of smirks a little bit. I set up my J. Oh, you put the Z exactly right there. Cool. And hey, we are starting to see those vowels drawn. Will Josh pull the E he's looking for? It is the most likely outcome for him. Is this it? No.
Brutal. And R, not what he needs. That would have been crazy to see. Consolation prize would have been the I for unifoliate. But again, that's not even that high scoring. We shouldn't overfixate on that. It's definitely more style than substance at this score. He needs a bingo, and he needs it soon. So an E would have been a huge draw for him here, especially with Matthew really needing to shed his J for flexibility going forward, and probably just not having any good way of blocking the S of cure as much as he would want to, Matt.
Yeah. We'll see. I don't know what Matthew's going to do to block that S. Like maybe he plays SOJA right now for 11 points. I think he's ahead by enough that he can actually make a play like that and be okay. Or he can just apply scoring pressure right now and say, whatever, even if you do hit it, like I'm good. I'm going to win the game. I don't know. I might actually play SOJA.
That is crazy like a fox in the sense that really, so he's gone with the more customary route of just scoring. I guess if you just play, Soya here, and you get bingoed on somehow through, for example, the N of failings, you certainly regret taking such a weak score on that move. But that is a very, very edge case situation. So yeah, I think it could have been defensible, but I do also think that Jot is relatively defensible as well. Another option, if you want to keep the J to score with next turn, would just be to play OWE for a similar score, leaving the J. Maybe sometimes you get overlaps or something good off of Josh's bingos here with the J, with the S, I should say, if ever he has them. So that is another way he could have gone. But either way, this is looking grim for Josh, because now what does he even do to score points to stay close here, Matt?
Yeah, and now the S is almost definitely getting blocked, and there's nowhere else you can really open the board. This feels very, very dire for Josh. I'm trying, like, does OBO have a front hook? If you do some kind of setup with OBO, oh, it has a ton of set hook or front hooks. Okay, maybe you can make something happen on the leftmost column of this board, but I think honestly Josh might be trying to fish for like weird nines, expecting the S to be blocked, trying to draw something through the CN or the US on this board, trying to draw a miracle through the N or G and failings right now. That seems to be about it.
Yeah, it's brutal. The OBO setups are somewhat ineffective just because there are no hooks left seemingly available that you can draw into that even play there. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, it's just tough because if you're Josh, this is the area of the board where all the action is happening, and Matthew is going to do everything possible to play as long a word as he can here or here that blocks as much space as he can. So then your eye goes to the rest of the board, and there basically is nowhere available. If you could somehow play something off of this V or something opening this area, you have just enough space to fit a 7-letter bingo here. But there's literally no other space that easily accommodates a bingo on this board, unless, are you going to tell me you want to try to draw something ending in OER? Is there even something like that available? There's not a lot of options here.
I think OUR maybe remotely possible, but look at the unseen pool. That's got to give Josh at least a little bit of life. There are 4 consonants and 12 vowels.
Finally, my proclamations of the vowel heavy pool are actually coming to pass here at long last. Yeah, now we're actually seeing it here. So sheesh, what do you do here if you're Josh? He is so creative. Both of these players, very creative, good at coming up with winning scenarios from hopeless situations. But yeah, this is about as hopeless as you'll see from Josh's POV here.
I'd be looking for something that I can play through the G in failings, like a very specific, can I draw like dragoons or something?
Nice. That's a good idea. Ooh.
Surround.
He's going for surround. Yeah, just trying to score points and go for surround with a U out of the bag. And it is
an
E. So he has rounder and rondur and things of that nature, but I think, at least to my eye, none of those actually.
Reground.
Crazy. Oh my God. Reground. So fishing for not just surround, but if he drew an E, which he did, he now has reground playable through this G. So Matthew is going to have to somehow detect that. He's thinking about playing owie. The question is he thinking about playing it here to block the much more salient threat of the S, in which case reground is going to surprise him? And what if Matthew plays owie and draws UUW or something from the bag?
This one's not done. Oh man, and even if Matthew plays OWE on the right side next to ralliers, reground still fits.
Wow, that is wild. Oh my god, dude. This is insane.
Whoa. Whoa, okay. OWE.
Reground still fitting. Oh, crazy. Reground still fits. Josh should insta play this. I don't think there's anything to think about, and he only has 4 minutes in what could be a really interesting end game here.
Matthew needs the W and he doesn't find it. Josh is
Wow.
going to draw. Oh man.
Is
Okay.
he-
Josh is going to draw EEMUW and he'll draw unifoliate. No, Matthew's drawing unifoliate. Sorry.
Yeah, Matthew's drawn that. So, geez, this is insane. So Matthew just played O, and yeah, let's just see.
Reground will be 82.
And it sets up at least an interesting end game with so bad tiles on Matthew's rack. Let's assume he doesn't know or find unifoliate for a second, because that probably will just end the game on the spot. But Josh is going to have UW, which really limits his upside in this end game. Like he'll have unview or something through the end of failings, but that doesn't feel like it's going to be enough, even against like remotely decent scoring plays or outs and 2 from Matthew. So I think this definitely gives Josh a ray of hope, but he really needs to draw an out with his 5-tile pick after this as well to truly threaten victory in this game, I think. And he also would need a miss of unifoliate.
Unifoliate's not even the best end game for Matthew. He's got UNAI holding AEI, which is going to go out in a number of spots. It's a pretty straightforward path for Matthew. So once Josh picks up the EEUW combination, he's going to realize he's sunk. But what a comeback. Reground spotted by Josh. I'm sure he was fishing for this specifically. Surround at the bottom, but reground here. He's just not going to draw the tiles he needs late. And Matthew Tunnicliffe can drop his line. You know nothing, Josh Snow.
That is his official house slogan of House Tunnicliffe here. And yeah, that is just an extremely appropriate time for it. But yeah, this is tough. Tough for Josh. He's shaking his head. He knows that UW combination is not going to get the job done, probably. Maybe Josh was hoping to draw a UNI. That's definitely possible from his perspective with 2 U's and 2 I's and the N left. What if Josh drew UNI? He could be in great shape here.
Yeah, I think there are some draws for Josh where he wins. If Matthew has WUU on his rack, well, I guess Uwu actually bails that out in CSW. I'll take that back. But there are certain combinations that Matthew could have that would be really bad, especially if Josh is on unifoliate.
Yeah, so it's interesting. As you said, Matt, that's not even his best endgame play, just because I don't think it actually helps him go out in 2, because you would be leaving AAEI. That's not good enough. So something like Inia, which actually goes out, appears to work better. So there's going to be no need to pass the word knowledge check here. And what a game. Man, Josh really made us believe there for a second, but nicely done to Matthew Tunnicliffe. Incredible effort by him, Matt, to come back from 1-3 and win all 4 of his games this afternoon to make it into the winner's bracket.
Yeah, wild stuff from Matthew Tunnicliffe. A great rally performance from him after nearly choking away game 1 and then losing games 2, 3, and 4. He has firmly clinched a spot in the bracket as long as he commits this play. After this game ends, we are going to pull whoever finishes as our 1 seed as well as whoever finishes as the 5 seed, and we will let them choose their opponents live right here on Let's Play Scrabble. So you will know your matchups for tomorrow at the end of play today, and that could be fun. Will we see some trash talk?
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying how funny it would be. We don't know yet the result, who will decide that. it is up to the game between Josh Castellano and Adam Logan, those two. It is straight king of the hill. So we know that in the standings leading into this game, the top player standings, number 1 plays number 2, 3 plays 4, 5 plays 6, and 7 plays 8. It looks like, by the way, Jason Keller defeated Ben Schoenbrunn in their game. So with Matthew appearing to be winning this game, it's possible that we spoke too soon, Matt. Is it possible that Matthew is not going to win by enough points? Oh no, he is. He's going to go to 5-3. Sorry. Logic fail on my part. Duh. Matthew is obviously advancing. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to scare anybody. So it looks like Jason winning means that the bracket is going to be Castellano, Logan, Keller, and Tunnicliffe. Sorry, folks.
Wow. I mean, that's still just a fantastic set of 4 players that we'll get to watch tomorrow. My understanding is tomorrow we'll see some of that action, the best of 8 matchups between those players, and we'll see some WoW action as well, as there's a concurrent WoW event going on alongside this one. So a little bit of split depending on your preferred book. You will get to see some of that tomorrow. Nope. Excuse me. I am incorrect. All game of tiles all weekend. Never mind.
Yeah, that was what I thought. But let's see. We got Ew coming down here. That seems to be Josh's best play, after which Matthew goes out with AUE. Where does that go?
Uphang.
Nice. That's cool.
Yeah.
So nice, a nice sequence there by Matthew. No unifoliate, Sag, but we'll live.
The extension's never manifesting. We'll cut to Overhead Mike, as that's all she wrote for this one. Matthew Tunnicliffe defeating Josh Sokol for the 2nd time at this tournament. He'll make our winner's bracket.
Yeah, very impressive.
Be a man.
I can't. I can't.
Yeah, well played, man. I'm so dumb for this. I just didn't play. I didn't play well enough to win. I don't know why. I didn't even look this way. I looked like for double doubles, triple triples. I'm here. I'm just not. It's funny because like I can play your word here.
Yeah.
It's like just symmetrically. Oh no, I can't have a T. Never mind. Whatever. Anyways, I'm sure there's something. I still see it. Just really, I got lucky.
I was digging for this extension for a while.
It's just Tribe. It's the only one. Right?
I
There's no uni.
I kept TI on this turn. TI. And there were 6 R's unseen.
Yeah,
I was like,
that's
"Come on."
amazing. Wow.
And then I had to play off the last T when I did it.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I was wondering if you knew that. Yeah, no, I was too nervous, too rude. I don't deserve it. Too bad at Scrabble, most of all.
Being good at Scrabble was a prerequisite for winning at Scrabble. I'd be in a lot of trouble. So
Congrats.
sorry. How do we feel about Uphang? It's like 100% good.
Yeah, I wasn't even going to challenge it.
But I'm like, it's literally 1 point. It's more than a point, though. It's a ton of pride. It's probably like 50 points worth of pride.
Something like that. If it didn't matter, if what you said earlier was true, and it didn't matter, then you should have played it.
I'll fight.
Well, sure.
Was anyone on Unifoliate?
I didn't know
uni
you-
is good?
Oh, well,
I
then
thought it was
had
just
that
try.
100 times. I only saw try.
I didn't think it was
These
good.
cruel commentators are like, let's see how they react when we tell them the uni hook.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would have tried it, I think, but I thought it was just try.
I mean, it makes sense. Like, if try is good, why wouldn't uni be good?
Yeah, of course.
I probably had it 7 times a day. I mean, certainly in the
That would have been a badass thing to do. It's just, I think,
yeah, that doesn't suit my style. My style is like chicken shit, don't know any words. Play Uria because I studied that 10 years ago. That's my style.
Hold. Why don't you hold Uria?
You should have held it.
I don't know. I get rid of my urea multiple times a day. I need to hold it.
Really?
I don't know. Apparently, per
PER? Fuck, I've seen these.
Did
I
I
forgot
have
them.
Per? Who had the P's? I don't think I had Per.
I had a P with Fang. You had it with Biotype, but you didn't have the R where you wanted. Oh my god.
They want us.
Koto setting up the W's. Did you see the W?
It didn't occur to me.
If I hit the clock, I'm
That's
like, oh,
scary.
fuck.
That's scary. Kowtow?
Took is just one less.
Yeah.
But this is much better for the
losing by
board.
a million.
Yeah, I'm fucked. So
I had to it forced me to make a weird play. Although I still got to keep IT with 6 hours into it. But apparently I only know 1 extension, so I don't deserve to.
same. I was thinking, like, if this wins more often, I need you to have all vowels. Yeah, like the worst.
I
vowels.
almost had all vowels. This kept all vowels.
Yeah.
I could have played Owie, which is just like it doesn't.
Yeah, you get outscored
The
sometimes.
silly things that can happen. Yeah, and this is a lane which you hit, and I'm like, I think I just outrun. And like a 7 foul rack isn't even that bad on this board. Like there's spots.
It's true. But if I can go out in 2 and you can't, I might be able to pip you. But I mean, Wakanda will figure that out.
It really felt like just taking points was.
Yeah, I mean, you have to win like 99% or something. Like, I don't think this is good enough. Like, you just score again, and you have to dodge the vowels there, the consonants again. Yeah, you got me the right choice. Well done.
I had to wear all 4 this afternoon.
Yeah, that was amazing. Amazingly done. Nice job.
All right. Well, that looks like the end of the post-mortem there. We are still awaiting the result of our matchup between Josh Castellano and Adam Logan, but the winner of that matchup is who's going to end up being number 1. Josh, if you hear me, can you cut the overhead mic, please, in the interim? Josh has walked away, so we're just going to get some tile clunking noises and perhaps some more Josh Sokol F-bombs in the background. Bear with us. But the winner of Josh Castellano and Adam Logan will get to choose his opponent tomorrow. It is not 1 versus 4 and 2 versus 3. It's 1 versus whoever 1 wants to play. And in the consolation bracket, it is 5 versus whoever 5 wants to play. So we're going to figure out who's 1, who's 5, bring them into the booth, and let them choose their opponents live in front of all of you. Are you stoked, Will?
I believe I heard some context of Ben Schoenbrunn just walking up to Josh Sokol and saying, "Want to play?" right after that game, as soon as he figured out what the result was of that game. So it's possible that Ben, who I believe is locked into the 5th slot, has already picked Josh Sokol as his YOLO, let's have fun, let's have a fun match tomorrow opponent. We'll see, though. We'll wait for the official selection. But yeah, potentially more important by a long shot.
We all know Ben's going to win it.
Who has won the Castellano-Logan game, and then whoever that person is, who are they going to pick to face off in their matchup next round? So yeah, we shall see. First order of business is to figure out who won that pivotal game between Castellano and Logan, and then we will figure out who they pick My gut, Matt, says that if Adam wins that game, he is not going to pick Matthew Tunnicliffe, even though Matthew is the 4th finisher because of the head-to-head history between those two. Beyond that, one can only guess.
All right. Well, we will just hang out. I'm hearing from Josh Greenway on the ground that the Josh Castellano versus Adam Logan game is almost done. So I think the rest of the dust is probably settled. If we can identify who the 5 seed is, if it's Ben Schoenbrunn, then we can lock that selection in. But it looks like Ben is going to get to choose between Matthew O'Connor, Josh Sokol, and Jason Ubika in the consolation bracket, which is wild, and perhaps teasing that he's going to choose Josh Sokol out of that pool. So Greenway on the ground now is going to grab our 5 seed, and we'll have the selection for you soon. I'm excited. I'm stoked. I love Scrabble.
Yeah, this is a fantastic format. I love all the unique twists that LPS has brought to this stream and to this event. And it's definitely giving me big time FOMO. I really wanted to compete in this event, but I have a conflict tomorrow that's going to prevent me not only from playing in the event, but from continuing to join you in the booth, Matt, which has been a blast today. Have really, really enjoyed it as always. But yeah, big FOMO on my part. Would have loved to be there, even if it meant getting just waxed by all these fantastic players and being in the dregs of the losers bracket. But yeah, it's been cool to see. And yeah, we'll just, I think we're hearing that we have Ben, our number 5 finisher, in his seat, ready to trial by combat his next opponent here. Let's cut and find out who that's going to be.
All right, here we are with Ben Schoenbrunn. Ben, so sorry you didn't quite make it into the top 4, but you are in a spicy position at number 5. Choose. Who will it be?
So I asked them all for their pitches, and Matthew said it would be fun. Jason Ubika said, "Do you want to win?" And Sokol said, "I don't care."
Wow. The intrigue.
Wow.
And based on their pitches, have you made a selection?
I have made a selection.
All
Chat,
right.
what do you think?
Yeah. Ben,
Wow.
chat.
Opening it up to chat. Is that possible? Can we get a poll up? Producer Josh, Ben, in truly interactive streaming fashion, opening it up to the chat. If we get a poll
All
with
right.
Sokol, O'Connor, Ubika, that would be incredible.
Josh Greenway setting up a poll for the chat right now. So chat, you let us know what you think. Who is Ben going to choose? And we'll see if Ben actually goes with the chat selection for maximum.
I'll go with it. I don't
confidence.
care.
Oh, yes, we love it. All right. Choose. Chat, choose. You got 20 seconds. Who will Ben play tomorrow? He can't make the choice, so you will make it for him. I'm choosing.
Wow, this is tough. I mean, yeah, I would say no slight to Jason, but definitely if Ben wants to max out his winning chances, that's who he should pick. But I do feel like, man, it's a brutal choice between O'Connor and Sokol. I just think we got the OG Twitch Scrabble streamer on in Ben Schoenbrunn. I'm going to go with Sokol for a streamer versus streamer battle. And maybe the winner of that one will get to face Matthew if he emerges victorious over Jason. Wow, the poll is striking. The people want Josh Sokol and Ben Schoenbrunn.
Yeah, and the poll results a nice 6-7% in favor of Josh Sokol. So Ben, chat has spoken. Chat demands streamer on streamer. Is that what we're getting?
That is what we are getting. I am going to battle Josh Sokol tomorrow.
It hath been declared. Ben Schoenbrunn versus Josh Sokol, which means Matthew O'Connor versus Jason Ubika. We're going to plug it out right now. All right. Sweet. Here it is. All right. And so, Ben, thank you very much for that. the most interactive Scrabble stream we've had, short of letting chat pick your plays. And I think with that, we're going to pivot over to our 1 seed. Thanks for your time, Ben, and best of luck tomorrow.
Good luck, Ben.
Thank you.
Wow, that is unprecedented, folks. I don't think we've seen that one. A truly empowered chat in the Game of Tiles event here. A little bit too much hugging. That is not something that you would see between individuals on Game of Thrones, but I guess we can tolerate it in this context, Matt.
I don't know. Perhaps there was some poison on one of their hands. You know, I think perhaps some ulterior motives there. It's the Game of Thrones. Never count out subterfuge or something like that. You're right, though. A strange amount of hugging from these Scrabble players.
Yeah, it's all good. We know that these players are all, for the most part, on good terms, and that, we've got a lot of good friends that are competing here. Of course, over the board, it's another story. I am seeing the standings update coming in, and it looks like Josh Castellano beating Adam Logan by 5 points, 403 to 398, and that means it is Josh Castellano who has the right to pick his opponent in the winner's bracket, which, again, as fun as it is for Ben to pick his opponent, this one is for the right to continue playing for $2,500 as prize money for the winner of this tournament, Matt. So this is a big choice.
This is a huge choice for Josh Castellano. I will pitch the option to him to let chat decide as well, but I feel like there's just a little bit too much at stake to let Jesus take the wheel on this one if you're Josh Castellano. It's a tough choice to make. I mean, 3 extremely strong players he has to choose from in Adam Logan, Matthew Tunnicliffe, and Jason Keller. We'll see who he chooses, or if he chooses. That's coming your way as soon as we've got the headset fitted. Oh boy, I'm stoked.
Yeah, I mean, I would say just looking at the ratings that Adam Logan is the current world Scrabble champion. It's going to be very, very tough to pick a harder opponent than that. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be out. And when you look at Matthew Tunnicliffe and Jason Keller, you've got 2 amazing players that have taken down any number of huge events in North America. But just the rating system alone suggests that Jason is probably the pick here, which says a lot about how difficult this field is. Jason literally won Niagara Falls with a 20-1 record in an expert field. That's who you're picking to try to get to the finals bracket. That's the logical pick, but that's not a pick that you're making running up to the podium to deliver your choice, Matt.
All right. Well, we've got Josh on the headset. So, Josh, first off, congratulations on taking first place. You are now the 1 seed for Sunday and Monday's action. So hats off to you. Do you have any memorable games today?
Probably the one against, a little bit of recency bias, but the one against Adam Logan just now that I won, that was pretty memorable because for a change I had like 14 minutes going into the end game, and I needed that time to figure it out, and I feel like I made some decent plays to pull out the win by 5 points.
All right. Can't wait for the anno of that one. Do you plan on putting it up at some point?
Oh yeah, these are all going up. I mean, I would have put the early bird games up, but they haven't been posted to cross tables yet.
Gotcha. All right. Well, you heard it here. You can watch Josh clinch the 1 seed. Give yourself 14 minutes on your clock and see if you can defeat world champion Adam Logan by 5 points. Josh, it is a crazy gauntlet you have to choose from between Adam Logan, Matthew Tunnicliffe, and Jason Keller. Before we put you on the spot, do you know what Ben did with his choice as the 5 seed?
He just told me. He put it up to Twitch chat.
He did indeed put it up to Twitch chat. So my first question for you is, are you going to make this choice, or are you going to let Twitch chat make this choice?
I'm going to make this choice.
That is what I thought you'd say. Something about 2,500 US dollars.
I know it's
at stake. All right, Josh. Well, let's hear it then. Who are you playing tomorrow?
I'll be playing Jason Keller.
Jason Keller. He of the 20-1 record in Albany not that long ago will be playing Josh Castellano, which means Adam Logan and Matthew Tunnicliffe will be our other best of 8 matchup. Josh, are you planning to do anything strange, different, unusual to prepare for a best of 8 set?
Probably not any different in the prep, but I think it's definitely playing the games. Is the math is definitely going to be very different. I think this is probably the one format where a spread probably matters the most, just because 4-4 is such a likely outcome, and you're only playing against one other person. So the games tomorrow might be there might be some different scenarios where you really have to go for the spread. You might have to cut your losses sooner than you would normally in like a tournament game. So I'll be thinking about that how to value the spread versus the win in the best of 8.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. And then, of course, Monday, we're going to play a best of 7. So it's going to be exactly the opposite adjustment to make for a game where spread doesn't matter unless a tie occurs. So that's what you heard from Josh. He's going to be playing a little bit more for spread, a little bit less for the W, and he will be playing against Jason Keller. Josh, you have any words of wisdom for our fans at home before we set you free?
Thanks for watching.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for watching. That comes from us as well in the booth. Josh, go out and celebrate with your friends tonight. We will see you bright and early tomorrow with more Scrabble. Congratulations.
Nice work, Josh.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, Matt. See you later.
And we will cut back to the booth. I hate having to say bye to Will Anderson so early on in the stream. I hope whatever you have planned tomorrow is fun or important or meaningful in some way, Will. It's always such a treat to have you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, it's my sister-in-law's baby shower. So I think that is definitely one of the few things that could take precedence. Love my in-laws. I know the trope is, maybe you're not supposed to, but I actually love my wife, Allison, and her whole fam. So I'm excited to go participate in that and follow from afar. I will be glued to my phone, laughing at all the jokes and all of the banter, but secretly watching the game of tiles on my phone with all of you, trying to thread that needle between being a good family member and watching this incredible Scrabble content. So with that, I just want to say thank you so much to Josh Greenway behind the scenes for having me. And of course, to all of you out there in chat for watching. I'm sure you're going to see more of these games on my YouTube channel at some point. At this rate, there have been some absolute bangers here, but thank you also to you as well, Matt. Always a pleasure to commentate alongside you.
It's been a pleasure, Will. Have the most fun at the baby shower. You are going to be such a cool uncle once this baby reaches its formative years and can understand what a treat it is to have a stud like you for an uncle. With that, I'm going to echo what Will said. Thank you so much to Josh Greenway on the ground for doing all the hard work behind the scenes. Thank you to all of you who have hung out with us in the chat, choosing Ben Schoenbrun's opponent, keeping us accountable, finding plays, keeping us entertained. Thanks to all of you who actually matched me on Woogles and gave me something to do in between the games. I don't think I've been playing super well, so enjoy your W's, but I have been entertained, so I appreciate you all. And with that, we're going to wind down for today. We will see all of y'all bright and early. Will in the chat, y'all in the chat, me in the booth, and Charles Ranke will be joining me at the Game of Tiles. Stay well, be safe, don't let your heads get cut off.